Hello, guys, and welcome to the last official day of the SA DPC. We have two matches today. It's going to be starting out with Hokori versus Lava, following up by El Clásico Beastcoast versus Thunder Predator. Both these matches mean something. Currently, we're looking at the matches closest to the relegation spot. That's closer to that, potential descent. No Ping is already waiting in the tiebreaker slot. They want to know who their opponents are. Will it be Lava? Will it be Hokori? The one who gets this unfortunate prize will not be the winner, but rather the loser of this engagement. So they're both trying to claw out of this hellish position they find themselves in. Whereas Beastcoast and the Thunder Predator, they're looking to the bright, sunny side of things. Lyrical, you seem to want to say something about that.
I think just a little clarification. No Ping is in 7th right now in the Lava Hokori match. Yeah, those ones a little switcheroony. But yeah, that's they get to battle them eventually. That's why they're above them for the moment.
That's right.
Soon to be
They're
changing
lying in
places.
wait above them.
Yes.
Makes sense, Yeah.
Alva, did you get a haircut, by the way? I'm just trying to throw you off your
did.
game as much as possible. You look beautiful.
Thank you so much, Lyrical. I saw you every day on panel, and I would get jealous. I thought I had to match some of his beauty, so I think I did a decent job. But I like your point. This is like the gladiators, right? Where they're all still ultimately slaves, and they're none of them are getting released. But at least they get the chance to not get killed, right?
Isn't that all of us with Dota? Aren't we all just
Where it goes.
chained to the game, as it were?
It's true. God, you really are.
I'm glad to see your mentality, Trent. Let's talk about the match. Let's talk about actual Dota here. Lyrical, I want to ask you first. You've seen the growth of both these teams, and unfortunately not enough growth to get them out of this difficult spot. However, they did start the season really poorly, and they had some decent results towards the end of the season. Who do you think is a favorite coming into this matchup?
I've been sort of keeping my eye at some of the other things that have been going on as well. There's a few other tournaments that are kind of happening. I'm feeling a Corey. I don't know why. There's just something
Bitzler,
about this team. Huh?
Yeah, it's Bitzler Cup. You can say it's our tournament too. So
Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah, I like it. I like the way that they've looked. I like the performance that I've seen from them. I feel like Elmisha's been stepping it up a little bit too. I don't know. We'll see how it goes, but I think it's very close. That's the biggest thing about it, is that either team can win it. What's better draft?
0% chance. Lava wins this.
Zero.
I will be so disappointed if they don't win this. It's time
Oh, wow.
to finally show up. All right, you guys have had a couple months. Figure it out. You're the better players. You're the better team. Don't go to Division 2, or it's going to be a total implosion, and none of these players are going to Division 2. This team heads to Division 2. These guys are all getting picked up on random teams.
Okay.
Am I wrong?
That is true.
These are not Division 2 players.
I mean, they still have a chance if they beat Noping, right? So they might just still lose this one and then beat Noping afterwards.
Just casually lose. That's true.
Just saying. But I like your point. Especially it's good because if they lose, they're getting picked up, and then RDO gets to stay on Noping. So that's
There you
what
go.
they're hoping, actually. Yeah.
Ooh, that's actually genius. All right, throws begin.
I mean, I will say though that for me at least, I feel like this Hokori team, there's been like a lot of sort of growth within them, and it feels like it's a team that kind of believes in themselves. Maybe I'm just being a little bit too hokey about it, and I'm putting too much thought into where they're feeling. But at least for me, I feel like this team, they got their one win over SG. It was relatively recently. There's hope. I can dream, and like, if you're Lava, like, they're just hoping that they don't get relegated. I think Hokori came into this with lower expectations, I would imagine, than Lava did. You know what I'm saying?
I think
Yeah,
you
until
both
they
are right
beat-
about that.
I mean, until they beat Infamous, and then it's just like, oh, okay, all right,
Yeah.
we're sick. Like, so I don't know. I don't even know what to think. This will truly, if Hokori can do this, they have cemented themselves in my eyes. But for now, there's still work. This is the final little sweep up. I just can't see it. I can't visualize them winning this series. So please impress me, Hokori.
Okay. We'll be able to impress. We're enough to see. For now, the draft Razor Bane, a lane that we don't like to see, but two independently good heroes at least.
You don't like that lane?
Well, I don't like immediately nightmaring my Razor.
Well, yeah, that part's not so great.
Just don't skill Nightmare, right? Just brain sap. Get in there. Maybe skill it, but don't use it. That's the other way to think about it.
How do you get the static link to stay? They just body blocks. That's your
Listen,
goal. You just
He's a fast little, elemental. Just run him down. It'll be great.
You're right, actually.
We did see a Monkey King earlier today that looked really awesome, and we were taking a look at the EU DPC. But I'm really off on this hero in a first phase pick. I'm not a big believer. I guess that there is some history also though we've seen occasionally of like other Monkey Kings being able to be more flexed in this region. So it could work. It's actually better with Puck. This is actually kind of cool.
That makes me jump towards it being probably a 4.
Yep.
One would think. I mean, not necessarily. If the lane matchup's really good, maybe the Monkey goes 1. Potentially even mid. We obviously had Mini rocking that one there too, just yesterday. So, but most likely probably support MK and a core Puck here, which I'm still down with the core Puck. So seems very good, very strong versus Razor, of course. Like Razor goes BKB, you eventually getting the eggs anyway. Solid pick.
It does seem like the teams that are using the Monkey King first pick are the ones that can flex it right between the 4 and the carry at least. I think the only exception being what you just mentioned, which was Apple Kings, where they played
Alberca,
mid.
Our good friend in Eastern Europe.
That's true, but that is also Empire, who was like they were trying to speed run the division until the end.
Top lad.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about this. It's interesting. Taking out the Brood Lesh, it makes me feel more and more like this is, at least they're covering the potential so they can keep it flexed for Monkey King carry. Because I kind of like Lesh against it. I'm not sure what the win rate actually is like, but you can sort of deal massive amounts of that magical damage out into them. You could also try and like pressure early, get like the mid Lesh going, take towers early. And sort of shut the Monkey King out of the map.
I mean, we saw Mini struggle against them yesterday, didn't we, Trent?
We saw quite a few struggles for the old Mini yesterday, unfortunately. That was definitely part of them.
Okay, that's the perfect answer to that question. Thank you.
I got you. Don't worry.
What do you guys think the draft goes? Let's continue with you, Trent. What do you think? Because you revealed the Razor, okay, but where does Lava go with this draft? Like, what's their win condition? What do you think their draft is shaping up to be?
Probably still 4 Monkey, and then I just start looking for like. I still like Luna into Razor, although a lot of people don't seem to. But to me, it feels pretty
so
good. Why do I like it?
Yeah,
I like it because I feel like she can promote a little bit of like just like 5 heroes grouping together on that push. You gain enough that you can still fall back and farm. And I mean, it depends. If the Razor isn't a clearly like, oh, we're going like crazy push mode lineup, then it can punish it a little bit harder. But I don't know. I feel like Razor kind of suffers if you knock down the tier 1s on like the earlier end.
Interesting. You take the next. I was thinking about maybe going back for an Invoker, and I kind of like that more now as well. I think it's a decent answer to a Puck. You can sort of like match the rotations when Puck heads over with the Dream Coil and stuff. And now with like a Nyx Assassin, you've got nice setup for late game Sunstrike stuff as well. If he goes back for, after an Urn or whatever, getting a Hand of Midas,
it's a really good
focus go for.
Really good Rubik game right now.
Yeah,
I feel like
for Lava,
but they have the Monkey, unfortunately. I guess. Unless they want. Well, I just see Nyx and Bane, and I think Rubik looks nice here. But yeah, assuming the Monkey's going to be a 4. That won't fit, so they take a simple 5 in the Ogre. Very safe. Can contest Nyx 4. Not a lot of heroes that can do that very easily.
I think it's one of the few supports, too, that could be paired with a Monkey and you still feel okay about that lane, even with double melee. But no, we take the Drow, and that signals it is going to be a 4 Monkey.
That's just like better Luna versus Razor. Because usually Drow gets banned, I feel like, when you open Razor.
I think you take the Darkseer here. Let's go.
God damn.
What
do you ever think is not viable?
Dude, did you guys watch the Europe games today? It was rocking.
He's been everywhere, actually.
Yeah, he has.
I'm telling you. We're going to have a
revelation. Why do you think you're on panel today, Lyrical? Like, this is a preparation
had to happen.
for a potential Darkseer.
Just wait till this Nyx loses and we just think, if only this was Mirana.
Yeah.
Do you want to do some dual lanes later there, Lyrical? Yeah.
Could be fun.
That seems like a terrible pairing. Darkster Mirana, I don't know.
Yeah, you
But,
get the range creep. It's terrible.
Mars is gone. Of course Mars is gone. What am I thinking? That would be a little too good.
You know what? I'll be honest with you, Lyrical. I actually love the Darkster pick.
That's
And
what
there's
I'm saying.
also a Vitali pick as well. Like he's good on Darkster. He's master tier.
You know what the hero is?
What's that?
It's actually Centaur. Who, I mean, bad versus Puck,
Okay.
but like versus Monkey and Drow, it's pretty good. I feel like the lane is playable because you get the return versus the Drow. We saw that the other day. That was really strong. You can just like stampede your Razor in. The Puck being there really does annoy me though, because that's like the typical counter, but everything else with the Centaur is so good.
The other
Oh,
route
you're
that
not
they
wrong.
could go would be like a Doom or something like that, and that could be like a good way to try and mess things up. I think they have a bunch of options out of the offlane, so I like this decision to go for their mid first. That's gonna actually they picked this into Puck.
I was waiting for you to say that.
What? All right, never mind. I hate this. What?
I mean,
Well, Mr. Gene's
sometimes-
pool is Mr. Gene's
Yeah.
pool, you know.
Sometimes you just need that hero, and it's not like game losing to have it versus Puck, because very often you get counterpicked and it's whatever. It's fine, sort of. It's good with Nyx and Bane. It's long range follow up, right?
Yeah.
And if they go Centaur last, then that means that the Storm can get in there without using any of your mana. It's actually a kind of broken combo.
All right. They
Okay, sorry. They're actually playing with a stand today. That's our bad.
Oh, I just assumed it was an account.
Yeah, me
Changed.
too. It's not Mr. Gene's, it's Sooth's. So that might be why they're playing Storm. Maybe, if you're playing a stand-in for your decider game, maybe you're not so confident in your strategies.
All right. I am changing my guess of who will win this.
Yep.
Wow. Bailing with no jeans.
I mean, I'm surprised they actually changed him last. I'm not saying Sooth is particularly bad. If you guys know Sooth, he was in Motoka recently, but his results have been more of a Div 2 results than Div 1.
Well, more so than that, it's just that they're not playing with their original roster, and that was a lot of my hope for Hikori, was that there was this synergy that existed, which now isn't going to be there.
A bond,
yeah.
if you will.
Okay. Well, regardless of that, they've still got to pick a couple more heroes. If I'm Lava, I take an offlaner that gives me really good vision to pair together with the Monkey King. You want to be able to find this Storm Spirit and hunt him as the Puck. Because if Hikori starts the fight with either a Bane or a Nyx Assassin, Storm will clean up and things get ugly. I think that they want to be the ones on the front foot, definitely, for Lava here.
10 seconds remaining.
I think BKB piercing disable would also be really good, like Axe or Legion, who are both still in the pool. I think either way, Lava are just fine here.
What about Clock? It's a little bit of both.
Is a 3?
Yeah, man. Let's
3
go.
clock, though.
Blech.
Oof.
Let's go.
Yeah. I'm not sold on that either. I do like the Legion pick, though, but they both lose lane versus Razor, Trent. How do you deal with that? Just accept it?
I mean, I guess you can go like some weird hero to not lose lane versus Razor. I think you just like run around and pull creeps, you know?
I do.
Okay.
It's whatever. You got a monkey. You can do whatever you want.
Yeah, fair enough.
All right. It's Darkseer time. Let's go. If they don't do that, I am not really sure what else the pick is. The Centaur thing, I think, is even worse now against the Legion.
5
Yes, it
seconds
is.
remaining.
Yeah, a little bit.
I love that you... I feel like I've heard that statement before, by the way.
Yeah.
It's not Darkseer here. What could it possibly ever be?
I mean,
Honestly.
really, like what could it be? Honest.
Are there any other heroes in the game? I can't tell.
All right,
Maybe
go
like a
Spectre.
Shaker? No,
Choose
Timber.
your hero.
See, I was gonna say
Ah.
Timber, but I don't like this against the Puck and like the Drow Ranger. The plus side is that like Monkey King doesn't do anything to him, so they don't necessarily like they need Puck to kill the Timber. But if they make a couple rotations, Vitali's game is gonna get wrecked.
Just
Yep,
got a huge
this-
splinter in my thumb, though.
This draft... Okay.
Is that not relevant?
This draft seems to be holding itself on by a string, honestly, for Hokori. Like, there's a lot of counters they just seem to want to ignore. Like, it seems like they just drafted by not looking at the top side of the screen and praying that their draft is better. But I don't really see much synergy either between their draft.
No. In a way, to me, it's like, so you have Razor, Storm, and Timber, and all of these heroes independently can be like almost win their team the entire game, right? Like those are heroes where it's
That's
like,
true.
I'm just gonna win this for myself. And like that's all of their ideas, kind of. I don't know if that's actually gonna end up working out. They're like rolling the dice 3 different times, and I feel like it's gonna keep on coming up snake eyes in this one.
Okay, if they win their lanes though, which they have Storm before the coil, you can do really well, right? Versus Puck. Maybe you get your small camp stacked a little bit. You're doing well. You're rolling. Maybe the Puck's supports don't rotate in. Then the tricore is Storm, Timber, Razor. And if Storm gets off to a decent start, they could win this game out of the lanes. It is possible for Hokori.
Okay, I like this. Lyrical
but I'd go
says
Lava.
it looks difficult for them.
Such
Trent
a
says
liar.
if all the chips align, Hokori can win, but he's not a betting man himself. What's going to happen? Will Hokori be able to pull this miracle off, or will Lava take game number 1? Let's go to the game and find out with our casters Avo and Dota 2 Bowie. Thank you, Avo. Beautiful cat, Bowie. Almost as
Thank you so
beautiful as
much.
your lovely face.
Aw.
Let's get right into the game, please. As we go.
All right. Awesome.
All right.
Okay, so a couple of things I wanted to kind of mention. I feel like the panel was overrating.
Wrong. Okay.
Overrating
Sorry.
this Puck versus Storm matchup. I feel like
Okay.
it is
Okay.
much better for Storm than they gave it credit for. Like
Okay.
Puck as a hero got heavily nerfed in the last 5-6 patches. I feel like Storm is coming from an uptrend of tons of buffs. I don't feel like that's a problem necessarily. And at the same time, I do agree that this Timber could it will have tons of problems because Drow actually lanes pretty decently versus the Timber, and in the mid late game the Drow just shreds, especially with once she gets the shard, just reducing that HP region of the Timber Saw. So we'll see what happens. I'm also I kind of share your opinions about Suits. Once we were talking about the standing. I think he's a really good player, and I think they've been screaming for a while now because he played a lot of that SA tournament that's going on, the Blitz. What's the name of the tournament?
Bitzler.
Yeah, they play like 3-4 games together. So it's not like this is this first game with Hokori, but I do feel like Mr. Jeans, he was a staple, and I think he was doing really well. So I'm surprised that they're even playing with a standing for like a week. It's not like they had this problem with his internet or something. They apparently that's supposed to be the team right now.
Yeah. It is a bit weird to me too. It's not the first time it happened for Mr. Jeans either, that he gets replaced in this kind of manner, and it's also not the first time the Hokori as a team has replaced their mid laner halfway through the season. They've been having a little bit of a crisis when it comes to mid laners of this team. They can't really find one that suits their team apparently, or that they're happy with, and that's not too great. With Lumiere, it was more understandable because Lumiere, I can imagine, I mean, he was such a high tier carry that any mid laner was kind of just below him, and that made sense, and usually he looked at the weak person in the team. But with Yuma, again, no offense to Yuma, but he wasn't there yet, right? So I was quite surprised they replaced Jeans so readily. I don't think anyone should have been replaced, in my opinion.
Yeah, and in such a important match, right? Because at the end of the day, whoever loses this will have to fight Noping for relegation. And that's a really scary place to be, despite Noping's results not being, incredible.
No, but they've been looking okay in the last quarter of the season, right? So, I mean, they did take a game off Thunder Predator, and that was because they drafted really well, to be honest, which is something that we haven't really seen. I want to go back to a point you made earlier, though, about the Timber Saw, because I think you're totally right. I feel like I've seen this a lot of pros where they will pick up an offlaner like DK or Timbersaw against Drow just because you have extra armor. That's not base armor. But I feel like Drow's physical damage in the mid late game is so overwhelming that it doesn't really matter how much armor you add to the hero. You're dead. There's no way you're tanking this Drow anyway.
And I think there are definitely matchups where Timber plus someone could maybe pressure, but this Nyx, he's not really helping the Vitaly at all. He's trying to make a pull right now, but Vitaly is getting totally choked in this matchup.
Yeah, I feel like what's the matchup that tends to be the best? Like usually Lion Timber is the one that can put the most pressure. That lane is pretty good.
Yeah.
And
I mean, King 4, you'll have that long range stun, so you can set up the chains. You just trade well versus the Drow and the support.
Yeah, so I think you're right about that. I often feel like Nyx is a bit overutilized, I'm honest with you. I feel like Nyx often gets picked a little bit blindly in this region, and most of the time I'm a bit unimpressed with the hero.
I think it's not really impressive versus Puck. They were probably trying to cover the storm that Suits does love playing, and maybe this will be good in the long term. But I do feel like Vitali's lane is going to suffer, so they do need to enable the other two cores so that they can pick up the slack. Because Vitali is so sad; he has 2 creeps. Oh man, and this fake Jakira just slapping his ass. This is not fun.
Yeah. It's much like real Jakiro. They both actually do so well at Timber.
True.
Yeah, Suthis his best hero is the Storm, right? I'm not
I think so.
incorrect about that.
I would say so.
Oh, Suthis about to...
His
he was close. He was close. Puck didn't, or Leo did not want to go for it, and if Leo doesn't want to go for it, it means it's probably not a kill, honestly. In the top lane, we're going to see this wonderful combo between Bane and Razor, which is where you have to wait for the Nightmare to end for you to do anything, and by then, the TP's up, and he just leaves. What a lane. Oh, awesome. Bane, Razor. Please pick it more.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Storm just got solo killed mid. I don't know if you guys caught that on camera because I'm following my own cam, but I will just say that it was really just auto attacks by Leo. He got harassed and auto attacked. There was no rotation or anything. He just kind of died solo. A bit of a mistake there.
Unfortunate, because he had the experience advantage, so it was looking pretty well. But yeah, I'm not a big fan of that lane, as you were talking about with this Razor Bane. Not only like the Legion by itself, with boots plus the overwhelming odds, has usually the move speed to disengage. You also have such long range on the Boundless Strike that as long as the Monkey King, he doesn't even have to be well positioned. It's very easy for him to just stun the Razor, and that's enough time, or not a lot of damage to be drained. And the lane is pretty manageable. Look at the CS here. 19 for the Legion versus the 9 of the Timbersaw at the moment.
Yeah, and that's Legion also having a supposedly, bad lane matchup. It doesn't really matter.
Ah! Oh, I think Timber's dead.
Oh no, Vitali is just being chased down, and with the Frost Arrows plus that Fire Blast, they're going to be able to guarantee him in the middle lane. They also have a Dream Coil. They're going to finish off Soothes, who just got ball line but couldn't really use it. However, they're going to find poor Moose here in a bad position, being auto-attacked little by little. They hit him with a Nightmare. That's going to guarantee the kill. Spike Carpus also annoying Leo a bit, and Gardik is wanting to man up. However, he's starting to realize that this Puck is a bit too strong. The Impale useless, can't turn in time. El Misho is just sniped almost by accident there by a stronger Leo style.
Yeah, I know Hokori, they're feeling the bleed in all lanes, and they kind of try to double down on the aggression there against Leo style. Not only they don't get the kill, but now he gets his bottle refilled. He will have this ward. Let's see who's going to get the rune battle. But this is going to be really important, because if Leo style can get it, it's going to cement the snowballing of this lane, which right now is terrible. We do have Storm walking, so he's not going to be present.
We have an Impale here. Can they get it in time? El Misho tried, but the silence comes out right in time. Waning Rift will stop this Leo style, even getting rid of the Bane. Leo trying to get away. Suits misses the uphill attack. Leo style trying to avoid that static remnant. He did for a second. Fire Blast now punish Suits. He's out of mana. He cannot catch Leo, who will live throughout this whole engagement, get 3 kills off it. Oh, the Master Puck is back, Bowie. That is the Leo we know and love with his favorite hero, the Puck, a real classic.
Yeah, this hero. I mean, I know I was kind of downplaying Puck. Obviously, it's a great hero. I was just talking about the matchup against Storm by itself, but I really feel like Hokori, they're just doubling down way too much on trying to savage the lane of Storm. Like, yeah, he got killed once. But you don't really need to send. I guess the reason they're all here is that, as we were talking about, their lanes don't work that well by themselves. Like the Bane doesn't add that much to the Razor, and the Snakes doesn't add much to the Timber. But at the same time, it just feels like the support's under level. So when they take engagements middle, they're just increasing the snowball of lava.
As Vitali is now the target down bottom, marksmanship is up. Vitali does have enough tank to survive this. So I spoke too soon. I thought he was going to die there again. What lane do you... I mean, I agree with your point on the supports, but what lane do you concentrate on? Because, as you said, you're losing mid. Do you just put it all in on the Razor and pray he carries your early game?
I really feel like what that needs to happen is the Storm needs to recover so he can go back to the jungle, and a support should be sapping the experience middle while someone covers for the Timber. Because, Razor, he is already jungling. The Storm ideally can farm the small camp and this large camp stack. And you just make sure Vitali doesn't, get trashed. Oh, they might get Kotaro, so that would be pretty cool.
Yeah, we'll chalk him. They slowed him. Do they have an Impale? They do not. But Kotaro, He's bloodlusted. He's actually just fast enough to outrun El Misho, who has realized his true uselessness
Max
as an
range.
assassin. They do have Impale. Zeus in the mid lane. They missed the Impale. El Misho, not even close. That was so sad to watch. Oh, no.
Yeah, and that was... This is rough, because all of the lanes are bleeding. They're losing top there. I guess Gardic is trying to savage. They even send El Misho. So the supports, they're like running everywhere, trying to savage the whatever lane is suffering. And it feels like they don't really have a plan at the moment. Ideally, you just really, need the Storm to recover. He doesn't have boost, Alvin. Look at this guy.
I mean, he has to go for the full, the greediest build so he can recover as fast as possible. I agree with you. I feel like they're trying to, like, stave off the bleeding, right? Like, they're trying to cover the whatever wounds they have. But the guy with the knife is still there, and he's still stabbing you. And you're like, take the knife away. Stop covering your wounds. Go do something about the knife. But
yeah, I definitely agree.
Sorry, that was an odd analogy. I know.
No, it's okay. As a Brazilian, it just hurts me to see the 7-1. It definitely triggers us Brazilians, that number.
Right, so Hokori is the Brazilian team? Is that the case?
I mean, they do have 2 Brazilians now, right? I guess no, it's only Suits, but he probably feels the same way. But he is recovering. He's now farming the small camp. We do see Razor trying to get to those small power spikes. Honestly, I actually don't really feel like they should defend this top tower. Okay,
but they are though. Suze is coming in here. Nightmare has been taken away. Moose just gets a stun off. In fact, they still have a duel. Not wanting to use it just yet. Suze, well, gotta just spend this time here, but get no kills in return. As Vitali's desperately trying to finish off this Ogre Jakiro. He's like, I swear, this guy looks like a strength hero, but he has no whirling death upon him. So Katyu, actually doing pretty okay for himself. Magic Stick saving him from a lot. Vitali really needing that attribute reduction. Vitali under tower finally will be getting Katyu. And that's going to be him getting Wu as at the same time. Leo Stahl finishes off El Misho in the mid lane and continues to push this tower down.
I mean, this is good. This is definitely a good first step because the tower looks like it will fall, and they did defend their top tower. So even though the gold advantage is terrible, 3k this early is hard to manage. They will get some map control. This will open up the map for Storm and Razor to jungle whatever items they need to start fighting. This is the best thing that happened to Hokori in the first 10 minutes. So this is good.
Alright, as you say this, Gardic is unfortunately going to lose his life easily. El Misho is under the tower, but will that be enough to protect him? And maybe Vitali will. So they get a big tanky Timbersaw to come here. As you said, they just did something pretty good, which is take the tier 1 tower and want to make sure to keep that advantage by preserving their own tier 1 tower.
Now that the Timbersaw accomplished that feat, you can even see like the drawings there. Like he opened up a lot of space. Please Razor, please Storm. Make sure to enjoy all of the hard work that the Timbersaw did. So yeah, provided he can hold the bleeding, allow Suits to get these first items and start making some rotations, they should be okay. Now there's even level 6 on El Misho. I think he knows about this Monkey King.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yep, but it didn't really matter because your Storm is a bit under-leveled and he's a bit under-farmed and he can't really do as much as the puck. Suits is pretty much a glorified support right now. He needs to recover this game. Just Leo is literally doubling his net worth, man. 11 minutes in. That is brutal.
That is actually, you don't see that every day. Even the Timbersaw that was having a terrible laning stage because Suits died so much, even TP top to hold the tower. I really don't feel like that was his job, Sure, they defend the tower and it's good macro-wise, but at the end of the day, like, Storm is the real carry of this draft, right? It's not going to be Razor that carries this. So hopefully it doesn't hurt his game that much. He is recovering, but could be a little bit ahead if he didn't go for that move.
How do you take advantage of this? Oh, it's going to be Lava who's going to do this. I was going to ask you, how do you take advantage of this early for Hokori with the Timber and Razor? You should be strong right now. However,
Storm.
the person who's fighting is unfortunately Soothes, and he's the weakest person on your team right now. Nightmare will be saving him. They do silence him in time. What a timing there, actually, by Leo style. Soothes is off. Now Gardic in trouble, as he himself will be picked off thanks to this help that he provided his teammate. Kotaro also wants El Misho. They do not have vision of him, though. So they're going to have to settle for what they can see. And that's a mid-tier 1. Anto, Vitali coming in. Yuma. Okay, they feel stronger. They do have a Razor and a Timber after all, but they miss a Timber chain, and the Timber seems to be in trouble. The Dreamcoat plus the Gust now, as Moose even gets a 2-man stun. El Nisho plus Vitali will both fall. Yuma not even able to join the engagement in time, as he just sees his teammates and his tower die.
Yeah, 2 fights where I think the Nyx assassin wasn't like doing the best he could. In the first fight where they found the Storm, he actually got vision of the Monkey King, but they didn't know about the Blink Dagger on Legion, so that's unfortunate. You know, usually nowadays we see, you know, the armlets and all of those fancy items, but because there's no balling this hard, Lava decides to pick up, and they get the Storm kill, which was awesome. And here, I think the Nyx was playing, like, the idea of defending this tower was obviously kind of crazy to me, but if they do want to do that, Nyx should be in position to carry pace while in this, so that, you know, the Timber doesn't get destroyed like that. I think they don't understand, even though the score is 14-2, somehow Hokori doesn't understand how far behind they are, and they felt like the Timber could tank all of that. I mean, he did miss his Timber chain, unfortunately, but even that, I think they could have done a better job.
But what are your alternatives though from Hokori here? Like, do you think that is there a power spike that you're particularly looking for before you start engaging with Lava, or what's the
ideally have all of your heroes alive, right? Suits was kind of respawning from that fight, and he couldn't really go mid. So if they do want to fight this far behind, they need everyone together. So I don't think Timber by himself would be able to defend against so much physical damage. We did talk about Drow being very strong against this hero once the marksmanship is up. And yeah, I mean, Otaro getting close to his Manta. There is obviously timings that Hokori can use. You know, they do have this Nyx Vendetta. He can play together with the Storm to find a couple of kills. They just need a little bit more map control right now, and shove waves, which is really hard with their draft. Because, you know, Razor not really that great at it. Storm can't even show in lane. So how do you even like push the lane so you can find an aggressive play?
I like that point, because Storm is your best hero at shoving waves right now, but Storm is also the weakest. As you said, he can't really show in lane without dying. Leo, I mean, come on, you guys are not going to catch him at Misha. You can try, but there's no way you're getting up to a Leo. Oh, now with Witchblade, unless he hits you with Witchblade and then Spike Carpus, that I guess that's the play. Hope Leo is stupid, and then punish him for that.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like the highest chance of happening, but
nope.
Desperate times ask for desperate measures.
Yeah, I mean, that's what El Misha is doing. He's like, Leo, I swear. Look, oh, he did it! But he got silenced, so he couldn't follow up with Impale. That's so sad. But, okay, it's working, Bowie. The strategy is going to work. It's all about baiting Leo. He's got this.
I do like what he did with his skill build here. He knows he's so far behind that he, like, using the power of Lava against themselves is going to be better than actually maxing carapace. Oh, mid. They get Suits.
Oh, Suits. Yep. He showed, Bowie. He showed.
Oh, man.
He talked about it. You can't be showing against Lava. They have Duel and they have Puck. And I think that's the matchup that Trent was talking about in the panel, by the way. When people talk about why Storm is not great against Puck, that's probably why. That's a reason.
Yeah, like, he can definitely snowball very hard against Storm. And, you know, when your Storm has support farm, he feels like a support.
Yep.
And they get Vitali.
Well, they're starting for now. Okay, alright, he's silenced. Here comes El Misho. Freeman Impale. Is he gonna get it? Okay, he's actually going for Leo. Leo might be in trouble himself. Multi-shot coming in from the low ground, though. Vitali gets hit by that double stun, which means he is going to fall. Leo's in a difficult position, however, overwhelming the odds, helping him out, and he's capable of blinking himself to safety, as not even Katyu dies. Wu stays alive, and they want to punish El Misho. Duel right to the face. El Misho will fall. Not giving extra damage to the Legion, but who cares? They got the cleanup, and they saved all their heroes in the process.
And this is I mean, I don't think there's another word for it. It's a stomp, right?
Yeah, it's a stomp.
Just snowballed really hard from lanes that Hokori. Yeah, their lanes were definitely one big problem that really snowballed with the Storm dying mid.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. Are we gonna like find ways for Hokori to come back here? What's your feeling in this match? Because you're
the analyst. What are you asking? You're the one that says to grasp at straws. That's what we pay you for. Grasp.
Oh my.
Find these straws, Bowie.
Have you ever seen the shard for Razor? have ever bought that
Yes.
item.
Yes, actually, I think it's kind of better than people think. Oh, wait, look, this is how they come back. Leo's not made a mistake, but the Orchid from Moose, because he already has an Orchid 80 minutes in as a position for Monkey King. Got it before Storm can finish anything. That punishes them. They lose both a support and no kills. They lose the support and get no kills in the process. That's what I meant to say. Alright, grasp me at some straws, Bowie. It's looking worse and worse. Get to it.
Okay, so Storm, I think he needs to get Kaya BKB this game because there's literally no other item he can buy that will allow him to play
He's
this
going
game.
for Yules.
I hope he... okay,
It's too late. You
Yeah.
don't hope for anything. He's too late. He's committed to it. Oh,
I mean, he can get Aetherlands plus...
No.
yeah, please don't
it's
do that.
Yules. It's
Man.
Yules. It's too over.
This game is just too fast, and I feel like Hokori, we're not ready. Like, it's actually Hokori that should be playing this tempo, but it's Lava
Yep.
that really doesn't let the foot off the pedal. Gardic will die, I think.
Radiant
Him really
Yeah, that
wants
was
it.
a freebie against El Misho. I don't think they got a Gardic, but maybe Dali. Fire Blast, multicasted. Here comes the puck. Simple silence. They're still on the low ground. Where's the help from the rest of the team? They still have one stun. Duel under tower. This is how confident they are. They actually glyphed the tower to get the multi-shot out. Will that be enough, Suits? No, he's being bursted down. Has to use the ult to save himself. Yuma trying to fight alone against two. He can't even kill Cat Yu. Gardic will have to secure the kill for him. As Gardic is now stuck in the Drinkle. Solo Drinkle for support. Vitaly managed to survive this. He does cut down the tree. They have a chance to get the second support. They will kill the Monkey King. But Leostyle, despite the stun, will be able to survive because they lack the damage. Hokori will lose hero after hero after hero.
Oh.
And they only finally get the kill against the cores. It's Vitaly who threw a buyback, gets Leostyle down. Gotaro, though, still wanted to take the tower. Gusts Vitaly for good measure. Vitaly wanted to scare them and force the TPs for now.
Alright, so the buyback of the Timber Saw was worth about 846 gold, and he got 872 gold out of the puck kill. So that is a 30 gold bonus. And, you know, 30 gold
26.
might sound like very little, but, you know, with the markets actually getting better, you can actually get very good interest rates, and this could be enough money if you invest in an index fund or anything of that sort. I think that's good. I think it's looking brighter for Hokori right now.
You know, when you're in a tunnel of darkness, I guess anything looks brighter, right? But I feel like they just found a match, and they have one match, and they're like, oh yay.
I mean, in all honesty,
light.
the levels of the Timber Saw are insane. He is 5 levels ahead
Yes.
of the highest levels on the side of Hokori. So if there's a hero that
Yes.
can like buy time and kind of try to carry this game back to Hokori, it's gonna be Vitaly.
Jinko?
Oh god, did I jinx him?
Yeah, you did. Vitaly. I mean, Lava knows. He's the only hero they gotta kill. They have all the items for it as well. Vitaly's down, and that's partially because they also have Orchid. They have a bunch of control, and somehow, you know, the Fire Blast is always a multicast. It's been every single Fire Blast he hits on the Timbers a multicast.
Oh man. Alright, so this is gonna be Roche. If we look at the Razor, he does have a BKB, which I think it's like mega important for Hokori to come back from this game. Unfortunately, the Storm went for these Zeus Scepters that I kinda don't approve, but it's a pseudo BKB. Hopefully he can get a Kaya before the high ground comes. They also have, I guess, on the side of Hokori, the fact that, okay, Timber is dead for like 50 seconds, but they don't push that well, right? Even though they have a Drow, it's
True.
not the greatest pushing power.
Yeah, they have to get it to the tower first. Kotaro, though, he's interested in pushing his advantage as he goes into the enemy triangle.
Still
Almost
the
found a
stack.
storm, but Suits, he can get away. Instead, Razor and Moose like, I'm not gonna even show myself here, so they don't have even extra information about me. Well done. So at least Yuma's capable of TPing.
Wow. Okay, we can finally breathe a little bit, Avo. I was getting very, very anxious.
But the question is, can Hokori?
There's always a second game, but like, in all honesty, what they need to do right now is pretty much give up the tier 2 towers. I don't think this is a draft where Lava will go high ground. So wait for the Aegis if you do intend to take a fight. You know, they have this BKB on Razor, so technically they can. Just let your tier 2 towers go. I think what really snowballed the kills and the net worth advantage this game was the fact that they never really forgave anything, right? Storm was defending tier 1s. They threw 2 heroes against 5 mid when they're already 5k gold behind. So let the tier 2 towers fall. You are behind. It's okay. And smoke once Aegis is over. I don't really feel like trying to defend a tier 2 now will give them anything but more regret.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Okay. That's a very sad plan, but I think it might be the right one. I think at this point you gotta go full contingency here. And they've done exactly what you said. Tier 2s fell. No regrets there, ideally. But lava bunching up makes it really difficult for them to initiate or get any sort of pick-off, so they can only really cut lanes. Well, Moose found the timber. Vitali does have a Lotus Orb, so he is at least safe for now from the silence. And not going to be able to follow through with this. There's still 2 towers down bottom. That's a bit scary for them. And Lava is going to respect their opponents and retreat in time. Oh, never mind. I spoke too soon. The Nyx Assassin showed himself under a sentry. And that's going to be him dead.
Click on the Drow Ranger, Avo.
I clicked on her.
So she already has the shard, so that is a lot of regeneration decrease, up to 50% with the shard. Once Sky is up, that is 90% regeneration decrease. So I don't think Timbersaw going to be very happy about that.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Yeah, and they're like, guys, I think they only have one hero, and his name is Timbersaw. I don't think they can do anything else.
has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower
Now that they finally got to the towers, by the way, the push is super easy for Kotaro, as what Boy was referring to. As they silence the Nyx Assassin, dead. Matter of seconds. Yuma gets saved at least by the Lotus Orb. Yuma, though, a lot of stacks of those Frost Arrows, which means he's not regening at all.
are under attack.
And the Racks are now the objective. The creeps are coming by, so they're not really concerned about this backdoor protection. They're a bit too strong. They can just stand their ground. And the Aegis still has 1 minute 40 seconds to it. The question now is more, will they go high ground, or will they go top lane after this? And the answer is maybe, because Leo Style seems to want to. No, okay, no. The answer is no.
Okay. So yeah, like the reason I was kind of sad about the Uceptor on Suits. Okay.
Oh, okay.
that?
Another duel. Vitali, really far out of position. Heavily punished for this. That it seems like he expected Lava to retreat completely. And Moose even found the Razor, who's been Yol-Sceptered. Okay, at least he cut down the tree. Good quelling blade. Kotaro can't quite find him in the trees. Yuma's considering reinitiating. They do find Kai'Yu. BKB immediately used. And Drow's in a really, really poor position, but Kotaro's thought the Aegis doesn't really matter too much as they stun out this initiation from the storm. Suits is up in the air. Suits is down to the ground. Suits is underground now. They're gonna go and find the bait as well. Silenced up, destroyed. Yuma can't even fight his own against the Legion Commander. What chances does Hokori even have? Okay, none. GG. There you go. Thank you, Hokori.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Wow, this was a roller coaster of emotions. I honestly feel like Hokori's draft was fine. Sure, their lanes were not strong, but they really shot themselves in the foot with the way that they just doubled down on every engagement. They just felt like, I mean, sure, we could be 9 kills behind, but we can fight for sure. We're strong. We want to fight. And every time it just got worse and worse. And once they realized it was bad, it was just really hard to come back from. Like, I think the draft from Hokori was supposed to play from ahead, but their lanes were so bad that they never really snowballed from the lanes. So it's just a weird situation. I think they could have played and won this game, but they just had to play a little bit more passive in that 8 to 17 minute mark where they just went full yellow and it did not work out.
Yeah, I agree with you. We'll see what the panel has to say about this, because this was not the best showing for Hokori. Will they stand a chance in the next game of the series? We're going to have to ask the experts. So we'll go back to the panel for a second here before we get started with game number 2. Take it away, Apple. Thank you. Trent, Lyrical, you just saw a stop for the first game.
Yeah.
Luckily, none of you believed in Lava, so sorry, Hokori, so we're good.
Yeah.
Yeah. You had a bit more belief.
Have you considered a hat between you and your brother? I don't know. I thought maybe some glasses could be good.
Ooh, I like that
I feel
idea.
like Yeah, but probably your host should have the glasses, since you'll obviously glasses everyone knows makes people smarter for some reason.
Oh,
I
you
love
could do the
these.
mustache one. You know, the glasses and the mustache together. Oh, I like that idea.
Oh. I like that idea. I think I should.
That is
panel
definitely
way. All
Avo plus at that point. That is really good. That's a big improvement.
God, this is, I believe,
you,
where
Trent.
the game was over. By the way, looking at the highlights, holy
Right there,
moly!
520.
God, this stun right here
mean,
that
yeah, this is
broke me.
brutal.
Oh man.
Yeah. I mean, there was a solo kill on Sooths, which I was watching the whole time, and it was just him
That
getting
was
hit by a
good.
illusory orb and getting auto attacked, right? Like
Yeah.
that was pretty bad.
This for me was when it broke. Actually, was when he
Okay.
hit the 3-hero boundless strike, and then the
Yeah.
silence from Leo Style right when Soothes jumps in. I was like, all right, we're done. Cut it. Shut it down.
Well, the debate as to when the game breaks is between 5:20 and 6 minutes. That's
Yeah.
the range we're working with.
Well, it's just so interesting, right? Because I had mentioned before we left that there's like a couple of heroes that can kind of like win their team games. And I really felt like they needed to, I feel like one of you guys said this, needed to like play around their timber kind of. Needed to like
Yeah,
sort
both
of back,
desperately trying.
like they needed to back him up and just let Storm head off, farm jungle a little bit. And then things start to like turn around later on after you've actually built some momentum. But it's one of those things I think playing with the stand-in as well. There's like a certain level of trust or whatever it ends up happening with a teammate you played with for a while, and it just didn't come together here.
That and
Yeah.
I think Lava's lineup was just like so good.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
If you win the lanes, I mean, that was Hokori's hope, was like if they win the lanes, maybe they can play around that timber. They can just push forward and find something. But when they got ahead with this lineup and that Drow build with the no regen, this poor timber man,
Yeah.
actually can't use his skills. It's funny because they're hitting him and it's actually not doing that much damage. But it didn't matter because his health bar still had 0% growth.
I mean, how well Drow has been looking the past couple of days, I want to go try out some of this. Like, this hero it looked incredibly strong across
Start
multiple
next lap.
regions now. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Go there first.
Still a funny game to play.
Oh, I mean, I wish I could ask you more questions about this game, but I think you guys said it all. I don't think there's much to analyze about this game, if I'm honest. And I want to ask now about the future, because the past doesn't matter. Hopefully, Hokori can bring him back. But for that, we take a small break, and then we'll come back with a pre-panel, and I'll ask you guys what you guys think Hokori should do for the game or two. So get ready, get those juices flowing. We'll see you guys in 2 minutes.
Radiant's bottom
Welcome back. We're here with game 2 between Hokori and Lava about to begin. And now I get to ask my panel the age-old question. We'll start with you, Trent, 'cause I know you're prepared.
I am.
What
Always.
does Hokori do in game 2? What do they need to change to make this an even series?
Hold on. Let me just. Yeah. Beep 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 boop. Hello, is Mr. Jeans there?
That's yes.
Senor Pantalones.
We
Yeah,
need
try
you.
that. That's what they need to do.
Fantastic.
Probably not going to do that, I'm guessing.
No. So you did think that Sooth's performance was a bit lackluster last game?
No, of course not. It's just yeah, but it's not his fault. It's more the idea of just, you've come up to a break of, someone new is in the equation. That's going to make things more difficult. And when things are difficult, we simplify the game plan. So give me a tower-pushing core hero. Simplify.
Okay.
You know what I was
Lyrical?
going to say, right? I was just going to say pick Darkseer.
I knew you were going to
eyes.
say that.
No, I think you're right though. About tower pushing core, that to me sounds pretty good. I like the idea of just simplifying the game wherever you can. So whenever these types of situations happen, I feel like go Death Prophet. Like play around the mid-game timings of Exorcism, get a strong offlaner that's not going to lose the lane, and then those two can play together, and then just some carry. Who cares? Maybe it's Morphling, maybe it's a Faceless Void, maybe it's whatever. Just go one of those, but pick one of those timing ultis thing where it simplifies your game down.
We'll see what Hokori decides to go for. I'm excited too. I'm hoping that Storm again as well, if I'm honest with you. I mean, I agree with the fact that not necessarily Sooth's fault, but it was not the best Storm pick, and it seemed very forced. At least Jeans did have a little bit more of a hero pool. His Viper was also a thing. So we'll see.
Radiant team ban.
I wish I had Bowie here to ask him about this, because he would know more about Sooth's hero pool. I'm actually not that well versed. I've honestly only seen play Spirit heroes.
Well, I'm glad they banned out the puck if they're going to be picking Storm. To me, that was just the craziest thing, that they're opting to go for that into the puck. But
Yep,
whatever. Their
Oh,
play.
okay. Ban the
This
puck,
seems
pick
good.
the Queen of Pain. Okay, that's good.
Yeah, that's lots of flex. Could be core, could be support, could be off lane, could be mid, could be safe lane. I mean, she's all over the place. Yeah, she'll probably be mid, knowing them, because they're ninth pick this draft. And but she's stable. She's pretty busted. I think she's not a tower pushing core, but hopefully you'll find some way to group up a little bit better in the early game and utilize her rotations to take towers. Ooh, that's good versus Queen though.
Mm-hmm.
I love that hero versus Queen. If she doesn't jump on you, you just put the stone down, give it the pull, and you roll right into that thing, and she's very, very upset.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm always down for that. And it already is setting up this cool little dynamic that we got, right? You see Hokori trying to go around, find kills around Sonic Wave, because that's sort of really what I was talking about. Like you said, it's more the timing thing that I'm interested in as far as playing around the spells than it is what those spells actually do. And you can use it just to find kills constantly. And then you see on the side of Lava, and it's okay, well, we can just keep fighting around the cooldown of Sonic Wave. We can keep fighting whatever. The only thing you really got to worry about is your stone count, which I swear every time I play with an Earth Spirit, they just spam. I don't have stones, which is something that's super annoying, but I'm sure we'll be fine this game.
Well, what weathermancery is this? We have a storm.
my
Static
God.
storm maker of the disruptor. Oh my goodness. Oh, I hope she
Okay.
has that new set, the Black Widow one.
Oh, that
thing
made
is
it into the game?
gross. Yeah, it's in the cache.
Well, that's pretty great. That's actually pretty great, yeah.
It's quite
What-
horrifying.
10 seconds remaining.
So you reveal... Is this a... Let me rephrase the question. Is revealing 2 cores this early not a bit dangerous for Hokori as you reveal immediately your game plan? Or do you feel like the Broodmother here is uncontestable enough, with the 3 block picks, or the 3 bans, sorry?
Well, I'll say that last time it got banned in the second phase, I'm pretty sure.
I'm
So
90% sure, yeah.
if they were going to play with it,
10
you have to take it here. And if you're going to play cheese, say come and deal with it now. I think Quap works okay because it's kind of it's not uncounterable, but it's pretty hard to find a hero that's going to counter both Quap and Broodmother. I feel like the mains ones would be Kunkka, which immediately gets banned out. So like you can cover several of the ones that sort of like pretty severely deal with both of them, and then I think that they're going to be fine. That being said, it still probably is going to be rough because you've got like a Disruptor and an Earth Spirit, which are good at dealing with Quap. So now you just need an answer for Brood.
What do you ban? Kunkka, Storm, Bat?
I was thinking Tiny maybe. I don't know if they played
The
Tiny
classic.
Yeah, like. That could be a
Yeah,
little
actually, I like the
scary.
Tiny more than the Bat, right? Because Queen of Pain still deals with Bat mid.
Yeah, but it's Leo style. Doesn't he have like a nasty bat? Maybe he doesn't play it as much anymore.
Yeah, he is a nasty bat, but I wouldn't put him as like top bats in South America though. I feel like there's a lot of nasty bats in South America. Timber, okay, Timber makes sense. Do you ban maybe like the other option is Tide as well if you want to deal with or make sure to protect Brood's lane.
I just love the phrase "nasty bat." That's
I
awesome.
know
We
it
should say
sounds
that more.
mean and not at the same time. I don't know what it is.
Seconds remaining.
It sounds risque to me, you know. It sounds like the kind of like a
5
motel
seconds
club.
remaining.
Ooh. What would the club be of?
You know, like for
A
music.
baseball
and stuff.
club?
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
The
Yes,
nasty
thank
bat.
You. Yeah, you want to go down to the nasty bat? To
Nasty
dugout?
Bats FC.
Yeah,
Do some
it is.
striking practice.
God. I am I'm interested to watch this though, because like right now, Kunkka, Timber, they're trying to deal with heroes that hit fast and hard. Lava's draft can kind of go wherever. They have a ton of team fight already. Best wave push though.
If you're Lava, do you concern yourself the Broodmother in lane, or you just try to hunt her in the mid game and try to play around this team fight that you were talking about? Like, should you pick up something in the off lane that can rotate to the safe lane like you usually do and make sure that the tower stays alive as much as possible?
That's usually the best call, right? That's I
Right.
mean, I don't know. It is interesting with New Brood. I think that she's still like not quite there in terms of like fully understood. Like, because some games you just see them get 6 and you get the double kill, or on like the two heroes trying to hold the tower, and the tower's just gone, and all of a sudden your tier 2's threatened at like 12 minutes, and it's very impressive. But then other games, you know, they bring all those heroes, you lose that fight. So to me,
10
bringing
seconds
numbers
remaining.
when Brood wants to go for the kill at level 6, 7, or 8 is really important for Hokori.
5
So
seconds remaining.
in that regard, having people like the Tide, like the Underlord, or someone like you're talking about, to hold that tower can really just kind of ruin a Brood's game, because I don't know, the offlane Brood's losing steam for me. I'm a little bit more of a fan of that mid Brood that people have been playing a bit more.
What's the theory behind that? How do you play that mid Brood? I haven't seen it.
Just way faster levels, and you get to farm way more of the map, because you kind of
Right.
you lock yourself in when you play offlane, right? Like you're
Yeah.
if you
10
win the lane, it's
seconds
sick
remaining.
because you get the tower, and then you're controlling the jungle part of the map that your team
5
wants anyway.
seconds remaining.
That's all good. You're playing Beastmaster essentially, where you're up controlling that whole part of the map. Everything's good, sending out your spiders, blocking camps, blah blah blah. But if you don't get that
Radiant's
tower, like
team pick.
where do you go? There's nothing to do. Mid, at least, you know, it's much easier to force the tower because you have the
Dire
levels
team
faster. You can actually abuse the first catapult, blah blah blah. So I don't know, but this will be offlane, so it doesn't really matter. And they'll go for a spirit hero in the Ember.
Good against Brood, right?
I think it is. I think the biggest question mark for me is what the lane is
10
going to be against the
seconds
Brood. Because,
remaining.
like Trent's talking about, like if you can keep that tower alive against
5
Brood,
seconds
and more
remaining.
importantly, if you can have a hero that can stay in lane against Brood,
Dire team pick.
suddenly you're going to be in a much better position to basically not lose out on anything. And the way that starts is, you know, if Brood can get a quick 6 and start taking over that map. So I am a little bit concerned that maybe Lava has already revealed too much, because they know the 5's going to be Disruptor, right?
10
So like, what do you
seconds
put
remaining.
safe lane now that deals with that pressure of like a Brood spamming,
seconds
you know,
remaining.
the spawn spiderlings on you once she hits 6, or even getting through that, like trying to trade hits. I think this Grimstroke Brood lane might be a little scary.
They could just go for like the safer ones, like Troll. Troll's pretty good.
that's
Nagasarn I
true.
think's pretty good. Those kind of heroes.
I think it is those two particularly that stand out. Troll is my favorite, but is Troll good right now? I mean, I feel like the hero has the atrocious win rate every time I see him. Granted, it kept being picked against a Mars, but I felt like the troll just was very lackluster in most games.
I think in this case, the reason why I like him is that he'll have a job. He can just camp and stay, and then you can do whatever
Right.
you want with the other 4 heroes, and then he'll just join when it's important. But I mean, you
Sure.
don't even have to go that far. You can just go for something simpler. I don't know. I feel like they're gonna be fine.
Is this a support quap? Is that what's happening now?
Or an
Or is
offlane
this going to
Lesh.
be an... Well, no, it has to be an
Oh,
offlane
right, no.
brood.
Oh, you're right.
So it
right.
could
Yeah,
be a
yeah.
safe lane Lesh or a support
5
quap.
seconds remaining.
Maybe they're just, since their 9th pick, they're feeling like we can swap between these two, pick our carry last, and then I think either Quap or Lesh could be a fine 4, but they kind of also get wrecked, I
Dire
feel like.
team banned.
Either of them. So maybe it's just bad.
All right. Well, there's a classic hero versus Brood. So if you're not going to go for a safe lane, which they still might in terms of like a good safe lane counter, they'll at least make sure they have someone who can come and just camp the tower, and that'll be Legion. So you have press the attack to deal with the constant
10
nukes,
seconds
just like healing
remaining.
yourself up, and then of course the overwhelming odds versus the spawns.
5 seconds remaining.
They sorry, they struggle a lot as well because of the like the change to Bruno now having the 50% magic resistance means overwhelming odds just destroys you completely. It used to not be such a hard counter.
What is that ban? AM ban. That is interesting.
I guess they thought Legion is covering for that, perhaps.
And they have the lash, right? So it's like,
Yeah.
I don't know. That is still interesting. Not really
So that
something
means
you
Lesh
think
is
of as-
core.
Well, at least
Well,
in their
it's
eyes.
not
Well, yeah,
necessarily.
I
It could
guess.
be either way.
Okay.
Like,
okay.
I think AM's pretty good against that or
Dire
Quap,
team banned.
probably, right?
Yeah, I can imagine.
So they think it's like, what?
I mean, it could be safe lane queen too, right? I mean, that's been fairly popular lately.
I guess, yeah, they think they need one more support now. They're
They
banning out the
actually ban the
Shaker.
troll. Fair
Yeah.
enough. If they know.
You know, it'd be hype.
What?
Safe lane mag for lava. That would be
Dire
sick.
team pick.
Oh, they're not going to do it, but that'd be
That
the
actually
coolest
would
thing
be
ever.
sick. Yeah, that would be cool. With the
Yeah,
Ember on
actually-
your team too. That would be
Yeah.
so hype. And with Disruptor, like imagine they had an RP into the
Yes.
stack storm.
Dude, that's the
Bring
dream
back
right there.
safe lane Tide. You know, some Ame Dota.
Okay, let's not. That's a bit maybe too much. I like to make this more than the tide here.
For Hikori, just something else that gives you some way to team fight a little bit. Any of those types of heroes seems good right now.
Did Lava
Yeah.
ban Dazzle last game? They did, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
That could be kind of cool. Versus Legion, Shadow Wave plays.
Nope.
No, they'll go
just
Tusk.
Tusk. Which is an Elmisho staple and pretty good against Disruptor. Actually good against Legion Commander. Decent against Earth Spirit. Not bad this game. This does mean though that Lesh is core as a carry probably.
I'm remembering correctly that you can't snowball out of
10
duel, right? I
seconds
think
remaining.
that's something that I remember.
You can't snowball.
no.
You can't snowball yourself if you're dueled, but you can snowball someone else. that's
Yeah, you
dueled.
can grab someone. The only 3 things that you
Really?
can't grab people out of are Black Hole, Chronosphere, and Lasso.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right,
Yep.
well, that's great then.
You not break the duel though. So if you snowball away, then the duel will continue
Templar
afterwards. But
assassin now
Gotcha.
select.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
what
they
you
do
meant.
the TA. We saw this once before. And
Yep.
it went fine for the TA. I can't remember
Oh,
if
so
it
it's
was
Quap
SA
carry.
or Eastern Europe.
Okay, Cop carry mid Lesh. Maybe the whole time Suits can't play Quap, and the whole time they were just like, these guys think we're gonna be able to play Quap mid. Suits doesn't even have it in his hero pool.
He's got that nasty new Brood too. All right, he's ready. He's a Brood player for sure.
Oh, he is. He is.
Scary.
He's
Alright,
he's
so-
Lyrical's favorite guy. You know, he plays Darkshire, he plays Brood.
There
true.
it is.
Yeah. That must be the next step for you there, Lyrical.
Yeah.
Look at him! Look at him! Look at him seeing if he
No.
believes in it.
No, I'm seeing if I believe in it, and I am not believing in it this time. It's a better draft. The problem is that it's again a big gamble, right? And I feel like with this gamble, it's a better draft, but the game is going to end quicker in their loss, which is very sad.
At least they
Because-
don't want to waste time.
Right. I think that it's a better gamble for them to win the game off of that Broodmother pick, but when it falls apart, it's going to fall apart faster. That's my thought process here.
The TA pick's really sick because you get to camp under your tower and farm a ton as a TA, And then once you're done, you can go like hit Ancients in the jungle, and then your Legion just comes in. All right, how did Hokori
Nice.
do it? How?
Brood just gets out of control, right? Like that's their goal. This
Yes.
is
All right. Bring
they need
everyone
that to happen.
for second catapult. Bring everyone. Just take the tower. 10 minutes. Brood's tower. Take it. Get the jungle. Win the game.
Okay. Once again, both of my panelists don't believe in them, but Trent is giving us a miracle scenario. So, does that make you a believer, Trent?
Well, Miracle, I think, lost today. I don't think they're going anywhere. So.
That's true.
Thank you for that, Trent. I appreciate
I got
that.
you covered, guys.
Let's go right to our cast before we get any more puns. It's Bowie and Avo Plus.
Hello.
Thank you, Avo. Bowie, I see your cat's gone.
Dude, my cat it was a 4K cat, and my PC was actually dying trying to process that. My Dota was lagging because of the cat, so I actually had to turn it off. But
It's because the cat was too high MR. Like you needed a 1K cat.
yeah, like he was 4K MMR, so yes. But I want to say something. I do disagree with the panel this game. I do feel like the
Like
actual
last game.
yes. I feel like the draft is a little bit better. By the way, Suits does play co-op. It's his 4th most played hero. But what I feel like happened this game was very interesting. They first
I was
picked,
joking.
Suits hero. And the response is Disruptor Earth Spirit, the most tilting support duo for co-op ever. And what they
True.
do is they actually pick Brood because the two supports actually struggle a lot versus Brood. And they end up giving the Lash that, plays a little bit better against that. So I liked it. I feel like Yuma might struggle because,
Okay.
it did show a lot of cores early on, as you pointed out in the draft. But it is looking better. I don't think it can get worse in the first game. So I'm definitely looking forward for this match.
I love this. Okay, I don't think it can get worse in the first game. That's the winner's mentality right there,
Yeah.
Bowie. Thank you so much for that. I also particularly like that no matter what happens at the end of the panel, you go, I disagree with the panel. We'll get you on panel next time, Bowie. I swear, dude. You don't need to, you don't need to sell yourself
I
so
love
hard.
casting review,
Okay?
dude. Don't do that. Don't
do that.
And, Avo the panelist is a jerk, but the Avo caster is actually really cool. So I
agree. That guy is awful. As a kid, he used to bully me. It was terrible.
really. Oh,
Yeah, my parents
it
liked
turned
him
out pretty
better,
well considering the bullying and everything. That's good.
Over time, he started hosting me instead. Anyway, that was awful. Let's look at the lanes a little bit, Bowie. You talked about the Lush and how it deals with the ganks, but how does it deal with the Ember itself? What do you think of that?
I mean, the Ember lane is annoying, but like Lash will farm, will stack for himself. I feel like there's way less kill potential from the Ember by himself, but you do have to worry about his Earth Spirit. I feel like that's really what Sufs needs to be careful about.
Okay. What's the build then with the Lush here? Like, because I know it's usually how many points of Diabolic Edict can I get away with, so how many is it?
I think this game, he might just go like 2-0-1 and then just max Edict. I wouldn't be surprised to see something like that.
Okay.
I don't feel like he needs
Fair enough.
more than like 2 points. Unless he feels threatened by the Ember, but I don't think it should be.
Because if Earth Spirit ganks as well, you just use the Diabolic Edict and you
Yes.
force him away, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
As you chase away, yeah, it can definitely be scary, and also it is pure damage, so it will do damage to Ember regardless of the Flame Guard. Because like if you try to land a Split Earth on the Ember, it's really not gonna work once he's chasing you. So you just have to make sure you have enough damage so that he cannot dive the tower.
Nope. Misha in the bottom lane. He could be in trouble himself. We did go for meld level 1 for Kotaro, which means El Misha, he's being flanked. There's creeps, there's a disruptor, and he's found this place in the trees. They can't find him. Like, where did he go? What? How was he here the whole time? They now hitting him once. Can't use, like, come. Leo Stock gets a solo kill on Suits while I was watching El Misha juke out this disruptor. Sorry about that. Leo Style. How did this happen? Oh, it was Earth Spirit rotating. Okay.
Yeah, that was a really good play. The Earth Spirit was actually dragging the creeps. He hitting the towers close to tier 2, and then he TP's middle. I think Sufs probably expected him to TP base because he didn't have a lot of resources, but it was enough for a roll and for the kill. Really smart play, honestly.
Yep. That's pretty good. And now you're already starting the same domination as last game, right? Where you enable Leo style, the pillar of your team, at the same time as you break down Zeus. Probably the weakest link of the enemy team. Not because he's worse, but because, again, newest addition to the team, obviously.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Very bold of Hokori to like change players, this close to such an important match. But if they feel like that's the way you have to move forward, at least it's gonna be an improvement for them in the long run. But definitely, it's not gonna feel as smooth as it was with Mr. G's. And honestly, I know he gets a lot of flack, but it was probably the best iteration. Like I really felt like he was working nicely. Sorry.
Cut you in the bottom lane. Now he's in trouble himself. Tag team working really nicely with Insatiable Hunger. Kotaro's the next target, but they don't have tag team to slow him down, so Kotaro is most likely going to be okay. Vitaly, however, heals back up, and he's going to be fine himself. I agree with you, by the way. I don't know. It just seems like when you go into Hokori's team as a mid laner, it's like a Shark Tank version of Dota. Where they're like, show us your skills. And I was like, I'm 21 years old. I have a lot of potential. And after one season, they're like, ow! And I just pick someone else. It's not very great.
I do like the Shark Tank reference because I'm a fiend for Shark Tank. Honestly, I've watched literally everyone, so I do appreciate it.
Is
keep
there
going
a Brazilian Shark Tank?
Yes, there is. I watched the Australian one. It's not as good as the other ones, but it's having the being able to talk about my friends about Shark Tank because they do watch the Brazilian version of these. That's cool.
Okay. I know you're such a fan, Bowie. Yes.
I am.
Well, in this case, I don't think anyone's investing in Hokori's mid laners, unfortunately. But Vitaly, by the way, he is fighting to the death of this tag team, and he might just get the kill before he dies. Vitaly trying to heal back up using Katyu as well as a recipient. Ooh. He does finish off Kotaro. Vitaly continuing to fight to the death. He will fight his own death first. However, Amisha still follows after Katyu. Will he able to finish off Wu? He has no tag team, no mana, no shards, and the creeps are starting to pile up, so Amisha will appropriately retreat in time. Meanwhile, mid failed gank thanks to Gardic's rotation. Saves Zeus from another embarrassing early game.
Alrighty, so in terms of stacks here, he was not able to really stack for himself, but once he goes for that bounty rune that's still up, he can probably do it in the stacking time, and that will allow him to start getting a couple of items. I am very curious about the item build he's gonna go for this game, because nothing really feels amazing. Sometimes you see travels into U-Scepter, sometimes you see...
Yeah, he's stuck in the kinetic field. Once again, as the lifestyle is keeping him alive, and he's playing really well with it. You even using the creeps to get a little bit of extra heals. Wanted to go for Kotaro, but again, he's full HP. Used lost insatiable hunger. That's a good play. Sorry, go on. You tell him
level 2 insatiable hunger does really good. But yeah, as I was saying, sometimes you see something like the Eternal Shroud, but there's a decent amount of physical damage on the Legion TA. Gonna be interesting to see what Suits decides to go for. So far, looks like he's going Arcane Boots. So maybe just that's interesting. Maybe just Arcane into U-Scepter or a defensive item. I don't think he can go with like straight up Kaya. That feels way too. He's gonna feel way too weak fighting against those heroes.
Yeah, especially because this time the timing is on for Lava, right? It's not for Hokori. Despite the Broodmother, TA and Ember will get online, and then you're kind of screwed. Sooths need to see Leo. They need a ghost though, and they have none. No Phantom's Embrace means there's no way you're catching Leo style unless he falls asleep. Double damage here. Picked out Moose. Elmisha does have a snowball though. Moose trying to bait out that snowball first. Here's the tag team to slow him down. Nice. Good body block by Elmisha. Prevents him from rolling away. And he's going to give the kill to Sooths. What a nice little support there.
See, it's always looking much better than the other game.
It is.
Suits only died once. The tier 1 is up. Catapult's gonna be taken out.
Yeah. The rotation's also been forced out to the mid lane. Where it's looking worse, though, is this top lane. I was actually going to ask you about this earlier, but now I got my answer. I was going to say, is Queen of Pain also really bad against Legion in the longer lane, where the range matters more? Yes, that's the answer, yes. Thank you for that.
It is a really rough matchup because the reason Cop is looking really good right now is that Shadow Strike allows you to build mana regen and you don't need any defensive items, even if you don't go bottom as a carry Cop. But you can't go Dagger against the Legion, and she might just die here. There is duel available for rank, but they might just get Gardic.
Gardic is the one in trouble. He's going to be using his Inkswell to get some distance between him and the enemy team. We do have Frank with a duel. Can he reach Gardic? Doesn't want to do it under tower, though, afraid of possible rotations. And you will clear the wave in his stead. Kotaro did rotate. I'm assuming he'll take the tower. Well, Frank is cosplaying the Pied Piper right now, taking the creeps with him.
Yeah,
Misha's
good
nearby.
attempt again from Hokori to defend this
TP.
tower, but it might be too many heroes from... Oh,
Yeah, might be too many heroes here for Hokori, actually. Sorry. Yeah, for Hokori, for the Lava guys to fight this. Snowball with 3. Not close enough, though. Frank's a bit too quick. Still has a duel, but really low on HP. Press the attack needs to be used here to heal him back up, and he will get away. The kinetic field sets up for potential kill on Misha, who's the target. Here comes the rotation from Leo Style as well. It'll be Zeus who goes down first. England's back Gardic. They want some supports. And a snowball just got used here by El Misho. That's going to give him enough time to catch up to him. Rolling Boulder now off cooldown. They stun him, slow him down afterwards. The trap on top of that. He has no way to actually get down to the low ground. Tries to use the ice shards to get away from the kinetic field. But in the end, only sets him up for a great duel here. That could actually be utilized by Frank. Well done here, Lava. Another great rotation that nets them an early lead.
yeah, that's one of the downsides of running a Brood, right? You can't really expect her to TP to your tier 1 tower to help defend it. So maybe Hokori a little bit overeager in defending that tower when you can't really rely on your offlaner, which is usually a hero that kind of creates that wall to try and stop moves like this one. At the same time, that is a lot of space for Vitaly. That Orchid is going to come really fast. He already has, like, I guess, a half of it, pretty much.
Oof. When that happens, is that when you start to... like, do you have a good ganking squad this game, Bowie? On Hokori to be able to utilize this Orchid effectively? Who's your target then when you start ganking?
You don't really need to gank necessarily. Like, what's gonna happen is Vitaly's gonna occupy this big jungle, and unless they come with the Legion with like a decent amount of people, they can't really take the jungle back. Oh, Suits. And you got a stun? No.
I don't think so. And talk about taking the jungle back. First of all, I had to take over the mid lane again because Suits was just a freebie here. However, Leo has to be careful. That is tag team. Plus spiders.
Yeah. So provided, you know, this Arcade comes online, he will occupy the jungle, and it really reduces, like, even if Lava is ahead, they won't be able to easily farm this area. So yeah, they do lose the Grimstroke, but bottom, like, look how Vitaly can even push the Ember Spirit away.
Yep. And then in the middle lane, Suits actually finds an opportunity. Moose could be in trouble himself. There's a Searing Chains. Not good enough to save Moose. Sooths trying to go for that regen rune. Leostal gets it before him. There's the snowball though. And Leostal finally gets caught. He got a bit cocky there and got punished for it.
Alright. That's looking much, much better. They do have Glyph. Let's see how much they will be able to pressure this tower with the Glyph already being used. If this is a debate, like, is Lava just using a weird Glyph to force like a weird fight? Feels like it.
Yeah, let's see. Lava knows that the Broodmother is
Usually
nearby,
you wait
however.
for the Edict to be used to get the Glyph.
They just baited out the snowball with a duel and the Sonic Storm. They're going to be able to finish off the poor Tusk, El Misho. He took the bait, hook, line, and sinker there, honestly.
Stay down.
Okay. I mean, they lose Tusk, but a lot of heroes are forced to the mid lane. The Brood still farming, Pop also. I guess the question is what Yuma does with his items. Probably just Kayayasha, since the Orchid is already going to be built on the Broodmother.
Dire's structures are fortified.
And another Glyph.
Another Glyph, but Lava doesn't want to leave this lane for now. Kotaro is going to utilize this time to keep on farming. Sooths does have a... It's close-ish to his Yols. I believe he already has the recipe on the Courier, I want to say. Yes, he does. Okay, so he's just waiting for the Void Stone. Okay.
Yeah, I do like the use. It's going to help against, you know, anyone that gets dueled. The Silence First, the Ear Spirit is nice. If there's ever like a Blade May or something like that, he can also do damage whilst avoiding some of what's going to be reflected. Now, can they get this TA without the U Scepter? I think they can.
I think so, actually, Kotaro. Meld is not going to help against Celeste, and in fact, the tag team also destroying poor Kotaro. They shred through him, and instead Lava takes an opportunity to try to take a mid-tower quickly. Can they sneak it, though? Hokori are hook on the TPs. There's the Yo-Yo of Death onto Gardic, but there's no follow-up. So, with the rotation of the TP from Yuma, Lava's forced to retreat. And look at this, Bowie. It seems like Hokori has a chance this game.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good. The Orchid's now ready for Vitali. Like, it is really hard for the supports to ever come and like de-ward and do anything with this big jungle. What is the item? Yeah, Leo's Tails went Orchid. I'm sorry, Maelstrom. So it will take a while until he has a BKB. So even him could die. Oh, unless they bait this. Look at the supports. Ooh, Vitali. What a bait.
Yeah, that's going to be a really valuable kill. There's multiple times that we've seen Lava actually bait these initiations, right? Hokori desperate to try to do stuff. Lava a bit stronger. We're going to see a smoke act. Only 2 heroes, though, from Hokori. And in fact, here we have Katyu trying to defend this, but the static field misses. Glimpse used instead. He gets rid of the Lesh first. Static Storm is in the way. El Misho will be left behind and swiftly cleaned up. Can they catch up to Suits, though? Most likely not. They're going to let him go. At least they managed to defend the stack and the TA.
Interesting play there. I like with the 3 heroes showing bottom the way Lava did. I think if he just snowballs the Lash with himself, they could get the TA kill. But now mid will fall, and definitely some recovery here coming from Lava. Yeah, I mean, they're just so smart with the way that they bait heroes, and like sometimes it feels like they're making a mistake, but they're just like trying to lure someone from the enemy team, and they did that twice. It's really nicely done from Lava.
Got it.
Yeah, Lava, who is managing to keep that 1k net worth a lead until they reach that power spec of the TA. We need it as a later first here for her.
Yeah,
Yuma, on the other
close here.
hand. What is the build Kaya and Sanch on the Queen of Pain carry this game?
If your Brood goes Orchid, it has to be Kaya Sanj. There's really nothing else that, I guess,
Right.
besides Witchblade. But it is very fight heavy, which I don't think that's the plan. Huma is already kind of far behind, so the Kaya Sanj does help you farm a little bit better. He's just so far behind. Yeah, at the end of the day, I understand that they gave Suits a better game by just first phasing that Clop, but it just made Yuma's game not really cool. So Brood plus Lash really need to pick up the slack, because now the roles are reversed, right? It was really the Timber in a bad game last time. Now I really feel like that Clop needs a lot of space to be bought for her.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They're kind of playing around the Broodmother pretty effectively, but you're right. Where does the transition happen? And how will they deal with this TA, who's going to be much more traditional carry and won't need that amount of space? She's already good to go, right? That's a later pickup. Perhaps maybe Blink Dagger, they might have to wait for that, but I don't think it's necessary. Once again, they're hunting down Vitali. He's the real target. Do they have vision? They do. There's the glimpse. With the Orchid, though, to prevent the kinetic field, she's still been silenced and killed off. That was difficult. Again, good attempt to survive by Vitali, but when you're the target they have to hunt down, it's just a bit too easy for Lava.
The ward there that they placed with the smoke, they quickly are able to find the Brood, and now it is time for them to recover the big jungle. With the Brood dead, they know. Okay, interesting fight here, because the Grimstroke is by himself.
Dire's
Yeah.
middle tower is under attack.
Turns into a pig to bait them, perhaps. As Yuma, Sonic Wave. Oh no! That Yule Scepter! That was Suits!
Yeah.
And without Yules to prevent the damage from this, I mean, if the counter initiation was difficult before, imagine without the help of your ultimate. They even got Suits here with them Searing Chain. Static Storm on top of that. Suits is down for the count. El Misho could also be in trouble. They glimpse him back. El Misho, where you going, buddy? Down to the grave.
Dire's bottom
They
tower
didn't find El Gardig. They find Gardig there. And that's going to be the Magnetize on top of that. No way to cancel his TP just yet. Never mind. That ghost just got eliminated. That rolling Vulgar stopped his TP and then duel to finish him off. 3 wins for Lava, especially the kill on Suits, very important. A wasted Sonic Wave. That's where the stand-in really comes to play, honestly.
Definitely unfortunate what happened there. And I mean, Yuma, like, the power spike of Clop nowadays is you really want your shard plus Kaya Sanj, which I think you have at, I don't know, around 21, 22 minutes. What they really need to do right now is try to delay or just poke Roshan so that Lava can't just go in and get it, because they're definitely at a stage where they control the map enough to do it. It's kind of annoying against Brood because you can always connect a web there, send a couple of spiders. But if you don't really have the firepower to take the fight, eventually Lava will just take it. So try and slow that down a little bit. Buy time for,
Radiant are scanning.
I guess the power spike is really the Brood BKB because Suits is going for Kaya Sanj as well. Oh, Suits.
Yep. We'll find El Misho. And El Misho is going to be dying. They couldn't quite kill Su, so this is good. But El Misho's easy pickings. At least he distracted them somewhat. Vitalia doesn't know what to do. Look at this poor desperate Brood Mother. He's like, I'm just gonna become a tree.
And that's Roche.
Yep. They got Deso and Blink at this point. They waited for the Blink at least, so, you know, you gained a bit more time there. Leo is also farmed like crazy, so you can actually see him being a secondary win condition this game.
Yeah, he has Travels Use Scepter. Wow. He's definitely fast, so the Brood struggles to chase him down and having that Dispel. You don't really see Use Scepter that much anymore, but I don't mind the pick up this game. It's really gonna help against the Silence and even the Grimstroke. It just buys a lot of time for the Ember Spirit.
Soothes. There's a trap here. Border. And find the one. They do silence up the Lesh though, but that's a pretty good soul bind if it wasn't because the Lesh just got glimpsed back. And it meant nothing. Almost saved his life. They have a duel for the Tusk as well. Just in case there's any chance he thought he was going to get away. Gardic also falls. El Misho dueled. Rolling Boulder's not even needed. They all start to hit him, and they finally kill him.
Oh, Vitaly. You gotta be careful, man. Trying to push top, but Leo style quickly just TPs there.
They're just gonna go through mid. Yeah, they don't care. They're not even scared.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
I mean, yeah, the carry co-op, you know, indeed very strong, but when you pair it against that Legion, and when TA can get a free game, even though the tower fell down so quickly, it just doesn't match up to the tempo.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, you said it earlier, right? It's all about the lane for the carry co-op. It's all about the Shadow Strike and everything. When you get destroyed in lane, what's the purpose of picking this hero over a more traditional carry? It doesn't really bring you any advantages. As I talk about this, by the way, she's been silenced, she's been rooted, and now she's been killed.
Rough. Yeah, I totally agree with you. I really feel like when they picked that co-op, they were trying to somehow just like force some counters, which they did. But at the end of the day, you have to give the co-op to someone else. And if it's our carry, like, what is Yuma really gonna do? Oh, Kotaro? Nice dodge on the Glimpse there. But...
That's why, well, usually I will actually praise Hokori's drafting. Even when they lose, I actually think they have really good ideas and really good drafting theory. I think this game, the drafting was a bit off by picking up the two such relevant cores that early, right? I feel like most teams, they deal with co-op with either Puck or Lina, and if not, they just kind of put their hands to their head and go, ah, right? They have no other solution, and that's fine. But now you see Lava, a more experienced team, knowing exactly what to co-op and not being phased by that pick whatsoever. And then, as you say, you relegate it, you have no use for this hero, and all of a sudden you put yourself in a really awkward position.
I honestly don't feel like this was a bad mid co-op game. You know, they could have gave it to Suits. Sure, he might have to rush BKB and mid players. They're greedy, you know, bastards. They don't want to go for the build like that. But if you got like a really good carry, maybe you would still have a good chance. Because Vitaly had a great game on the Brood.
Yeah, that's true. Vitaly is still being pretty much the pillar of the team, but the rest of his team is just disintegrated so quickly. Suits barely lasts a second. We saw a Walrus Punch onto Moose for no reason because he just received more damage than he gave out. That's 3 dead for free. Stay down, says Cat Yu.
Dire's top
Oh,
Leo, by the way, is
Leo?
a really good name. Oh,
Leo?
Lord.
Yuma, okay. They got him with a Searing Chains. He still has the Blink Dagger though in a second. He knows he can get away for now. If he doesn't get caught by the Rolling Boulder, he did. There's the Vessel on top of him, and because of double damage, the Sleight of Fist will finish off for Yuma. Meanwhile, Frank was like, guys, we gotta win the game. Let's go push. And he was the one leading this charge against the Rax. Hokori, out of options seemingly. But they're gonna fight this to the bitter end. Vitaly thinking maybe I could be the carry now. Maybe I'll defend instead of attacking. You can't do anything. The spiders are only a nuisance somewhat. They're actually immediately cleared by the side blades. They take the racks, even avoid the split earth for good measure. Oh, Lord, poor Hokori is falling apart.
Gotta say, I mean, I gave the panel some flack, but Lyrical was right every single game. He was like, it's gonna look a little bit better, but once it falls, it's gonna be quick. And he just welled them right. Oh, Suits. They know you're there, my friend.
You go for Lush. Again, dude, Bowie, I keep blinking and missing these kills. What's happening in the game?
It's just too fast. Like, really feels like Lava has Hokori's number.
Yeah, Leo is like, I can fight through Orchid, guys. Don't worry. Avoids the Ghost. What a play there. And has this defensive Spirit Brother. Gonna go for Gardic first. Gardic will die. Finally, though, they finish off moves. However, that's in exchange for the 2 supports. Vitali about to lose his BKB. Leo still gets hit by the first attack. And that is going to be the kill he was looking for onto Vitali. He says, what? You think I'm scared of your Sonic Wave? Searching for Yuma, but GG. Yeah, that's calm.
Karu's winning the game, yeah.
All right. What sucks about this, honestly, more than the loss, is that having a 2-0 loss like this one, where you get stomped that hard, and then having to now beat No Ping, yeah, it's not great. It's not a good position to be in for Hokori. As always, this is the most emotion you'll ever see from the Lava players. Leo is the only player who ever shows any sort of emotion. This is the equivalent of the Fear Smile. This is just winning TI. They saved themselves from relegation. They're pretty satisfied. There we go. Look at that.
All right.
Finally, a little bit of a smile.
Okie dokie. Yeah, I mean, I'm very glad for Lava because this was not their season, at least like not at the beginning. They were struggling a lot. A lot of people were like, I mean, maybe they should have disbanded, but they do actually recover. I think they are in an upward trend. So it's really nice to see them, staying Division 1. I think it would be a waste to just, they decided to stay together after like that TI run. So it would be such a waste to disband 6 months after. I'm just really happy for them.
Yeah, that's true. Honestly, at this point, I feel like Lava was. They definitely looked like a good team this time. Like, yes, we can go argue about Hokori maybe not being in the best of positions and they didn't draft too well, sure. But at the end of the day, Lava also played really good Dota and it's good, like as I said, to see the team not completely disband. Otherwise, it just felt like a waste of their first season, honestly, by trying out this team that didn't work out. Hopefully, in the next season, they can be a competitor as well, together with Infamous and Beastcoast and Thunder Predator, right? The top 3 in Infamous, sorry, the top 4 teams in the region.
Apple King of Kings.
Yeah, it's true. Apple as well. I mean, like, look, it's looking more and more stacked. This region day by day, the teams are starting to wake up as it goes a bit further, and we're starting to really weed out some of the weak ones. We're gonna have to see though in the game against Hokori, in the game against Snowping, if Hokori is also one of the weak teams. Because SG was definitely considered one of the weak teams coming to the region. They're like a future planning team that's expected. But Snowping and Hokori, they had potential. They just weren't able to achieve it just yet.
True.
With this, we're going to be going over to our panel to explain what happened in this game. And yeah, that's it. We have no more. Let's go to the panel.
All right.
Yep. That's my panel. They're coming in. They're going to come save the day.
Thank you, Trent.
Hi, Avo.
Hey, how's it going? How'd you see that game? Less of a stomp, right? It took like 10 more minutes to finish.
Yeah. I think there was a moment where everybody kind of realized that it was over.
Yep.
There were still a couple of moments where things were good, but particularly to me, like at about that 8-9 minute mark, this fight right here, they decided to fight top to defend their tier 1 instead of just like rotating mid. Like Brood has already taken bottom. That fight just went so poorly for them, and it stopped their snowball like crazy.
I'm just waiting for the Yules replay. I'm just here for that.
Yeah, that was the other one. That was at 16 minutes.
I felt that in my soul. Like, that's just, it's one of the worst things that can happen in Dota. We don't have that replay. Well, I'll tell you what happened, basically. Unfortunate miscommunication between the teammates of where it looked like maybe Hokori could find some footing. Like, this was great, like you're trying to get this pressure in the bottom lane. Good. He's been doing that for a while, unfortunately, though, and so it gets punished. And then you're thinking, like, okay, maybe Hokori can do it. And then they just take a really rough fight where they basically don't use any of their abilities. They start going over places like this. They'll meet, hey, there it is. You lied to me. Oh, wait, no, this was after. That was right after, wasn't it?
This was after they wasted the Sonic Wave. As
yeah, that was right after the Sonic Wave.
Yep.
I mean, and again, it's one of those things where it's like you can't necessarily blame either player, but it's one of those moments where like it shows you're playing with the stand-in. There's not that like as good of communication as we've seen previously. And when you're playing against a team that's as good as Lava, I just don't think that you can afford to get away with those. It's a combination of skill and good teamwork, and they had good answers for the Brood. I thought that Hikori put together a good show, and it's a hell of a shame that they weren't able to play with their main player today, Jeans. Again,
Not
no
sure
hate
if
on
he's still
Zeus.
their main player, honestly.
Depending on what, perhaps he's not.
All right, good point.
I feel like Sooths, though, did give reason to get back Mr. Jeans. I don't know. We'll have to see. Like I said, Hokori's history with mid laners has been, they come in the first season with Nier, and everyone is looking at Hokori and they're like, yeah, this guy is not good enough for the team, right? And then they try other guys, and everyone keeps saying, I like Analog on this team. I like Mr. Jeans on this team. And Hokori does not care what you like. They just keep calling them over and over again. There's the play.
There it is. Yeah. Woo!
Yeah, so that's when that's when Gardic, who I think is the captain of the team, was in me like, guys, I think we need to change mid laners again. I think we need to bring back Jeans. Yeah, it's been a struggle for them. I actually thought their best iteration, if I'm honest with you guys, was Analog, but that was not during DPC. So I was a bit sad when he went left and open.
Who knows? Maybe after this next round of tiebreakers, they might be able to get him back. There's a chance.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens. Still a lot up in the
what
air.
does Noping bet, right? Noping is betting their carry and their mid laner in that match, essentially. And then Hokori's like, fresh new talent. All right, guys, we have a long break now, but I want to hear, before we go into this long break, because let's be honest, this was a stomp. I don't really care about this match. Beastcoast versus Thunder Predator. What's the belief here on the panel? Do you guys? The more important one is, do you guys think Beastcoast can do it? Is there any Beastcoast believers here, especially after the last performance against SG?
Beastcoast believer, run back versus Infamous, win the run back, second place in the region.
Oh, okay. Oh, a really heavy believer. All right.
Yeah.
Lyrical?
Yeah, I think that they're gonna have something to prove here. That SG match, I'm sure, was like really frustrating for them, and they want to come out here and like prove a lot. And likewise, Thunder Predator, wanting to end it clean throughout the whole thing. But they did show some signs of weakness in that match against Noping. So I am tentatively feeling like Beast Coast can do it. But it's hard to go against Thunder Predator and how clean they've looked.
Okay.
All right, so, I know Team Spirit went clean. LGD, I believe, has a chance to go clean as well. They have one more versus IG. Did anyone else in Division 1 go clean?
We're very clean today. Yeah, definitely. You mean no losses.
Yeah, no losses. I think that will be it. So
What
it's
was
only
that,
if
dude?
So we got thank you. I haven't showered, so I'm not. We have Spirit. So they went a full undefeated. LGD might go undefeated, and maybe Thunder Predator can go undefeated. That's quite good company to be in, by the way.
I like that. Yeah.
Yeah?
I mean,
Say.
Hopefully that's not how seeding works, though. Valve's like, you know what? Thunder Predator did so well. They should be fighting LGD first in the next major. That sounds like a good idea.
who knows?
Yeah, so-
maybe they take him down early and then they're out of the tournament. That's the way to go with it.
Yeah,
Just how long we could let that hang out there. That's good.
Thank you, Trent.
That's quality paneling right there. I like that a lot.
I will request you on my every panel, Trent. You are just a lovely being to be with, honestly.
Okay. Just because of that, I'll come back for that next series. Only because of
really?
that.
Same.
Could you bring
Yeah.
Lyrical back with you as well? I really would appreciate that. Is that
I was
possible?
going to call Mr. Jeans.
Yeah.
Oh, you're gonna call Mr.
I hear he's,
I heard
hear
he's free.
Oh my god. Okay.
All right. Before we get another a clip from Quickfell, let's go and end this panel on a positive note. Lava versus Hikori. Great. Congratulations to Lava. They managed to beat the series and thus stay in Division 1. This means no disband for them. So for anyone that was a fan of Thunder Predator and thought they could do, or the previous Thunder Predator, and thought they could do better than what they showed at TI, here you go. They still have a chance. They still have a chance to prove themselves and set their names straight. For the next match, Beastcoast or Thunder Predator, that it's El Clásico these days. Literally, the two orgs are considered El Clásico, and now they're actually the best two teams in SA, among the top three, depending on where Infamous lands. So if you guys are interested in some really good South American Dota, we do suggest you tune in. However, because This is a league. We do not have a running start. That means that we will be starting in an hour and 20 minutes. It's going to be a bit of a long wait. I suggest you go and make yourself some food in proper Hispanic fashion so you can eat while you watch this next wonderful game, which, of course, will be joined because of Trent's question here. Well, my panelists, Trent and Lyrical. Thank you guys so much.
Can I eat on the panel?
What? You can, yeah. If it's
Can I eat
Peruvian
on the
food,
panel?
if it's Peruvian food, yes. If you can make a ceviche in an hour and 20 minutes, you are allowed to eat on the panel. Yes.
What about some chimichurri? Yeah.
That's Argentinian, but I'll take it. Yeah. Which is?
Oh no.
Yeah.
What have I done?
There,
You know,
there it goes.
here-
Last
here's-
panel ever. That was it.
Since we have a story, you know, Lyrical. Here's my story time
Yeah.
for chimichurri. It has nothing to do with Dota, but I just reminded. Do you know where the name chimichurri comes from?
No, I definitely don't.
Was his name Jimmy Burry?
That's very accurate. No,
That's it.
So
Yeah.
when Argentina had prisoners of war from the UK, right, back in
Oh,
the
God.
World War II, yeah, the UK prisoners would hate Argentinian food because it was particularly like very it was very bland, right? They didn't use many
Right.
spices back then because Argentina is like very they have a lot of German, Italian ancestry. They
Wait.
use very clean food.
How bland was this food?
Yeah,
The
dude, that's
British thought it
rough.
was too
Yeah.
bland.
I know.
Oh, wow.
I know. The British thought it was too bland. It was not very great food. Anyway, the British prisoners apparently would ask the prison guards. They would go, "Hey, can you guys have any sauces?" And they go, "No hablo inglés," and go, "Give me curry." Give me curry. And so
Ooh.
over some time, they described what curry was, and Argentinians tried to make it with their own spices. Obviously, it wasn't actually curry, but they gave it a name, and they tried to translate "give me curry" to chimichurri, and that's where the name comes from. That's where the sauce comes from.
Wow.
Some
That's the
nice
legend.
prison guards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all I'm
honestly.
getting from this story. Yeah.
Damn. That's awesome.
If
They
you're
must
gonna
have
be
been
a prisoner of
so
war-
bored. I don't know. They keep asking for curry. You guys want to try and make curry? I don't know. Yeah, okay. I got nothing else to do. The dogs get the key in the corner. That's how I envision it. Like, Pirates of the Caribbean style or something. And they're just there whipping up the curry. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Thank you.
I'm still shocked about the British food like being the spicy, exciting one. God, that must be awful. Well, no wonder they're prisoners of war. Jesus.
Yes, thank you, Lurka. That's a great note to end the panel on. Thank you for coming to the Alvaro's Cultural Talks. We'll join you guys in an hour and 20 minutes with another panel with Trent the Lyrical, this lovely gentleman, to see if Beastcoast can beat the Thunder Predator. See you guys then.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Hello, we're here now. We made it through relegation. That was the hardest part. You got to see your favorite team potentially lose their spot in Div 2. Well, we don't know, but have the chance to. Now it's happy times. Hopefully, especially if you're Thunder Predator, as we get El Clasico here, the last match of the league, also the most hype. Who would have guessed? If only it's like the TL organized the schedule themselves. Beastcoast versus Thunder Predator. Thunder Predator undefeated in this league, only losing a single game. It was against Noping of all teams as well. And Beastcoast now has the tall order of having to beat them. If they win, they manage to, or they will be able to go to tiebreakers against Infamous and get a chance at that second position. If they lose, they'll have to remain third, and that is not what Beastcoast is looking for. This team was expected to go top 2 almost every season, and it's certainly disappointment for them, especially after the loss to SG, which honestly nobody was expecting. Before I asked you guys if you had some faith in Beastcoast, I especially heard from Trent that they had a lot to prove. Didn't you say that, Trent?
Well, I mean, they do, but I said I believe in them, and they're going to
that's why. That's why. So you think they're fired up?
Yeah. Easy.
Yes. But Lyrical is the more realistic one. I want to hear your take on why Thunder Predator is such a good team.
Well, I think first and foremost that there is a lot under the sort of, I think, over the head right now of Beastcoast to try and prove themselves in the region, definitely. And I think against Thunder Predator, this was already going to be like a pretty tough matchup. The thing to me that stands out and I love so much about Thunder Predator, and this could just be because we interviewed Pandamu every time, is that they just seem like they have like a really good mentality around the game. And like more so than any other team in this league, it feels like there's been a consistency that exists there where, if they fall behind a little bit, if things don't go their way in the laning stage or whatever, there's a really good ability to reset, which I think is awesome. And that's like that good mentality, I think, is what carries them through it.
So, consistency, patterns, things happening just like they did before. Order. Yes, order. And now, do we recall what happened previously? Last year on the DPC, there was a certain undefeated team.
Previously on DPC.
Previously named No Ping Esports, and coming into the last week, they played versus, wouldn't you know it, Beastcoast. And whom have these No Ping players gone to? But Thunder Predator minus HFN this time. And plus Pakaz. Thus,
nailed it.
We shall
Which is good.
have order. And Beastcoast will be victorious 2-1 once more, just like they were previously, to break the undefeated streak of Thunder Predator.
Right. Let's not forget though, Trent, that in that match that you're talking about, there was a tiebreaker right after in which Noping promptly 2-0'd and slapped Beastcoast out of their chance to getting first place. So
order.
See, the interesting thing about it, I was going to go the other way of like the order of Thunder Predator versus the chaos that is Beastcoast. To sort of be the dichotomy of the two teams as well. Because that's definitely been like the order of the day for Beastcoast is chaos and uncertainty. Who the hell knows what we're going to see? Which team is going to show up today?
I mean, who's going to show up in the second half of the game is always the real question. Because I know Beastcoast won't show up in the first half because they never do. But possibly in the second half, they'll get there.
They did have a really good series. What was the series they played before SG?
It was, let me just check. I had it pulled up.
Looks like it was Noping. Oh, no, sorry. It was Infamous where they lost. But the last one they won was versus Noping.
Okay. I want to say the Infamous one, which they lost as well. No, it must have been Noping. They actually won the lanes in that matchup. I mean, we were all very surprised. Like, oh my god! And I remember the caster saying, "Well, if Beastcoast win the lanes, it's over now. There's no chance here." So they have had some improvements. Mm-hmm. I will say, I do not think they're going to be in the best form today, personally.
Wow, inside knowledge.
Yes. I can guarantee they're not going to be in the best form today. Unfortunately, I cannot really share entirely why, but they're not doing too hot. Physically. Yeah.
Oh, well, Slinger did it again, huh? Just
no.
Took them down.
Did not start that meme.
Sorry, let me just get my Reddit new. Hold on. little busy here.
Gotta get that karma up. No, definitely. The thing that's interesting about it too, though, is this sort of mirrors a little bit. I mean, we've been following both Eastern Europe and then also SA, and this kind of mirrors the path that Hellraisers went through as well. You know, this was another team that had lost 2 in a row going into their last match. For them, it was playing up against Empire, and they put themselves in some bad positions. Tiebreaker wise, they ended up losing to Empire, the bottom team overall in Beastcoast. They've lost 2 in a row. If nothing else, we've seen that teams can sometimes lose that momentum, lose the mojo, and interregional matchups are always weird.
Yeah. And Hellraisers is relatively new, right? Inexperienced, chaotic team, which makes Beastcoast. You think after 3 years, some of that experience would stick, but they like to stick to their guns. If Trent is right, though, and history repeats itself, what Beastcoast should do is 2-1 Thunder Predator, and then proceed to be slapped by Infamous in the tiebreakers. So,
okay,
Don't do
down,
that
right?
part.
the second part,
Yeah,
don't repeat
second
that.
part,
Second part.
no. Yeah, this part good.
So I see, Trent, you're a Beastcoast fan. You have high hopes for them. You want to get second in the region.
I don't know. I just feel like they're gonna do it. I don't know if I'm necessarily a fan. I mean, I'd also be pretty psyched if Dark Mago does it too, because old Dark Magoo. I remember he was going
Don't.
first start, dude. I mean, it's not spelled like Magoo, so I've never said Magoo, but a lot of people did it. Maybe Choco, because I'm like, can you not read, guys? You're the English panel. Come on, figure it out.
I feel attacked.
Well, you should.
No, I think the thing that's interesting about this too is that if there is some type of a crazy situation where Thunder Predator, I mean, not crazy situation here with Thunder Predator beat Beastcoast, but afterwards, if Infamous end up losing or beating out Beastcoast also, or it's an Apu King of Kings versus Beastcoast tiebreaker that ends up happening, suddenly we could end up with if rumors are potentially to be true, where there's a 1 seed Thunder Predator and a 4 seed Beastcoast. Who knows what that means? But that could be very interesting as well. There's so much crazy stuff that could happen.
That's very good point.
Yeah.
Of course, we don't listen to rumors here in this podcast. Sorry, in this panel.
Wow, when the panel goes too long, when the delays happen, the truth comes out.
So we don't know about these unconfirmed rumors, but in the off chance that there might be some sort of tournament, being 4 seed against a really scary Thunder Predator is looking pretty bad, especially, as you said, Lyrical, because Thunder Predator has been the pillar of consistency. Even in the no-ping match, where they actually lost 1 game, they didn't play the best game, that second game in the series, but to be honest, kudos to no-ping. They actually they drafted really well, they identified the weaknesses, and they kind of slapped them, honestly, for a game, and they recovered really nicely for the 3rd game of the series. So it wasn't a bad showing necessarily by Thunder Predator.
Right. Playing up to the competition, not the competition
Exactly.
playing down to them. I hear you.
Exactly. I like that. I mean, it's only unfortunate Noping decided to wake up in the last 2-3 games of the DPC, but better late than never.
Sometimes
now
you
they're
just
really
hit the
hoping that
snooze.
Hokori. Yeah. They're not the Peruvian team, so I don't know.
Okay.
I'm gonna get a.
No.
I have to get one of those. We have draft now, and there we go. Beastcoast identified the problem. Let's get rid of the Tide Hunter for Oscar immediately. Banning the Tide. Most teams have been banning the Mars for Oscar. These guys are gonna let it go through, and there's the Mars immediately picked up.
That is interesting, though, because that's coming. Honestly, I'm more pleased with the ABBA ban. I think that's Panda's best hero.
Yes.
Once he stopped playing Viper, this became his best.
Interesting.
You know what? Sorry, go on.
Well, I was just gonna say that they're leaving in Snapfire, Willow. They're leaving in so many possible options. I personally still like the Snap. I mean, it's a little bit out of meta because everybody's just been banning Mars, but I still haven't seen a great answer for it. And I don't see how Death Prophet Tusk really answers it, except that Tusk can
Tusk?
break or snowball the save from things. And that with Death Prophet is kind of cool.
Yeah, Tusk's pretty good against the Snap for that reason, right? He also gets vision with shards, so he can actually use Snowball to get to her, or have other abilities, or even Silencer. I feel like it's not the worst answer, though I do agree with you. The Abandon Ban, partially as well, as if you guys notice Thunder Predator's drafting, they will only pick... So they have a tendency towards Matthew Monkey King, which is an issue, because then you have to deal with that flex. They will only pick that if the Abandon is still in the pool. If the Abandon is Gout, they will not pick that Monkey King at all, which Beastcoast might be trying to prevent.
I mean, am I crazy? Have they ever played Death Prophet? I'm like trying to look through. I'm just thinking like, I wonder what their thought process is here. Like, this must be a potential flex to Whisper.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah.
Because
Why
what
not?
else would you be thinking by taking it this early when you have last pick? The Shadow Demon ban's pretty or Shadow Demon counter pick is pretty nasty. Definitely a hero Death Prophet does not like to see. Especially
that? Can you
combined with because the constant dispel. If you guys haven't been rocking some Death Prophet lately, you like to rely on Yules. And if Shadow Demon's there and constantly dispelling you, you're popping down. Any other buffs your allies might have, also have to worry about that. You tend to be in the front of a fight too, very often. So you have a hard time waiting around until like Shadow Demon's already cast his ulti on someone. Then on top of that, you might just get disrupted into a sphere. So I'm very curious about this.
Yeah,
I guess this is probably a 5 Death Prophet then, maybe.
Beastcoast.
Oh, it can also
I
be.
think, I think it can still be 2 or 3 still, like in spite of that like potential danger. I think that they definitely want to be able to flex it to 5. Do you think that Shadow Demon alone makes it so that you're not willing to put this in a core position?
Well, I almost feel like they just picked it versus the Mars, and they just think it's going to be a good 5 versus Mars and give them a lot of stuff. Because, yeah, I think they just knew that coming into it now that I look at it. Like, with how Stinger plays.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you guys have been doing EU. Hasn't that hero been a bit more popular, and particularly in Europe in general, with Death Prophet 5 as a
I
flex?
think, well, it's been picked there every now and then to varying degrees of success, generally not looking that great, I feel like. But when it does look good, it's against these bigger, tankier offlaners. The thing to me that's sort of interesting about this whole dynamic here is that, like, if they do want to flex it now, I think that the Shadow Demon pick makes it way better. So if you're Thunder Predator, I think you need to take some heroes that are going to be able to clear through stacks and make some use of the Shadow Demon in other ways, just in case it does become like a DP switched up to a 5 position. Because
it's
you need more value out of this hero.
yeah, it's also worth noting they did lose that last game to Infamous from a 10th pick Death Prophet, which ended up being a solo safe lane play while they got aggro tried as well. So pretty interesting. Maybe they're just, maybe they lost that and they were like, oh, maybe we should mess around with Death Prophet. So perhaps they do have like something planned for either Whisper or Chris Smile in the mid. But yeah, all right. I mean, I like Death Prophet quite a bit. I know Lyrical, you mentioned her in the last series as someone who can just like really give you stuff to do. She's very easy to play with on your team if everyone's on the same page. So I like having that right away in a draft.
Wasn't the other thing that we figured out that you can do the Veil Death Prophet now too, and it amps up all the ghosts and everything too?
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
Oh my god.
Oh, so Hoodwink. So that means mid DP, or at least offlane or mid DP, right?
Yeah.
Probably.
Okay.
I like offlane. I'm liking the offlane with a Tusk. I think we're going 3 DP.
I'd agree. You know what's interesting as well is if you're like Malo right now, the 2 heroes you have in the pool left, you've been playing a lot is Batrider and Kunkka, right? You're probably not thinking about Kunkka, so maybe you force the Batrider, and then you flex the DP3, you pick a counter to Bat, and all of a sudden, oh, like Malo's countered.
It's true.
I think it was a nice bait here. I'm surprised at the Hoodwink, though. I've never seen Beastcoast play Hoodwink, actually.
I think a lot of 5 players are picking it up. I think it's we saw Slayer playing it the other day. It looked fantastic. It's just a ton of damage. It's a pretty good laner. Obviously very annoying to kill going later into the game. And unfortunately, you don't have the most reliable control, obviously, in Bushwhack. But if you're good and you're hitting it, it's going to be really solid. And it is a crazy amount of burst damage that you can get from such a long range, which obviously the 5 players like to be at a lot of the time in the team fight anyway.
Mm-hmm.
It also kind of, even though it's not amazing control, it kind of stops you from picking some of those heroes that like to farm in a lane and split push, right? Because you can find those bushwhacks randomly on a couple of those heroes that would otherwise like to just be farming side lanes, including to some extent Monkey King. Like, I think that this is actually kind of an interesting answer, although are we assuming that this is going to be the Matthew Monkey King? I kind of feel like it is.
I mean, he's
Most
been
likely.
rocking that thing real hard. He's looked very good on it.
He's a big monkey spammer.
But now we have Mars Monkey King as a dual lane. I could still be this, but I don't know. I feel like this could be, you take like an Ursa or something here, maybe as Beastcoast. try and like make their lanes a little bit more painful.
Oh, Dark Mago, he wants the win.
Okay, they're taking out the big guns. They're changing out their drafting strategy from what we've seen until now. So that's respectful to Beastcoast. I would say though, Lyrical, I think Ursa and Mars is actually not a really good idea. I think that is always a trap. I feel like it's actually kind of easy to win that lane if you know how to play Mars.
What about Mars Monkey? You still think that's that?
Yeah,
that
I think
Ursa?
Mars is actually kind of a lane winner against Ursa.
Okay.
Counter to like the general knowledge, just because of the movement he has, right? Like much like Mars plays against Razor, I think that Ursa struggles. I actually would rather see something simple like a Luna, if I'm honest with you.
A Tiny, though, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, Tiny's wild.
This is not a hero that we see very often at all. This will be the 15th game for
Oh.
Tiny across the entire DPC, upper and lower division, which is obviously quite low. He's way down there the pool. By the way, Crystal made only 4 games. Oh, jeez.
But they did have to bust it out. It was Thunder Predator that did it against No Ping in that game. I think it was game 3 to try and secure the series at the end when they banned all the rest of his heroes.
Well, you gotta win.
Yeah. Fair enough.
I mean, when Tiny was hot, that was like the best time ever for Dark Mago because clearly he liked the hero anyway, and it was one of our top heroes across the board. With just in the mid lane, bopping everybody. So going back to a classic.
He still forces it sometimes, though.
Yeah, it's a lot of burst damage right now from Thunder Predator. And if this is presumably the 4 Monkey, you're going to have that Boundless Strike into easy follow-up for pretty much anyone from the tree line, which is hard to deal with, as well as similar plays from your Shadow Demon, too. So, although they're not necessarily a kill combo support duo with the SD and the Monkey King, either of them rotating to either of these 2 cores is a pretty free kill.
What do you think of the DP versus Tiny matchup? If this DP were to go mid,
probably just gonna be kind of whatever. I would think. I feel like Tiny should just be able to farm it out and do his thing, be kind of fine. I don't think
mid game.
It's hard to run down Tiny.
It does start to get a little scary mid game with the Shadow Demon, though, right? Like with
yes.
the ulti there, there's nothing that I mean. You have to build BKB, and even then, you're still probably gonna die to a combo before you can get it off. So that's the part of it about it that makes me worried, which is why I like your idea of putting it off lane again, Trent.
Yeah, they're not sure. Hey, Thunder Predator's banning Whisper heroes for now.
10 seconds.
because they haven't seen Whisper play DP, and they're like, they know Beastcoast is more of a comfort team than a draft team, right? And they try to force that a lot. I wonder if, what do you guys think here of the classic Whisper Phoenix that we haven't seen at all?
Jeez, I thought you were gonna say Enchantress for a second.
No. No, that's actually... No, I mean, not against Mars. Just feels like you have no egg hitters. You have the Chrono to cover the egg.
Yeah.
Even his shards as well.
It would be very good, for sure. I would be down. A lot of heroes go, unfortunately, ignored in Dota right now because they're just not seen as, like... Like, I feel like because this patch has been so similar for a long time, sure, we're finding some new heroes, but overall... It's been so top heavy. Like, I'm talking about how Tiny has only been picked like 14 times, 15 now. There's actually still like 25 heroes that are picked less than him. Like, it's an extremely top heavy pool. Like, most picked hero right now is like 325. You go to like the middle of the board, it's like 40, you know?
Wow.
The spreads, we pick a lot of heroes, but we don't pick them in the same amounts.
That's not great. It's not great. It's slowly turning into a different, less complex mob.
It's okay. Patch will be fine. We'll be okay. Everyone, copium. All right, just breathe.
It needs to come.
Look, guys, I finally started playing Weaver in my pubs. I gave in. I don't need a patch anymore. I'm happy. I can live with this patch forever.
That's
the
the
bans,
real
by the way,
issue.
of Gyro... Sorry.
Oh, no, I was going to say the real issue with these tiebreakers is this one less day, or one more day, rather, we have to wait for the patch. Because clearly it's going to drop the second that the leagues are over, right?
That's typical Valve. I mean, if it was true Valve, what they would do is they would wait until in the middle of the final best of 3 in South America, and they'd be like, this is the moment.
You guys are still playing? Yeah.
All right, give me my boy. Let's see him.
Really?
You want to see Darkseer again?
Dude, look at the heroes. Look at them.
You say this every game. I'm starting to not understand if there's a actual
Listen,
criteria.
Tundra first pick it, and they won all the tiebreakers, all right? 3-3. You know what's up.
I'm not opposed to the Darkseer, to be honest with you.
If they're picking a 3, I'd like a halberd.
We'll have it on Darkseer.
How about 3 Kunkka? Is that crazy?
Actually, yeah, Kunkka or Magnus, though, anything that he can
Yeah.
outposition Medusa is pretty good.
Yeah.
That's usually the counter.
Do they have enough damage into Chrono right now? That's the only thing I'm worried about.
Oh,
There's a
there it
mag.
is. 50-50.
plays.
Well done, Avo.
We got this, Trent.
Yeah, we
Together
got
are
it
strong.
covered.
Listen, if they don't win,
Nice
you know
Darkseer
why.
lyrical.
You know why? If they don't win,
So I'm assuming
They
you're going
needed
against
the
Beastcoast,
point-headed
right?
boy. I have to now. There's no other option.
Is there any conditioning the fact that they picked up the other purple man in this draft? Does that
It makes
does that
me
help
feel
you?
a little bit better, but
Right.
it just really reminds me of what we were missing. You know, it's a sad state of affairs. I do really like the mag. The thing that sort of does always worry me about these core Magnus picks is that
Yeah.
you're now like gonna need to kind of have him nearby to keep on empowering, right? Like, and you sort of want to play solo. I feel like sometimes on these mag position 3s, which is why when it was like 4 mag empowering the cores, it was like kind of nice too. So.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just wondering if they're going to get enough farm on the Faceless Void. We'll see how it goes, though.
I think Beast Coast lose. I think they have to be really tight with their chronos. I think outside of that, the cooldowns are not very many for Thunder Predator. It's basically just Stone Gaze, right? Outside of that, Tiny's going to be rocking. Arena is kind of, it's pretty short, honestly. It feels like by the time you killed someone, farmed up a little bit, you're just like good to go again. And I think the game looks easier for Thunder Predator to me.
Okay, well, my panel is completely Thunder Predator sided. I'm not going to say my take. We're going to have to see if Beast Coast can prove the panel wrong, or if Thunder Predator will continue with their victory streak by taking yet another win. Granted, Noping did stop them from being undefeated completely, but they can still be undefeated in terms of series and go for a clean 7-0. Let's see if Thunder can do it as we go over to our wonderful casters. This time it's not me, thank God. We actually have good casters. It's Moxxi and Purge.
Mr. Avo Plus is a wonderful caster. I don't know what he's talking about, but yeah, we've got Purge. Purge is back from Sweden, and you're just in time for some really good SA Dota, Purge. I think he's looking okay here. It looks like he's actually going to survive. So right off the bat, both of these teams super hungry. A Stinger is forced to run. He's forced to pop that very fine. Needs to be very careful. Matthew sitting into position. Couple more clicks here. He's going to try to get a couple more taps off. Maybe not quite enough to finish off Stinger. Oh, but they want it. Look at Matthew jumping right down. There it is. First blood. Stinger is going to fall to the hands of Matthew. So, a very bloodthirsty start to the El Clasico between these two teams. A lot on the line here. Now, Beast Coast wanting that second spot, hopefully, and Thunder Predator just not wanting to be defeated. I feel like we often see, oh, where is Pakaz headed? Interesting. Okay, they're swapping up some stuff here.
Can you hear me on VMix? Yes. Okay. I don't know what's happening. My audio just dies randomly. Okay, we're good though. Okay, so that first blood, pretty significant. First blood, and the first one was the other. Thunder Predator to start things off.
Tell you're back at home too, because you're a little quieter than usual. I had to go and adjust my settings. The fun of coming back here. But yeah, we're seeing a little bit of movement around. Looks like Pakaz making his way back down here to this bottom lane. Do you agree though, Gliss? It sounded like the panel was very much, they just thought Thunder Predator had the better draft. Is that the same thing that you're thinking as well, or?
There's a lot of good things about the Beast Coast lineup. Empower on Faceless Void is really good. I feel like I've seen quite a lot of Void victories. Maybe that's a little bit specific for what matches I caught. And Death Prophet as well is just a really strong hero, especially paired up with teamfight abilities like Chronosphere and Mag RP. So there's a lot of good things that Chris Luck can do, especially because he's playing a mid DP and not like a side lane one. So he's got more levels to work with. But in the same vein, there is a lot of burst damage on the Thunder Predator side. He's got to be careful about not getting like Mars speared into an arena plus other follow-up damage. But if they can protect him, and they can a bit with things like Snowball, then he's going to output a huge amount of damage, as will Void. So there's a lot of good things about the Beast Coast lineup. It feels easier for them to get little pickoffs as well. Thunder Predator side, Monkey's going to scout really well. And once like Mars gets a Blink Dagger, he's got opportunities. But they also need Tiny Blink Dagger to do that as well. So I feel like Beast Coast could actually just out-tempo Thunder Predator, because I feel like their lineup's a little easier to make fights happen for a bit. I guess it's kind of reliant on like Void or something, or Hoodwink, but yeah, there's ways.
I mean, they both have
think
like
it's even.
a massive heavy farmer, right? The fact that they've got the Medusa on Pakaz, you've got Hector who's playing the Faceless Void. These guys are going to be hanging back for a bit. So all eyes are going to be on, these offlaners in mid. And Dark Mago has time and time again shown that even though, Tiny's not necessarily the most meta in the mid lane, he's very, very skilled with this particular hero. He doesn't have a lot of cooldowns, whereas C-Smile, Chris Luck, he's going to have some issues with the fact that Exorcism does have a cooldown. The Arena coming out from the side of Thunder Predator, just very, very good for, low cooldown, being able to make these rotations ganks along with the Tiny if needed. Matthew on the Monkey, of course, very mobile. But then Whisper, and I'm really happy that they picked up the Magnus for Whisper, just because of the fact that I like him on more active heroes. Sometimes they give him things like Silencer in the off lane, and while he's good with it, it's just not quite as effective or fun to watch, I guess.
Yeah, that definitely can make a big difference in terms of spectating. But I think Medusa, in terms of what she brings to team fights, will be strong, certainly, and she farms fast. But I don't know, the Empower heroes are still really effective in what they can do for their own level gain and things like that.
No, I actually did look into some of the stats, because I know the guys were asking, like, when did they run the Hoodwink? And they did actually run it. It was back at TI, though. That's the last time that Beast Coast, according to the stats.
We don't talk about Beast Coast at TI. It hurts too bad.
Talk about any of the South America teams since TI, unfortunately. It was just not great. Top lane, though, a little bit of action over onto Hector. Let's get a spear away. But
Dude, Time Dilation is so good against Monkey King support, actually. He has two abilities with Jingu Mastery, and he had 3 abilities on cooldown just now. It was Tree Dance, he jumped a tree, he might die here, ooh. And Primal Spring was on cooldown, and Mischief was on cooldown, so he just took like triple the damage from Time Dilation from casting like 1 spell. That's pretty cool.
I mean, it's very good that they had the Time Dilation, just because otherwise I think that would have resulted in a dead hero in the top lane.
I mean,
the side of Beast Coast.
Great solution, honestly, against support Monkey King. A little bit makes it a little bit more dynamic. I mean, it's a huge deal. It does 80 damage per cooldown. So his level 1 ability, Time Dilation, just did 240 damage instead of 80. It's bonkers how strong that is. So that's a really cool counter to the support Monkey King.
Middle lane, in terms of CS, Dark Mago is currently ahead, 20-3. Oh gosh, as we end up losing Whisper in that bottom lane.
What did you expect?
Yeah, that's the big problem. The movement speed on Medusa is very weak.
Radiant's middle tower.
My bad, saw both of those names. Yeah, the setup there is very, very nice for this bottom lane, which is a problem. And they're still going after Pandamoo with that snowball. They use the disruption, buy himself a little bit more time. Gogeta getting to position, though, has a tag team. Does have to be a little bit careful. Drag back, though, coming out from Whisper. They're going to be able to get the kill. But eventually, Gogeta will fall as another hunt's going on over here on the side. Looks like we have the rotation from Matthew. And they're going to be able to clean up Chris Luck, C-Smile in that middle lane.
Nicely done. Giving him a little tip back. It's got that extra pressure is going to really help Tiny catch up and get a little bit ahead. He's now 21 last sets versus a 17 of Death Prophet right now. And Whisper cuts the creep wave a little bit. That's pretty good against Pakaz as a whole. Range heroes like Medusa don't want to have to tank the creep wave if possible, but I think Whisper's going to... Oh, never mind. He does do make him do a pull there. So nicely messed up there by Pandamoo.
Top lane, more pressure being placed on K1. They'll be able to lock him down long enough and clean him up.
Okay,
A little surprise there. I'm not sure if they got just too aggressive or another little bit of a gank over here on the side. Dark Mago, you're on the wrong side of the river, my friend, as Gogeta and C-Smile just going to continue using that Scared Siphon. A Crypt Swarm will cut down the Tiny. So we have quite the aggressive fight coming out. 7 kills in about 5 minutes. Already.
Yeah, both fours are doing a really good job moving around the map and making kills happen. That's what we are seeing here. Matthew
is taking so much damage here. Okay.
Another salve to offset him though, so everything will be fine there for now. But game's very even. The 4s are definitely making the rotations happen, whether that's Tusk or the Monkey King right now. 5's doing their best to stabilize things a bit, but it is hard when these rotations come out. Death Prophet is about to hit 6, though, so we might actually see her rotations come out. Another go bottom very briefly, but it's going to lead to Jiro being slow. Stinger might die as well, though.
Well, looks like he's going to be all right. We're able to lock him. Ooh, that spear, though. Drop a ward. They want this kill on Stinger. They're going to go for a dive. Matthew right behind the tower. Easy peasy.
Radiant structures
All right,
are
nicely done.
fortified.
Yeah, Spear definitely would have gotten the kill.
Dire's top tower
A
is
little
under
bit
attack.
short. Whisper is actually pretty underleveled, though. This, it's not like super far, but he's about half a level behind what Medusa's sitting at. So even though they pressured Bakaz, Whisper's kind of struggling here to solidify his position in the lane. It's going to be tough on these heroes that don't buy Ring of Health type things.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
I mean, it's also a hero that has a way of being able to flash farm on top of it, though, right? Because he does have a couple points in power. He's going to be able to catch up if he knocks off to the jungle as well.
Yeah, that's
Of course,
true.
you don't want to leave the Medusa just to her own devices. Seems a bit of a nightmare.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the value for offlaners right now, though, is to be able to like dominate the lane. That's something that Helm of Iron Will really helps you do. It gives you a huge amount of armor and regen. So yeah, he can maybe farm to catch up, but that means you're not pressuring the map as much. And here comes the gank. Not looking
Dark
good.
Mago making his rotation with the avalanche. Whisper is going to get tossed up into the air. So able to survive just a little bit longer, but is still going to fall to Bakaz, which they've got to be very happy about. Pandemo not going to be able to escape.
Courier has
He
been
does
killed.
get cut down by Sea Smile. And now Dark Mago, he is just making his way back to the mid lane. He's happy with his gank.
Dire's
Has to be
middle
careful.
tower
Gojira
is
nearby.
under
They use the
attack.
exorcism. Still working on that blink dagger, but a very worthwhile rotation, I think.
Yeah, it really was. I'm sure Chris Luck would have loved to get the Medusa as well, but Tusk got there just a little bit too late, unfortunately, and as a result, she gets the easy TP out. Where did she go? She actually went back to base, so Bakaz is gonna have to walk to get some farm. Looks like he might hold the mid lane now, while Tiny moves him around the map, but he's still very far away from Blink Dagger. There's that replay once again. Huge amount of damage output. It's the snowball as well, but and back to lanes.
Imagine if he had a little bit more experience there, if he was able to get an RP off along with the Death Prophet ultimate. How much more value that would have been, but he's had some trouble with the lane, like you said.
Yeah, and the catch up normally is participate in kills. That's a great way to catch levels. He will probably get there, but especially now that Medusa is going to leave the lane, it's just too dangerous usually at the nighttime to play in this lane for long periods of time.
A stun into place. Hector gets appeared right to the wall, and there's just nothing that he can do.
Nicely done. Do you have a raindrop? No raindrop on Void. Didn't build anything like extra for survivability, like a Wraith Band or anything for extra armor. So ends up getting bursted. Just misestimates his survivability. Didn't press wand in time. It's likely the downfall that he had.
Seasmile needs to be careful here. He's getting a little bit too aggressive as Matthew and Pandamu are here. They'll set up a disruption, the hop down from the Monkey King. Chase after. You have the Spirit Siphon up. Couple hits will get the Jingu, but
Radiant's bottom
like they're
tower
not going
is
to go
under
for a
attack.
hard dive beneath this tower. They're a little bit cautious on the side of Thunder Predator. They know they don't have to at this time.
Yeah, they could have tried, but Death Prophet's raw survivability is pretty high here. And as soon as he gets Spirit Siphon off, it looks a bit iffy. And maybe you could blame Shadow Demon for making a mistake. Maybe he should have stunned and then jumped. That way she doesn't get Spirit Siphon off. It's fine. A little pressure goes. She goes back to heal in the base, picks up her raindrop finally, and back to laning stage. But those 2 deaths on Hector are definitely costing him a bit here. His net worth is pretty significantly behind Medusa. Because does end up going back to her lane again to farm here. So everything's looking great for Medusa, but we'll see if the Magnus Empower ends up catching him up later. He is going a lot of points of Empower, not worrying about extra shockwaves or anything like that, but for now, if Matthew can scout out this rotation, this would be really big. Yeah, he already had a ward down, so you probably saw the Tusk already at least.
I love him on this hero. I love him on heroes that are able to have like a lot of mobility and get a lot of information. And this is definitely the perfect kind of hero for him.
Yeah, he's been playing so good every time he does.
Yeah, especially when we were watching the OD game, right? And just having the Boundless being able to be so far back and be able to cancel out Meteor Hammer, TP, or whatnot is just so valuable on this hero.
It is, yeah, it's really good. vision and that long range stun that people don't necessarily expect. It's really makes you realize the value of stuns when all you need is like a little stun to guarantee something else that you set up well with good players. It ends up being really, really effective. So he's just going to take the lane, suck up the experience for now.
Ooh, this is nice. Smiles has gotten himself an arcane rune. We do have the RP available too for Whisper, if they want to make something potentially happen, because it does feel like everyone's been pretty quiet. You know, we've seen some rotations coming out from like the position 4s and whatnot, but otherwise pretty quiet. So
Dire's top tower is
Yeah, it has been, but look at all these stacks. These are
Yeah,
great.
we'll look at over at the side for. Oh, they already cleared them. It looks like they had a bunch of stacks going as well on the side of Thunder Predator.
They've got a 3-stack Ancient right now, which isn't bad either, but yeah, another team really putting much effort into contesting for the moment. It's probably a little tough, because fighting into like a tri-camp area with a possible Medusa ulti does sound scary, but I kind of like that Bakaz has not been playing in that area. He's been taking advantage of the map on the Radiant jungle, which is typically a little dangerous, but due to this like great ward that they have that spots like Death Prophet, like putting this deep ward on the cliff, it's like, okay, we always know if somebody's jungling, so they can read the map better and make it safer for Bakaz to hit creeps. He's just now going top.
There's a big stack just waiting for him. Bottom lane, though, they do manage to finally grab themselves Matthew. Oh, nice Boundless, though. He's going to try to just fight through a little bit more, but with the Exorcism and Tusk being there, he is not going to survive this. So some pressure being placed on the bottom tower.
Radiant's bottom tower is
He
under
arcaned
attack.
before he ended up using his ulti, so lower cooldown on this one. Oscar looking for a grab of his own on the top lane, but no one's going to walk up to the wave, so Whisper is going to have to do his best to slow this one down.
Radiant's
This is big, though, because Dark Mago just picked up that Blink Dagger. He's going to jump underneath the tower against Whisper. They've got the arena, they've got the setup, the spear, everything that they need. So Whisper is now dead. They will teleport in, though, coming out from the side of Beastcoast. They have the Spirit Siphon Exorcism just ended, as they'll be able to go cancel out Arcstar's CP, get a big ol' punch. Another couple hits, Dark Mago jumping in, followed up with Matthew, as they'll throw out the Avalanche. They just don't quite have enough damage just yet, but they finally get the Wukong's command. Good job running for his life now. He's just getting beaten down here by the monkeys. He cuts off the entry, but he's not going to be able to survive, as now Smile, he's got to run. Had Hector over here in the river area. He's making his way over just as the Chronosphere will go in, man, just to go and grab two. He sees Matthew. Not a whole lot of damage, though, just yet, as he tries to duck away. Construction, the Crypt Swarm comes through, though. They'll be able to take down Matthew. Chases on. They want Panda move. They want to be able to take down the support. And it looks like another couple clicks will do the trick.
Great gank stinger, really nicely done. Rotates and grabs that last one. He did use his spells earlier. Nice Chronosphere rotation. They misexecuted just a little bit on Whisper initially. They didn't Avatos him instantly, so they did a little bit less damage to Magnus than I expected. Maybe that gave Beastcoast a little bit more time to rotate in, but still, Dusa has been clearing stacks, so she was able to clear the tri-camp. She's got her full Manta completed. Her net worth is massively ahead right now, 6,800 for her, compared to the 56 of Faceless Void. So even though that fight went good for Beastcoast, still a lot of ground to make up here.
Yeah, she's fairly difficult to get on top of, like you said, because she has the Stone Gaze, because you need to lock her down so hard so she's not able to get that off. And I like these farming rotations that Bakaz has been doing. Like you said, he just kind of sweeps through that bottom area of the jungle, and any time that he's cleared it out, everything's pushed, he's just like, all right, back to the tri-camp. Just continuously making these rotations to get the maximum amount of farm possible. And also at the same time, dodging Beastcoast, because they do have this nice observer ward over here in their tri-camp area to give them an idea of who's coming over, what's going on.
Both things have made it easy for Medusa to just farm at a stupidly high rate. And she died the one time in the laning stage, but ever since then, everything's been straightforward for her. Matthew will spot some of these rotations. Yep, they're taking a guess for where he is. They got the snowball on him.
They're gonna have to chase a little bit, but they'll get the tower, and they should be able to clean up a kill on Matthew.
He was kind of messing with him a little bit there. He's like, oh, I know where your snowball's going to end, so I'm going to jump just on the outside of that. Then he ends up getting silenced and screwed.
Under attack.
I mean, that's more space for the Deuce to continue farming. They go for a smoke, though, coming out from the side of Beastcoast. Gojira leading the charge does have an observer ward on him. And they have the exorcism up, so if they want to try to take a fight here for this mid tower, no one is home though, right? They have some nice vision over here on the side.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Everybody seems to be playing mostly in the mid or top area. The Whisper, look at this, look at this. Over in position, immediately gets jumped on by Matthew though. Off the Wukong, toss up into the air. Beautiful arena. Whisper's just gonna get cleaned up here. Chris Suns, he can't stay alive long enough, not with all that damage. It's beautiful with the exorcism, but it's just not enough. He can't survive when he's scored off from everyone else on the side of Beastcoast. A1 now forced to go low ground. Oscar with a nice spear. Doesn't actually connect over to any trees though, so it's just a momentary slow pause here. They find here Gojira, the avatars coming out from Dark Mago, but Stinger making another rotation here, thinking about going in. Mago snapping up that rune, and the pressure is on here in the middle tower. The tables have turned for Beast Coast, hoping to make something happen. And Stinger just barely, is he gonna be able to get out here? I don't know. Oh, Panda's here. Disruption play coming out. They've got the Chronosphere over onto K1 if they want to try to make something happen. Jump forward over onto Dark Mago. Stinger somehow still alive, but just barely. Well, the Walrus Punch off a toss. Just holding everybody into place. But K1 checking after the sharpshooter comes out from Stinger. The little
Really
squirrel
nice
that
of
was the bait is now the one slaying.
Did a great
It was a
job
long fight.
recognizing the danger, right? Like, he's low on Stinger the Hoodwink. He's like, screw this, I'm throwing disables on the Tiny so we can get a follow-up kill. And Tiny at that point, once he gets hit with the 4 points of time dilation, it's a big threat to cast his spells, but he's forced to do it to defend himself, and then his movement speed is really, really slow with 3 of those cooldowns, so helps set things up and get another good fight for Beast Coast. And I know we talked about their cooldowns being longer on the Beast Coast side. They don't have to commit Exorcism for some of these kills, and they don't have to commit Chronosphere for some of them either. So things are looking pretty decent for them. But that said, they are still losing in net worth. They haven't touched the Medusa in a while. Pakaz is still farming well. He's got an Ultimate Orb on his way towards his Scotty, and that is a really scary timing for Beast Coast, because that's the moment the Death Prophet doesn't get lifesteal anymore. Anything really effective. So despite Chris Smile playing a good game so far, it might get worse as soon as that Scotty finishes.
Like you mentioned, in terms of cooldowns, Whisper, I don't think we've seen a single RP yet either. So they've really been holding that, looking for the best opportunity. Beast Coast does invade the bottom area. We've seen Pakaz, though, continuously just making these nice farming patterns. Realizing, okay, if everybody's bottom, I'm going to go top. I'm going to put some pressure down, push out the lane, and just keep on hitting creeps. What can they really do?
That's basically it. Watch out for the Beast Coast team fights. Do some more farmed, hit this nice Scotty, plus whatever Butterfly may be timing. And then you can just start frontlining for your squad. It'll be really effective for them, especially when you have both Mars and Tiny with Blink Daggers ready to find enemy heroes to blow up. Yo, don't you hate it when you're like playing support and your core's like, you know what, Philosopher's Stone is good for me too, and then they just keep it?
I hate that. No, that's mine. You can hit creeps. I'm not allowed to touch them. The worst is when you're like farming a camp, right? Because you just happen to pass by and you're like, oh, my cores are busy. I can get some farm too. And then they just wander by, take your last hits. You're just like, oh man, I worked so hard for that. I took like 15 seconds to try to clear that camp.
And then there's Chris Luck beating on neutral creeps with his auto attack, but only doing 70 damage instead of 100. And then he had to cast more spells anyway, so it loses his mana. In some ways, it's a bit redundant here. Not sure if it's the right choice in this circumstance.
I think he needs that BKB though.
He does. Just saying he might be able to get it faster with better damage. That's all.
Can you run the numbers for me?
He missed the last hit. It's already not. I mean, it's it's 80 gold per minute. It's like, are you going to kill like 2.5 creeps faster? In terms of jungling, it's probably worse. Yeah, he actually did send it back. Not surprised there. He probably just held
BKB
it.
Though too.
Yeah, that's probably why. Because he was like, okay, I'll just use it for a little bit here because it'll give me an extra 80 gold, and maybe I get my BKB faster. Essence Ring makes a lot more sense. The other cool thing is that it is not, I believe, it doesn't count as a heal. So Essence Ring isn't countered by Scotty either. So it's a perfect item for Death Prophet to try to stay alive in these moments of intense action. And there's a Scotty coming for Adusa.
Was that temporary HP then? Oh, Oscar has a Blink Dagger. Yeah, I saw this coming. Dark Maga jumps forward immediately. There's the Essence Ring. Fall with the Boundless though. Oscar, I was figuring he leaps forward, gets the spear in place, but the rest of the team is here, and they do have the mechanism in place. BKB comes out, nice RP coming out from Whisper, over on the side, over onto Oscar, over onto Panda Move, but Matthew, he's got to be a little bit careful here. So does C-Smile, though. He's taking a lot of damage, standing in the middle of all of his Wukong's commands. C-Smile is forced to walk away. The disruption will get used for Pandamu. See those shards coming out over onto Pandamu. Oh, but Matthew over the back lines. He cleans up.
Oh my god.
He is gonna. Oh, he doesn't end up
shit.
dying for it. Oh, he
Jeez.
cannot be allowed to do this. No way, Matthew making his escape here.
Okay,
he's got the
that's
vision
it.
on from the grenade. He's gonna try to just buy as much time as possible. Oh, feels bad
That
if you're
was amazing. I mean, he did a huge amount of damage to the Death Prophet. I was very impressed by how much he was able to actually fight her within the Wukongs. I didn't think his damage was going to be that good as a 4, but he's got his Orchid at a decent time. His clones were doing all right damage. Pretty good.
snapping up the double damage rune. Guz not really happy about that. The shards, though, blink forward here, coming out for Oscar as Dark Mago jumps forward. Avatar's up into the air. The scalding damage is substantial. So he will end up paying for stealing that double damage rune underneath his nose.
Might actually be worth it because that's a rune that makes it a lot easier for Thunder Predator to Roche. They might still do it, but a DD Unducer right now is 174 damage. It's actually double damage because she doesn't have any raw damage items other than the Brigand's Blade here. So they will still start it. Not having Magnus for 20 seconds is a bad thing, but he didn't have RP anyways, so maybe they'll consider contesting, but probably not.
It's not the fastest Roche at the very least, but yeah, it is definitely. Oh, when you pop the Manta, that makes it go a little bit faster. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna be able to contest this.
The Aegis is GG. That's fine. They weren't going to kill Deuce anyways. No big deal. Nothing bad about this.
Immediate smoke coming out of the pit, and the Predator hoping to grab any stragglers that are walking around. I will say, this initiation, like, they just have so many mobile heroes, right? In fact, you've got a blink on Oscar, a blink on Dark Mago. You've got the tree dance from Matthew. Look at the setup here, Matthew. Go forward, Dark Mago jumping forward, but immediately they find Hector. Whisper though with the RP, it's beautiful. He just pushes them out of the arena, but the Stone comes back in. This is not good for Whisper with a beautiful RP, but he's going to end up dying for this. As now Hector has to run. Stinger is stuck up over on the cliff side. He is just gonna get snowballed to death.
Dude, that toss by Dark Mago was so cool. I mean, Whisper blinks in. He hesitates for a moment. He's like, no, I want 3 heroes. RP's 3. And Dark Mago's like, okay, we know it's going to come after this AoE. It's going to be a really sick Chronosphere. And he just throws Void away. And then Void's like, but no, I wanted to go in and Chrono this to get some great damage follow-up. No, it doesn't happen. Disjointed fight. They've still got Aegis. Another cooldown is down. And Thunder Predator's running away at the game a bit now. I mean, their gold advantage is only 4k. Still significant, but it's been hard to get Void into the engagement. There's the replay again. Grabs him, and he's like, nope. Yeets him out. No follow-up. No damage follow-up. No disable follow-up. Ends up dying for nothing. Uh-oh. It's happening again.
In the game, though, BKB gets used. They've got a whole bunch of fights going on the back lines. Dark Mago has been jumped on by 3 heroes. It's taking a long time to kill him, but eventually he will fall. The Scotty damage, though, coming out over to C-Smile. C-Smile's not looking good here. The Exorcism running his scores. There's no mana left, though, over here on Paz. Whisper dragging back over onto Pandamu. Everybody's just kind of going their separate ways here as Whisper gets clicked down. Oscar with the spear back into the trees. There it is. There's a Chronosphere over onto 3. They'll jump forward over onto Oscar to be able to clean up over onto Pandamu. They want to make sure that they can just get rid of it. It's a nice arena to come out. Already Hector has left. Gojira is left on his own. The Stone Gaze comes out. The blink from Bakazi just picked it up at the start of that fight. Coming in handy, but not going to be able to grab anybody else on the side of Beastcoast.
A little surprised that he didn't stick around to commit to that, but maybe he was worried about Monkey King jumping in with an Orchid and securing a kill on him after Mars popped his stuff. But yeah, Hector continues collecting net worth. He should have a BKB next. It should be fine against the Orchid or some of the other weaker disables. The fight started with another tossback. They threw Chris Smile into the engagement, and Death Prophet eventually did die, but she did a really good job tanking for quite a while there. Something Lyrical pointed out to me, you can dispel Essence Ring buff, so even if you press that neutral item, as long as you've been Shadow Demon ultied, it's going to go away right away. So it doesn't actually provide that much for Death Prophet is when she does get focused like that. So a nice counter to her, but I love that she picked up a plate mail. I think this is a mistake that a lot of Death Prophets make, is they think that they need all of these other items in these early mid-game scenarios. They're like, well, I need BKB, and I need Yules, and maybe I need a Blink Dagger, and it's like, sometimes you just need to spend 1,400 to buy a plate mill, and that goes a really long way to make you survivable there in BKB.
Dyer's bottom
And against the
tower
heroes
has
she's up
fallen.
against, I think it's a good choice.
You're definitely one of the few people that when I think about
Casual
the
plate.
mail, yeah, the casual plate,
Mhm.
you're the first person that comes to mind. But smoke play coming out from the side of Thunder Predator. They still have this Aegis for about a minute and a half. They're hungry. They're seeing what they can grab here. There is no Chronosphere available for another 57 seconds. Exorcism's down for 20. They do have the RP, but they need to have the damages. Matthew, okay. They just clean up
tried.
one of the creeps.
He was trying to stun Whisper, but yes, he did get that creep. Hell yeah. Gotta get those last hits.
And Chris, Smiles needs to be very careful here. Dark Mago walks right into him. Yeah, he's got to BKB and get out.
God, remember when you could toss BKB heroes and interrupt their... That shit was broken, actually.
That is
Just-
so broken. You should
Just
not
like
be
a
able to
basic
do that.
ability on an 11-second cooldown, you can toss them in the air. Like, ugh. No longer.
I remember when you could get like multiple BKBs, but you couldn't sell them, and it was just like, was it Mushi or who was it that just had like all of these BKBs just littering the floor of their fountain at one point? Oh,
Yeah.
Gojira, this is not looking good. He was just trying to go get some information. He is going to buy a little bit more time though. He's got the snowball, and while this is
Other
going
fight
on,
as
there's
well.
another fight over in the triangle areas. Because will finish off Stinger. They use the arena, they use the stun gaze. Seasmus, he doesn't have that BKB. He already used it to teleport out, so he's going to fall here. And that's going to be a double kill now for Pakaz. He still has the Aegis for another 20 seconds. He has made the most of this. I swear.
Oscar jumped into the other fight there, dropped Mars, tried to spear somebody, missed. But ultimately, it takes because all he needs is to get close and blink in, and then it's like Death Prophet is absolutely screwed. She gets Shadow Demon ultied as well, so even though she's magic immune, that's the counter here. Tries to skewer back Dusa, but not able to
Ooh.
catch.
All right, that's going to be the Aegis, though. Gets reclaimed.
Oh,
my
no.
gosh, Hector, he's not going to be able to move in time. He just dies. Oh, my word.
A lot of damage. He just got absolutely shredded.
Dyer's middle tower
I mean, his items are great for Empower, but past that, it's not that much survivability. Surprised he died, though.
He
Must have been soul
couldn't do
catcher and stuff.
anything. You could see, like, he wanted to go forward. He wanted to maybe Chrono or something, but
Dyer's
just
middle
couldn't do
tower
anything.
has
Dark
fallen.
Mago blinking a little bit deep here. The toss up into the air. Whisper, though, immediately charging out. They get the exorcism up. They have the silence on multiples. They've left Dark Mago behind in the base. Turn their attention to him. It's a good bushwhack. It's a little bit more damage needed. Is he going to be able to take it down before they can kill Gojira? Oh, he's not going to survive, though. Oscar jumping forward. He'll follow up with his own BKB. Turns his attention to Stinger. This is not looking good for Beastcoast. Oscar quick, but they'll use the RP just on Oscar because realizing that they have this opening immediately going to follow up. A bit of a disruption coming into play here. Actor's got his own BKB. They've got okay, so they have to be careful. The Chronosphere over onto Panda.
Oh, no.
Over onto the back line. They're going to chase after Oscar, but Seasma is taking so much damage from because they've got to go and deal with this Dusa. All right, they'll get the stun off. They'll follow up the silence. The sharpshooter. Can they do it? No, because they have enough Panda over on the back lines waiting if he needs to get in there. He follows up with the disruption. That's what they didn't want to see. The time
blink.
dilation, the blink from Picasso, a couple hits coming into play, the jump forward here coming up from Echo with the snowball. Are they finally going to be able to do it? Are they finally going to be able to get Picasso? They turn around, they get the kill on
Okay.
Gojira. Eventually he'll fall though. Panda's been left behind. It took a lot from the side of Beast Coast, but they finally seem to be able to handle the Dusa.
That was
But Dark
really
Mago going right back in again. That silence. They lost Stinger already. A couple clicks come out. Hector, he wants this kill. He wants to punish them. But Matthew, of course, over on the low ground. They're split up. Whisper finding the opening over onto Matthew. He's going to start putting some damage over onto this Monkey King. Couple clicks plus the Spirit Siphon should be enough to do the trick. As they're still chasing after Dark Mago. It does have that blink, though. He's got a bottle. It looks like he's going to survive that engagement. Oh
Actually,
my
what-
gosh.
They were fighting at the dang tier, the top racks, and they didn't kill the tier 2 tower. Everything just moving around like crazy. But Chronosphere looked a little underwhelming. The Beast Coast performance so far has felt like they're really scrabbling from a defeat, but they've done it. They finally killed the Medusa for the first time since the laning stage. So that kill was excellent and very necessary. Who got the last hit? It was... I cannot... Oh, there it is.
There was a
800
lot
gold.
of things happening.
That
If you want
went
to go back to that log.
to K1. Okay, great. 800 gold for him. That's going to finish his SNY now, so he's got the Sanj component. He almost finished that eons ago, ended up building into BKB instead. And now he is queuing up his next item, which is going to be a Mask of Death into a possible Butterfly. So he's going to build Mask of Madness, maybe, and then go back, probably. Kind of interesting. Mask Command is usually built at the start of the game, but he's probably realizing that I need my single target damage to be better. So I think that's why he's going to go this like Mask Madness into Butterfly into Satanic thing. So definitely later than we normally see it, but it's going to make it a lot easier for him to get solo kills now. Paladin Sword.
Over to Gojira, the blink forward. They don't quite land the spear though. Be able to go slow him down with that Purge. The follow up. No, they'll have the snowball. We'll buy a couple more seconds. The rest of the team coming in. Can they finish off Gojira? It's looking like they're not going to be able to quite find the opening to jump forward. Okay, well, with the time dilation, has to be careful because doing so much damage and kiting with that slow. He's gonna have the Chronosphere up in a second, but he's got to be careful. He's silenced up. It looks like Beastcoast. They'll back off from this engagement. All started off by trying to jump onto one of their heroes.
That was great patience by Hector there, not using BKB once he got Orchided. It felt very necessary, but with the Sanjin Yasha, it doesn't last that long. And he's able to disengage while saving his BKB charge. So no timing there for Thunder Predator to exploit, but they're going to go looking for another kill regardless.
Matthew, smoked up, leading the charge. Able to get a lot of vision. Look at Whisper, the way he's hidden over here on the tree line, though. Okay, smoke breaks. Immediately, they'll find Whisper. The toss out of the arena. Ooh, I think there was a little bit of miscommunication here. But they're going to just chasing after him. Whisper trying to skewer Matthew forward. The rest of the team, nowhere in the vicinity, though. Whisper is going to have to be the one who tanks this game. He's going to try to break some ankles, though. Try to buy just a little bit more time. Jumps right into Dark Maga, who tosses him up into the air.
Oh, that's definitely some fat space creation, if I've ever seen it. Running the enemy team away from your base, forcing so much chase to catch up. It's pretty cool. I love that they got a Paladin Sword over there on the Beastcoast side. I think a lot of heroes could use this. Death Prophet would love it, as would Hector potentially. But yeah, with the Titan Sliver and the Sanjin Yasha, his status resistance is massive right now. So probably the better item for him to hold on to. Put the Paladin Sword and Death Prophet, give her a little bunch of spell lifesteal. She wants every neutral item. They just can't decide right now.
Because he's got himself the Shard now, he's got himself the Aegis. It took a lot to kill him the first time that they tried to go high ground. What do we think? Do we think Beastcoast has it in the tank? Can they survive another round 2 here of this? Say that, hold into place. Alright, a good save here coming out from Pandamu. They've already used the sharpshooter. They're waiting patiently though. They'll silence up. They should be able to take down Matthew. But the follow-up here, oh, Hector, he's stunned up. He can't do anything. He's just immediately killed. Go for the exorcism play coming out, but the damage is just too immense coming out from the side of Thunder Predator. They can't do anything against that sort of just aggression and initiation. Gojira hoping nobody sees him.
The Bloodthorn that time really needed to get dispelled off, but man, the amount of burst damage they're putting into Void when it matters is really incredible, honestly. I'm surprised he's dying so quickly. He might have had Mask of Madness active in that case, which would have lowered his armor a lot and made it better, but Bloodthorn might have been still active, but I think it was just like Blink Avatos plus like Mars combo, so just a huge amount of damage going into him.
The positioning just around the eye spot was just an absolute disaster for them.
And there's the Scotty against Death Prophet, makes her look like a useless hero.
I mean, our panel was not happy seeing that pickup. Oscar going real deep here. All right, he's already used his BKB. Follow up here from Dark Mago. No ball though, coming in clutch. They'll go for the RP. They're gonna just push back. Oh, the sharpshooter a little bit off the mark though, so it's not gonna go and land over onto Dark Mago. Looks like, oh, the disruption at the last second. Is that enough to keep him alive? No, he's gonna end up falling. Matthew diving deep over Gojira. Cause also, like, what's happening? Thunder Predator is just running past these buildings. They have to be a little bit careful. They're very powerful, but they're not immortal. Although Kaz does have the Aegis.
That stun didn't hit her because she was like in the air or something. They skewer her back though.
Skewers back on Pakaz. They've got the stone gaze. Chris Mouse needs to be careful. Can't look at her. The follow-up though from Hector jumping back and forth here. He has the Chronosphere. He's got a BKB. He needs to decide what he wants to do. He just keeps running around. All right, they'll finally go for the Chronosphere, but again, the disruption coming out from Pandamu. It doesn't even matter. They'll go right in. They should be able to take down Pandamu. They lose Gojira over on the back lines. End up losing Stinger as well. Matthew starts holding up here. Was looking to just go for the Wukong's command. They managed to go and take down over on the back lines. But
in the fountain,
because he's so deep here, he's just man-fighting Mago, jumping in. They'll take down Sea Smiles, of course, into the base, though. Because I think he went a little bit too far, but he's still going to be able to go get the kill on Whisper. And they're just going to tank for Pakaza the damages. Real Thunder Predator taking a bath in the Beastcoast Fountain. All right, they'll lose Dark Mago. There it is, though. There's a Bloodthorn over onto Ektor. Again, he is not happy about this. That's going to go forward again. Thrown into that disruption. The spear a little bit off mark. But what did we just watch?
So very disjointed fight. Hector basically said like, I'm not going to contribute to killing Dusa. It doesn't matter if she's got Aegis. I got to Chronosphere other people, and he hits the backline. Chronosphere's Matthew, but didn't catch Shadow Demon. He ends up killing SD, but after that the fight is very, very disconnected. And despite all the great skewers back, even under Fountain, it's so hard for Beastcoast to win these fights convincingly.
I must have them all.
I mean, that was my question to you, is can they survive the second round? And they did manage to survive on the side of Beastcoast, but I mean, they had to take Bakaz all the way to their fountain to be able to get that kill. Like, that is very scary.
It was a lot of fountain diving for sure. Like, it took a lot of fountain damage for them to even get close to winning that engagement there. But they did manage it. Smoke being used, they're going to try to force this, control the Roche area for some reason. Roche may respawn in 4 minutes, but they pick up a DD on Dusa. Now she's also got
so
Swift.
scary.
Like, she's really, really far.
Stinger. Stirring
Eggs
forward.
finished.
Just poking back and forth. Dark Mago looking for the opening, looking for this initiation. Matthew, position. Oscar, also in position if they need to blink. Look at this.
Dude, Medusa is so farmed. This is insane net worth. Daedalus, Ags, Scotty, level 26, Swift Blink. He's like a serious DPS. And he's got DD, of course. I mean, that helps, but they have to be so careful of Pakaz blinking in aggressively and attacking for 5 seconds. Everyone's going to get Daedalus and Scotty.
Stinger gets spotted by Matthew. Lands the boundless. The follow-up from Oscar. They're going to go in with the snowball, but a little bit just not quite there. The follow-up. They've already used the exorcism. Stinger. All right. Oh, good disruption over onto that line. Stinger getting a sharpshooter off, but over here. Pandamu. He's just getting wailed away on by Gojir, but Chris Miles is taking too much damage again because doing a lot. All right, there it is. Ektor getting in there. Has his Mask of Madness, but he just needs to get things done a little bit faster. Is he going to be able to find the takedown down? Yes, he can. Because, though, he is very, very scary. Look at it. He's already just run himself away. But he runs right in. Okay, the RP coming out from Whisper into the arena, but it doesn't do much of anything. It just ends up dying. Or his just trying to get in there. Stinger running for his life. Gonna go pop that Ghost Scepter. Just wants to get the heck out.
That fight's pretty convincingly won at the end with the Ag Shard from Mars. He ends up spearing both heroes to the wall, getting both the Tusk as well as the Void. And then when the good RP comes out, there's just no damage happening in the duration. So once again, they win another team fight, 12k gold advantage, and they're gonna go high ground. Everything's on cooldown.
Yeah, I was about to say they have no ultimates left here, so there's not much that Ektor can do. He's just gonna time dilate, try to clean up some of these creeps, but Costas does so much dang damage. You gotta watch out for Dark Mago every time. Oh man, look at that. Look at that Acorn.
He's got pretty good survivability still on Hector. He's got 20% dispersion. Sorry, backtrack. He's got Satanic finished, and his damage is fine. Good even. But it's not going to output as much as Dusa does. Dusa basically walks into the fight a little bit delayed. She finds where Chris Smiles, and she just blinks on top of her using her ulti, and she just starts attacking her. And there's basically nothing he can do to get away. When in some ways, what he needs is a Ghost Scepter. Just can't even let her attack her at all. That way you could disengage and re-engage on somebody you want. His items are great. He's got Blast Rig. He's got Shiva's Guard. That's going to like massively increase his survivability. But they need like halberds or ghost scepters or some way to stop Dusa from attacking so that Chris Maul can play the game.
He goes for the Satanic, but he can't get close enough to actually hit anything. He's going to try to time off for it. He has a BKB. It's going to be the Stone Gaze, though. He's got to turn away, and he cannot do it in time as they just start wailing away. All right. Oh, Pakaz blinks after him. He wants this kill to go into the arena. BKB gets popped over on C-Smile's Whisper. He's just obliterated. Oh, this is not looking good. C-Smile's trying to run. Stinger doing everything he can to try to protect this Death Prophet, but it's not going to be enough because they do so much damage, so much slow, so much kite. C-Smiles will go down. They do have buyback on Whisper. They have buyback on this Death Prophet. Stinger, though, gets hit with the Boundless. Ektor needs to be careful. Oh, he ends up getting the double spear over onto the side. All right, the buybacks are coming out now. They want to try to fight this. Ektor looking for the opening. Okay, he does manage to go and get off the Chronosphere, but they have the solution. They have a way to save them. And look at this damage. Oscar is just picking down slowly, but they still haven't managed to kill him as now because over the back lines is just clicking away on everyone. Dark Mago tossing up into the air. Hector's gonna be so careful. There's two heroes over here in the corners. He's just gonna try to fight over Matthew. Death Drop and ultimate over on the back lines. Looks like they'll finally be able to take down Matthew as he's still alive. This Death Prophet cannot do enough with those ghosts anymore. Panda will fall. And Hector looking to get as much more as he can. Whisper looking for the opening. Shockwave just a little bit off the mark. They do manage to find Dark Mago. But Pakaz, again, still alive. They need to find a way to stun him. They need to find a way to just do enough damage. Gojira just absolutely gets obliterated. This BKB coming out from Hector. And he manages to go to get the help, but they just can't seem to kill Pakaz. Jumping back in again. Oh, Hector! K1! Neil, what are you doing?
He was doing so good. He lived there like 40 seconds longer than I thought he would, but that last jump in was a big mistake. That single target damage from the Manto Illusions instantly gets blown up. Oh, he made it so far.
Whisper. He's like, maybe I can push her into the base, guys. Maybe I can do it. The buyback coming out now again from Hector. But the Stone Gaze causing some issues here. Stinger, can he get it off the sharpshooter? Yes, he can, but he's going to end up dying for it. Whisper's just like, get this girl into our fountain. We need to do something about this.
Oh,
no way. No way. Oh, my God.
Oh,
God.
he was so ready for that. What a counter. The Ghost Scepter countering both the Skewer and the Bashes. What? Oh. That one's gotta feel bad. It's like, okay, all right, guys, we got her this time. She's definitely dead now. And then he's just like, it's fine. Now he's like, all right, I'll just buy an E-Blade, I guess. Whatever. I bought this Ghost Scepter. Might as well. Oh my God. Level 29 Medusa right now. This is like a true hard carry. And that's what's so cool about this is that like he's not just like the frontliner that hits buildings. He's like, I'm fucking carrying this game. That's what he's doing. It's so fun to watch.
Dude, he's got like every neutral item on top of that too. Like he has no room. There's just a Stormcrafter laying on the ground over here.
Put one
All right,
sword
they're going
in
in
every
for Roche
snake.
though. This should be big. This could be big. The Skewer back over onto Panamo. They wanted to get rid of this guy. He has been such a thorn in their sides. But because jumping into the pit. Okay, there it is. There's the Chronosphere. So Hector is just going to try to finish off Pandemo. They don't have to worry about any sort of disruptions coming into play. But the rest of the team looking for this opening. They'll kick Medusa out of the pit. But now Hector is going to stay pinned over to the arena side. Jumps forward though over onto Oscar. He's got to be careful. The rest of his team can't get there just yet. Oscar popping the BKB. They seem satisfied with this. They'll go back into the pit. They have to think about how they want to approach.
Moxxi, this is a
back now
massive
from
game.
Pandamoo. They gotta get in there. Oscar looking for the opening. Does have the blink dagger. He's gonna try to bash over to the side. Radiant is going to go and
Stuff on the
pick
ground.
it up, and it's a snatch. The snatch comes right back up again. Now Dark Mago jumping into the pit, but they have so much damage. They immediately take down Hector. Chris Smiles. He Smiles trying to run away. Oh my goodness, they'll turn their attention over to Hector. He is just being held in place. Just perma-stun, perma-bash. Can't do anything. He's trying to fight through. Does manage to go, get the time walk off. Finds Pandamoo again. Another disruption. Where's the rest of the team though? Whisper jumping in. Only manages to go and RP one of them. They'll be able to get the kill over onto Stinger. Like they'll kill Whisper though. Pakaz is doing so much damage. They'll end up losing Hector. Oh my God. See Smiles. His exorcism's gonna end very, very shortly. He just teleports out. He's got to get out of there now. And they buy back on Stinger, but there is no Faceless Void, no buyback available for him, no Whisper, and no Tusk. Pakaz can just walk into their base. I don't know what they can hope to do with this.
It's gonna be tough.
Stinger. The toss back, special delivery. Got the sharpshooter up, but Ghost Scepter? No, the snake. Be able to take down the little woodland creature. It is just C Smiles. He does not have ultimate. They call GG Thunder Predator with a great big snake lady. We're gonna take game number 1.
Such a powerful Medusa game. That was really fun to watch. I think Hector had a relatively really strong game as well. His ability to be up front, constantly casting time dilation, being annoying against his opponents, but ultimately the DPS and the anti-heal that Medusa provided was like way too tough for Chris Smile to play against with his Death Prophet. And that's one of the big weaknesses of the hero is literally any Scotty buyer that's range counters her in a huge way.
Yeah, we just saw that replay. I still can't believe that Pakaz managed that he managed to get at that fountain. That's like insane. But yeah, game number 1, we hyped this up. I hyped it up at least a lot on like all my socials. But like this is El Clasico. This is the best 2 team South America Although Infamous, they're putting in their bid for that right now on DPC. But they're really, showing what they can bring, and Kaz and his team, they just look like absolute beasts. Beast Coast, on the other hand, couple really good fights, but they have to bring more to the table if they want to be able to take these guys down. So looks like, I know our panel did not love the Death Prophet. So I'm interested to hear if Lyrical is going to be very, happy about, yeah, I told you, Death Prophet. No, you're not going to win a game with that.
What a great question, Moxxi. Lyrical, you can stop being fake happy. We know you only feel happy so you see Darkseer. It's okay. You don't need to pretend like you're a person. Tell me, though, why was the Death Prophet so bad? You called it. You talked about it. Can you explain as you saw with the game examples?
All right, so there's a couple things there. First of all, just got to say, if they had a normal punch along with the little wall, oh my goodness gracious.
Discord.
Oh, I just have to say, if they had a normal punch along with a wall dropped down together, it would have been over. Think about how strong that Medusa illusion would have been. All right, I'm over that now. We're fine.
I was wondering why you said to me randomly, garbage tier mag pick. And I was like, oh, I don't know if it was the mag's fault. Now I understand.
That's one thing. But here's the bigger thing is I think that Thunder Predator just put together like a really well-executed draft. I love Death Prophet as a hero, and I think it's really good nowadays, but they like had the answer perfectly because they immediately picked up that Shadow Demon. Like, I think it's really hard to play this hero play Death Prophet into Shadow Demon, which is why, Trent, you and I were both, and Avo, we were all talking about, like, is this going to be switched over to a 5 position now because it's been countered? But no, they're like, no, we're just going to play it, see what happens.
Yep. Yeah, that was a bit disappointing to me, too, I'll be honest with you. I especially once the Tiny came out, I was like, guys, is this like a good lane matchup? And Trent's like, eh. And then you go, well, the mid game's bad, too. It's like, well, what's the point of this DP as a whole, right? Though I got to admit that the Magnus was pretty successful, I think. I mean, maybe it's just Whisper.
Not the problem, I would say.
No, it wasn't.
There
no,
we go.
Yeah,
there we go.
Not the problem.
That's the best you can get for this match.
It's called
Yeah.
opportunity cost. That's what it is.
That's true.
What did you think of the playstyle overall for Beastcoast, though? Did you feel like they played well, or were there mistakes here and there, like in the past series?
Dude, it looked like the Beast Coast games were like, what happens to those late game scenarios? They can pull out these plays. You're just like, how are you doing this right now? Like, they're just stop, just GG. You're supposed to be losing, and then they give you this idea of like, can they do it? Like, maybe? I don't know.
Dude, this fight right here too. This was the moment where I was like, all right, pack it up, we're done. And then the next couple of minutes here, you're gonna see
Stinger
like,
sniped this fight though. This was sick by
Yes.
Stinger. Actually surviving because of the range drop, because of the delayed damage from Shadow Demon didn't kill him, and then he gets the final hit. That's like beautiful stuff.
right. And this is the moment where it's like, okay, Beast Coast might be able to do it. And then suddenly, you look at these fights and it's just like flip a coin one way or another, and you see C-Smile dying or barely getting away on nothing, and like it's just it was insanity. So much of that game just got crazy, particularly in the later stages where they fountain dive twice. Once when they like had barely taken the tier 3 towers on Thunder Predator, they were just living in there.
My favorite play was probably when Purge pointed out how Dark Mago made that sick toss after this right here, this RP skewer. Oh man, that was such a cool toss. Like, that is something a tiny spammer just like he recognized in his brain what's happening to his team, and he separates it, right. Like, he doesn't try and like go for some weird kill or something in the void. He just says like, I can save this fight completely right now. So even if he didn't skewer into the arena wall, it still wasn't gonna be that successful.
I mean, there were some really clutch plays in general. I feel like this team of Thunder Predator is just a team of hero spammers to a degree, right? The hero pool has been expanding over time, but like the Dusa Ghost at their play was equally as incredible. I thought the comment by Purge was very appropriate. That's a true hard carry right there. That's when you see the hard carry. Buying items in 0.1 seconds. That's what a good farmer
They know the
should
shop
do.
keys. I can never find anything. I'm like, I have gold this game? My goodness. I'm so lost in Items Labyrinth trying to find items that are expensive. I'm like, what do you guys buy when you have this much gold? What's it like?
There's an
Is this because you play
tab.
a bad carry or because you play support?
I just like supporting, and both.
Okay.
But I think that this was really a testament. First of all, Oscar's Mars, why people ban it against him. Because he was like the hero so many times. And like a bunch of those spears to like, a random tree here or there, or that fight down by the eye spot that we were talking about by the tier 2 tower of Radiant, where they killed the Faceless Void. Like that was onto the pillar or like onto the Roche pit. It's like normally when people start spearing, it's like it always misses or like mixes up or like the terrain is funky or strange. Oscar absolutely handled it in this game. It was a really good Mars performance.
After that, do you guys think that it should be a Mars ban and they should let the Tide through?
I think Mars is easier to play around on both ends. I think that like Mars is just generally better in the lane, has more like good kill option threats where you can like have a obviously we know these like classic duos of just like Dark Willow, Snapfire, blah blah blah. Tide, people think of like a kill threat and like Tide Mirana was kind of a thing for a while, but that was sort of it. Like, I mean, Tide Snap's good too, but you know, it's not the same level as the Mars. And then you think about like the best Ravage plays you can get out. A good Mars can also make those same similar plays. It's obviously just a little bit more difficult. So yeah, that's your answer.
Okay, well, I think that seems pretty fair. So it depends on how much ease of execution they want to give Thunder Predator. I'm going to ask you now once again, or I will be asking you soon, what do you think Beastcoast should be doing in the next game? Besides not picking Death Prophet, that's not a valid answer. I'm going to give you some time to think of something more creative than that.
Okay.
But before we do so, we're going to take a small break, and we'll be back with Game 2 between Beastcoast and Thunder Predator. See you guys very soon. Game 2 about to begin. Beastcoast already against the ropes. They need a win against Thunder Predator, the team that hasn't lost a single series. Will this be the one for them to lose? We're going to have to see. Noping did beat Thunder Predator on the second game, so maybe that's what Beastcoast is gunning for, you know? You rattle their bones in the first game, you go for the real, kill in the second game. Maybe.
Okay, I'm down.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate when my panel picks up the straws I'm grasping at. It's difficult otherwise. Here.
That a reusable straw? It's 2022.
Actually,
And
yes,
I just have to
only
look
have
down and look
metal
at the
straws.
year, by the way, when I made that joke, which is, I don't know,
It's
not
really
a
sad.
great sign.
No. Yeah, how old are we again? No, I think, you know what, Alvo, I would agree with you. If they're going to win a game on Beast Coast, it's at the very least going to be game 2.
Okay.
Wow.
That
Otherwise, it's
statement
over,
has a
right?
has a hopeful tone, but the moment you actually listen to what Lyrical's saying, you realize there's nothing hopeful about it.
I just feel like whoever kills the Ancient this game will probably win.
That's
Wow.
a good call.
Okay.
Probably.
You know what? I actually think that nobody's going to kill the Ancient this game. I think it's just going to explode. And I think that team is going to lose.
Bold prediction. Will that team have 5 heroes?
That last part definitely happens.
What's that now?
Will that team have 5 heroes on their side?
Yes.
Okay,
One of
okay.
them might resemble a creep by the end of it, though.
And the winning team will have a Darkseer.
Yes.
It all connects.
Bold prediction there. I don't think either of these teams play Darkseer at all. So
Yeah. What can you do?
Lyrical's screwed. There's not going to get picked this match.
Dude, it would have been so good though. Think about it. You got this big, beefy Medusa that's punching everybody so hard. You just create some illusions. You start punching them too.
No,
Oh, it
Lyrical,
would've
you
been
can't go back
amazing.
on your word. You said Magnus was not the problem. You can't go changing the Magnus pick now.
Well, no. So here's the thing. Magnus was not the problem. Darkseer would have been the solution.
Whoa. That's deep.
Blew my mind there. Oh, they're coming in against the Tidehunter ban. Now the question is, do you ban Tide and Mars? No, they get rid of the other panda hero.
Okay.
I have a
Abandon's
feeling I know
cool
what
enough.
they're first picking, guys.
Yep. So if Thunder Predator is second pick, almost all games when Abaddon and Monkey King have been available, they will go with those 2 heroes.
Including versus Mars, out of curiosity. Not that
Oh,
it matters.
that's the strat.
Interesting.
Okay, interesting. I actually didn't check what the enemy team was picking. I just saw that it was like every single game that was second pick, and they didn't ban the Abaddon. It was Monkey Abaddon. Or Thunder.
Ooh.
It was
That's
very
kind of
hype,
a-
actually.
That's a cool answer. I like that a lot. You should be able to cover yourself pretty well with Miscoil, though. I don't think you mind giving that up at all to the Rubik. But now Rubik Mars is an opening, a ton of team fight. I kind of want Beast Coast to pick the DP now.
10 seconds remaining.
Oh, okay.
With SD out of the pool, I actually think with that and ABBA, if you were going to run it before and you felt like it was a good combo to run together for C Smile, I don't see why you don't take it right now.
Yeah, they must have had some confidence with it, coming into this series too. To take in the first game, such an important series, feels like it's probably something they've been scrimming a lot. I could also see them just going away from it as well, though. You know, just going back for something a little bit more of their usual pace.
Yeah.
Do you think the DP was their because obviously last game it was very obvious that Thunder Predator picked up Mars, right? Do you think that DP was supposed to be the answer to the Mars?
I think that it was either the answer to the Mars or the way that they wanted to try and play against Thunder Predator, which was simplify the game, try and take down towers one by one, and it was more of a game plan counter to the team as a
10
whole.
seconds remaining.
Which Kunkka can still kind of inhabit. To me, I think that probably what happened after that last game, C-Smile didn't look like he was having that much fun. So I imagine that he just wants to get on a hero that he feels comfy with and that he knows he can make moves on. And this Kunkka, you can rotate to the Mars's lane if you need to. You can probably find a kill there once you get boat and 2 or 3 points in X or whatever. Or you can just farm it up and call it good. Also, it gives you some flex options just in case you get super hard countered at the end. So I like the pick, and it just tells me something about Beast Coast's mentality, which is they're trying to create, they're trying to reset their minds and just go into something completely new here.
Okay. Would you agree with that, Trent?
Yeah, I'm just looking at, to be honest, a lot of these bans and picks and trying to think like, what is Thunder Predator doing here? Like getting rid of like the snap is very interesting to me, like considering their heroes.
You think it might be because of the Whisper Snap they want to avoid? That's been a popular staple for Beastcoast to
The only thing I think
lanes.
Yeah, by going for the Whisper Snap and then also the potential for the Flex, like that, to me, that's just a really nice ban. But I feel like a lot of teams would just be like, I mean, it's Snap. Like, yeah, she's really good, but we have the Mars. And I also am assuming this Kunkka is not for Whisper. I feel like it's probably going to be for C-Smile, especially because they don't have last pick here for the side of Beastcoast. So I like that. I like that better than the Queen of Pain versus Rubik and Mars. I don't think you want to go Quap, whereas... obviously, she's in a very similar position to Kunkka right now in terms of like pacing as to when you want to take another draft with the minimal amount of heroes that really like ruin your game plan. So far looking good. A ton of damage prevention on Beast Coast. So I'd like to see them add on to that with like either very tanky heroes or just like annoyingly survivable ones already.
Beastcoast hasn't picked up the cop mid as much as other teams either as well. If you compare it to like Infamous, for example, or even SG, right? Like they haven't really caught on to that fad yet. So that might also be a reason. They might not be super keen on picking it up if Chris Luck is not, or sorry, C-Smile is not comfortable with it.
And it still all makes the Death Prophet better, as mentioned. I mean, Abba and Kunkka are great heroes if you wanted to, work it into the 3 or the mid potentially. But let's we'll get off that hero for now, I think. We gotta move somewhere else.
Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, there's still a lot of options that you can go for now. I think like a Beast Coast Classic could be go for like a Tide type pick again. Or no, that was banned. Sorry, my face was covering it.
5 Mars?
Or 2 though. Dark Mago also does play.
Yeah,
It could be, but it's also just like, why not pick your 5 here? Right? So there's no benefit to picking Timber right now for Thunder Predator because there's about to be 2 straight picks for like. Why would you give them 3 opportunities to counter your Timber?
Do you guys recall a time where Panda played the 5 Mars though? I know it's like a stinger thing. I know.
He played
Infamous
Viper. It'll
plays
be
it.
fine.
What is that? The same
only other
idea?
thing-
What do those heroes share at all, Trent? Why are they similar?
They're weird.
They're heroes that you all you do. No. I will tell you what they share. All right. They are 2 heroes that all you have to do to play them is the fundamentals of position 5. It doesn't matter what hero you're playing. You ignore your hero until you're level 6. The idea is that you just do things that position 5 needs to do, right? And you just use the skills the hero has in the best way possible to do it, being harassing the enemy and securing the spawns of the camps or blocking the enemy spawn camp. That's all you have to do. That's why it doesn't matter what you give a 5 player, right? You don't have to know how to play any hero as 5. You just got to know how to play 5 itself. The fundamentals.
Wow.
That's why position 5 is so much fun.
What an insulting thing to all the 5 hero spammers. Poor Panda in
Yeah.
his 4 hero pool is crying.
This is why 5 is so fun because you play the same hero no matter what hero you pick. It's the same experience over and over again.
Exactly.
Sadness.
Exactly.
Sadness and
Now you
disappointment.
understand.
See, this is the part where you have fun. You don't.
Yeah, fair enough.
So one other reason that they could have taken the Timber now, if they did want to flex it and put it as 2, is if they thought that Beast Coast might have taken it themselves. That's the only other thing that might make sense, and it could be a little bit scary against the Mars as like an answer. So we'll see. They take the Ursa now. Ava, you say you don't really like the matchup that much against the Mars, but it looks like they're going to probably put in it there, I would imagine.
Well, against Timber, I presume, right?
Well, it's either Timber or Mars, one of the 2.
Right. I think they're thinking it's Timber, and that's why they picked the Ursa. Because they didn't pick the Ursa last game, right? So I would presume that they're thinking, this is a free lane.
And the other thing that probably makes the lane different if it is Mars is Abba there is probably a better like supporting hero against the Mars than whatever the hell they had game number 1. I don't even remember now. It's gone from my brain. Yeah. So we'll see. Either way, I think it's going to be a good lane for Ursa.
Well, they actually went Oracle.
Ooh!
I kind of want that. See, I thought they'd pick that instead of Timber. That's the exact hero that I would have guessed because versus the Kunkka,
right?
You have the Abba on their side, so you can like back up the saves.
I will say, I know you don't believe in 5 spammers, but Panda is a 5 spammer himself, and safe heroes are a specialty, particularly the Oracle. He had to learn a pattern because he thought Oracle was really weak this patch. He was telling me this, but he actually prefers the Oracle and the Winter Wyvern. They just both suck this patch. Maybe he's probably really happy.
Dude,
Beastcoast's turn to
if they
battle.
last pick DP on Thunder Predator, I think they win the game.
Hmm.
That actually would be sick.
But then
even
what was it?
Run
Carry
it safe
DP then?
lane. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
I guess
can you elaborate?
Well, I think the idea is just that they will have such a strong like
10
group up
seconds
5
remaining.
team that
Mm.
you're not going to be able to deal with it in time. Like,
5
where's the
seconds
damage from?
remaining.
Like, once they all get BKBs and just run at you, right? You've got Ursa, you've got
Thunder
Kunkka.
Predators
Like,
turn
Ursa's
to
going to get
battle.
destroyed because he won't have enough armor early on, and then there's like pure damage and all this other stuff coming in. I guess they could do another, like, they could take like probably not a Drow because you've got Ursa. There's a couple of other answers that Thunder Predator could go for, but I want something like that archetype of hero that plays
10
together with the
seconds
team and just
remaining.
tries to end it.
Okay, could there be carry heroes, like more traditional carry heroes that
5
Pakaz might be
seconds
more
remaining.
inclined to that could fulfill that role, like a Luna, for example?
Yeah, could work.
You did not seem convinced whatsoever there.
No, I think that could work. It's just I feel like sometimes Lunas will like sit back up in the triangle and not actually play the team as much.
That's a good pick. That's a really good pick. Gives them a save versus the Mars again. So like for like spear combos and stuff, you're gonna have a Aphotic Shield as well as Astral. Bad versus Rubik though. Although we have seen lately the take 1 point in Astral instead that Sumail did on Team Secret. That was kind of interesting. I think that was Sumail that did at least.
I didn't catch that game. What was the idea behind it? So you only take 1 point in Astral? Do you go Meteor still?
No, he didn't. He went a right-click build. Now, keep in
Okay.
mind, this was Sumail, of course, so he was like, playing more of that 1-2 as opposed to the,
Sure,
the
sure.
3. So not really an option, assuming the roles are going to be... This is probably going to be Whisper's OD, so he'll have to max the Astral, which means he has to be really cautious about giving up to Rubik.
You don't think it could be OD put in the mid lane against Mars? And put it off lane
it
Kunkka?
could be, but I don't know. I feel like I'd rather have the Meteor Hammer stuff. Well, how good's Meteor Hammer this game? They only have... they have quite a few cancels, actually. They're not sure either.
Yeah, the laning stage is actually better against the Timbersaw, huh? And then you put the Kunkka up against TA.
Yeah, because
TA
Kunkka has
TA
torrents
is going
to
safe
cancel.
lane.
Yeah,
Mars is
exactly.
going
TA
mid.
safe lane.
That's what I'm saying. You put Kunkka
Oh,
off
okay.
lane and then put OD mid.
Yeah.
If it's Timber that's there.
Oh,
then
they
no.
do not agree with us, unfortunately. So
I-
one thing
I-
that OD does have against TA that's good is that the orb actually counts as 2 instances of damage because the orb plus your auto attack. So you actually burn refraction somewhat quickly. It's not that bad.
10 seconds remaining.
That's the only saving grace. I actually like your guys' suggestion much better. I would much rather see the Kunkka off.
5 seconds remaining.
I
This is a tough one.
wait. Did they swap it up at the end there?
I didn't see. Oh, look at it. Look at the production value.
No,
No, we're good.
So no,
think
it's
so.
Mars mid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I
he
thought that
wasn't
they were
listening.
gonna
I knew
do.
he
I thought it
wasn't
was
listening.
Oscar that was gonna play mid against Smile. Okay, I like that better then. For Beast Coast actually.
Oh.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
think Beast Coast's draft. I mean, if there's some weird lane swapping shenanigans, then I think that probably Thunder Predator can win if they get the right lanes with like, if they can get good lanes, then I think that they'll win. But I think Beast Coast has this because the way it's set up right now, I think that they're going to come out ahead in it.
Okay.
I think
Trent?
as long as Whisper doesn't like roll his lane, I think Thunder Predator win. I think.
All right.
They don't have that much pressure on their moves and stuff. I think they get they can test the Roche. I think they maybe win that fight. I don't know. I think they're gonna lose.
The panel is divided, which means no matter what happens, the panel is always right, and also
And wrong.
always wrong. Yeah.
Oh, sorry,
Thank
you
you,
had that.
Trent.
My bad.
But Trent is excited to say that because he knows he's going to be the one that's right, or he's confident. But will he be? We're going to have to watch the game to find out. If it's like last game, it's certainly going to be exciting. And it also will include some of the best casters you can find for South American Dota. It's Moxxi and Purge.
All right, we have a split panel here, Purge. So I want to know, how do you feel about the drafts?
I'm also split 50-50 down the middle. I
You
just
can't
can't
be
make
split,
a decision.
no!
I don't. Deep in my soul, it's somehow I did the math. It comes out to exactly 50-50. It's hard to tell right now who's going to win. It's there's good things on both drafts. I like the OD as a solution against the setup that Mars and Rubik can do. You can save your ally. Rubik getting that back is a little bit scary. especially because they also have an Oracle, which is going to make it a lot harder for Beastcoast to get some of these pickoffs. But they've got great solutions defensively on the Beast Coast with the Abaddon and the OD. So it's going to be like very back and forth team fights that are very based on positioning. Is Abaddon close enough to his allies to get the shield off, or is he zoned by Mars ulti? It's like questions like that are going to be interesting as the game develops. So dead 50-50. I know it's crazy, but that's all I got.
Man, that feels like such a cop out.
What's
I
yours?
want to hear like hard facts, like this is what I think is going to happen. Blah blah blah.
Moxxi,
blah, blah.
what do you think
I
is
want a
gonna
game
happen?
3. I want a game 3. We see we've got Whisper on an OD, which I think I think that could go very well if he gets that momentum, and he is definitely one of those players that thrives with having the momentum and aggression. I like the timing coming out from the side of Beastcoast. You see, you thought I was just going to be like, oh, I just want a game 3. No, Purge.
I did.
Reasons.
I really did.
Reasons. I know you. We've casted enough with you at this point, so. You're going to get a couple clicks here. So he gets harassed by Hector. A little bit short, though, on that Earth Spike from Gojira, so 2 of them will just make their way back to lane.
Yeah, boot start for Matthew makes tons of sense here, just so he can outrange the Ursa, doesn't have to worry about getting ran down. Because he's certainly the vulnerable one if you're the support duo with a Timbersaw who's about to get his salve sniped. Oop. That one, it's okay. Oscar's got 6 tangos, so he'll be alright. But yeah, if you're the weak one in a Timbersaw lane, you're the guy that's going to get killed repeatedly, so he's got to make sure that he can stay away from these guys in case the danger comes.
And they've got decent setup.
Smile pretty low in regen already. Dark Mago has fought him quite a lot here.
Is the nice value of this Mars and having, multiple people be able to play it. We saw Oscar playing it last time. This time, it's going to be Dark Mago. Just a really nice tempo-creating sort of hero. So, we'll definitely see them be very aggressive early on again. I think it's very necessary.
In his teamfight heroes, we had a little doubt in his Tiny the other day when we casted it, but it looked excellent last game as well. So, definitely been playing fantastic so far. Wants the undefeated.
They do. It's funny because, sometimes before the broadcast starts, people are sitting in chat. They're saying stuff like, oh, I bet Thunder Predator's not even going to take them seriously, blah, blah. No, dude, these are guys that want the undefeated title. Like, they want to prove that they are the best team in South America.
Yeah, I mean, they had they played at the Animajor last year under No Ping, slightly different roster, but basically the same 4 out of 5, no Pakaz. And they didn't make it to TI, and that was a big disappointment for them as a squad. So I'm sure that they're going full bore, trying to do as best as they can this time.
I think it's also interesting too, like the Beast Coast guys, they've been around for a while. They've had their names known for a while too. On top of that, right? Mm-hmm. So like I feel like it's even more satisfying when you can get the victory over these guys that Hector became a legend like at. Not this previous year, but the year before that, everyone was copying his builds. He was doing very innovative things. And there's the first blood.
Yeah, I saw that one coming, kind of. It was like a train wreck, but it wasn't the most of. He was at like 200 HP, didn't have a lot. He put shield on to go contest a small pull, and then they just kind of cast their spells on him, and Pakaz had rotated over, so just a little cheeky meld strike, lots of damage, and a dead Abaddon. But he's going to come back to lane with more regen. He's got a salve and a tango ready to go here.
Like Meld Strike lasts so long.
It does. Didn't last long there. He blew up when it hit.
Well, that's a little bit different, but yes. How's this mid lane going? That looks like Dark Mago a bit ahead, not by much though. Nice spear over here. Seasmile gonna take a little damage from the tower and some of these creeps.
It's pretty darn even. 19 and 6, 18 and 1. So slightly better last sitting for Dark Mago, despite the gold disadvantage, but. God's Rebuke is really, really fantastic since you can use it at different times than attacking, so it's a little easier to outlast your opponent. But for now, they're going to take some bounty runes. Dark Mago rolls over for Kunkka's one. See if Kunkka does the same. A little pressure on Matthew bot lane. It's still about half HP, but so far, so good. Ursa's 18 and 0, Timber 19 and 4, so just pretty even lanes, to be honest.
Seems a lot slower of a tempo than the first one that we saw.
Yeah, the only lane that is at a disadvantage right now is Pakaz 13 and 2 versus OD's 20 and 3. So he's losing in this lane. And the other scary thing is that they aren't going to be able to stop Meteor Hammer from hitting when it hits, but they can just cast literally one spell on Oracle to dispel the debuff. So that's kind of an interesting solution to the hero, but it works.
A lot of harass being placed over on Pakaz, but again, they don't have any really hard disable. So he's going to be able to walk away, and Pandemonium just going to throw a salve on him. He's fine.
Almost gets attacked. That would have sucked. Lose the clarity, but yeah, they'll be fine to cover each other. I'm kind of curious to see how Stinger performs this match. Playing offlane right now, but I just feel like there's a lot of worry to me that he's not going to be able to buff and save his allies. I'm worried about his cast range. And against a high single target damage hero like TA, even like Timbersaw is a little bit threatening there, he's going to get his ulti popped pretty easily this game. So I feel like it could be a little bit spooky for him to play this match. Be close enough to be effective, but not so close that he ends up getting his ulti popped all the time really early.
Is there a situation where you think that he's going to end up having to go for like a mobility item? Because I know we saw like over on the Deuce that we saw a mobility item getting picked up from Pakaz. Granted, Pakaz had all the farm in the world, so he could just spend his gold on whatever he liked, and it definitely paid off. Is this something that you feel might be necessary for the Abaddon because of the fact that...
Yeah, something like Force Staff could be really good against Mars. Oh, he's going in mid.
This is it's not looking great here for Chris Lux. He's going to try to take down the courier. Does manage.
Ganked. Get ganked, sucker. Just got to do something silly so your opponent tries to kill you and use that distraction to kill their courier. Yeah,
that is the
mobility item.
5-head play.
It is. Ghost Scepters probably is by far the best against TA. Something like a Force Staff against Timbersaw could be good. Maybe casual 5-player playmail. No, that's not good usually.
Probably not.
Raw armor not as good as just being able to have these moments of invulnerability, but for now, Stinger's just going to follow Pakaz. He's going to get slapped pretty good here top.
Yeah, he's going to be
Probably
careful
dead.
here. Out of shield already popped. Look at this damage. Oh, he popped the salve just enough to keep him alive. Just barely.
How nice of Oracle there to put a little heal on him too. That's going to get him up a little bit faster. All right. Not bad, not bad.
What a bounty!
Very quiet game this time around.
Hector almost died in the bot lane too. Got Oscar at about 40%, but had to retreat before he ends up dying. So now it is a lane for
so hard to
line.
try to make plays on a Timbersaw. Like, even as an Ursa, like, you can get those stacks up, but you still have to be very careful.
Yeah, you have this like little burst period where you can fight him, but like if you try to go like multiple cycles, he's just gonna outdamage you. And he has the benefit of having an absolute stupid amount of armor. Ursa is certainly gonna beat Timber over a long period, a medium period, I should say. But if he's got a lot of armor build up right away, it's a little bit of a counter as well.
All right, there's the initiation. Chris Luck makes his own, just uses a casual torrent, and we'll go walking right back over to his lane. Looks like they let Stinger take it for the time being. Let's get some of that. But Whisper here in the top lane. Just to be careful, Matthew making a rotation. This is not looking good for Whisper. He doesn't have anything to really protect himself with. So one big nuke coming out from Pandamu. Those purifying flames will take away his life.
Yeah, that was a good call to make that rotation to gank him. They already saw that Lion was bottom, and they already saw that Abaddon was sitting mid, so it makes perfect sense for Matthew to set up that go by rotating top. So that's going to leave Oscar very solo here.
Indeed it is. So this time around, they, the Timber Chain did not connect for Oscar. Got the Chakram, they're going to try to just pull right back again using that X. That's a kill here. This time, for K1.
I can't believe Chris Luck didn't use his boat there.
Mago?
Nice, got the
Okay,
kill.
alright, they get a return kill, but it's the mid lane going over to Whisper, and it's just a support killing a support. Not the greatest trade here for Thunder Predator.
Yeah, Beastcoast doing great. I was surprised that Chris Luck didn't use his boat bottom to kill the Timber, but it doesn't matter. They still get the kill, and then in the mid lane, picking a Mars there is huge. They lost Abba too, but man, frankly, who cares? He's picked up level 5 by sapping mid. He's going to refill a bottle here. Chris Luck still has all of his cooldowns, all of his mana, and now a full bottle, so the danger is still here, and Oracle hasn't hit 6 yet, which is really going to start costing him here. He needs his ultimate to make it really successful for his team. Let's see if this ward helps. Yeah, they do spot TA.
Yeah. They want TA. The Torrent connecting over onto Pakaz. They've got the X there as well, followed up with the boat. They're out a Hex. They're out everything they need to cut down Pakaz. So things are going much differently this time for Beastcoast in game number 2.
I love how they brought wards to that as well, just made it even easier. Pressure continues a bit. They counter the creep wave. That's going to force Dark Mago to go back, hit some jungle creeps. In the meantime, Oscar on the Timbersaw is still getting his last hits by all means, but game gets a little bit spooky as this continues. If they keep pressuring TA like this, it's going to help Ursa get his Diffusal Blade and then be really effective in these mid-game fights.
Yeah, they don't quite have the same kind of heroes as before. You know, with the Medusa being able to just get that farm so easily with the split and then having the ability to, you know, jungle and whatnot. Hopefully Oscar back just a little bit. Hector is hungry for this because they do have the line making their way, but they also have a lot of heroes coming out from the side of Thunder Predator. They have to be a bit careful. They do spot out the Rubik. Dark Mago going with a nice spin off to the side, but the ball with the Torn over onto 2. Tried to go for that save. Go land over onto Magos. It's not quite where they wanted it. Now Matthew getting chased away here by Hector. The go pin Gojira over to the wall. Ends up losing Gojira. Everybody else is able to walk away. K1's just running around in circles trying to get Matthew. That big ol' orb, though, coming out from Whisper should ensure they find the kill. And see Smiles, he still really wants Pakaz here. Has the X, has the Torn, has the boat, has Whisper joining on in. So they should be able to get off enough clicks here as they throw out the Astral Imprisonment of Dark Mago nearby. They'll finish off Pakaz. Whisper just gonna rejoin here with Pandamoo, who's got that force right into the style. Whisper, though, is trying to channel up, tries to go. He drops Meteor Hammer, but no one is nearby, so doesn't connect on anything. Stinger, his ultimate will proc. Gojira separated from everyone else now. It's gonna be the next one to fall, and this is not looking great here for Stinger because, of course, his ultimate has already popped him while this is going on. See, Smile is just chasing after Pandamoo.
Chased him very far past the point that I would have given up. I mean, that was like kind of low chances by Chris to go that far, but all right, almost works out, but they end up losing a lot of their heroes and a little bit of an overdive there. But hey, they killed Templar Assassin again. It is not all bad, and that happened because they won their fight so convincingly. But ultimately, it went even worse for Thunder Predator. Pandamoo ended up using his ultimate incorrectly. He accidentally casted it on the Mars and on the Timbersaw, who was dying. Could have definitely saved his life. So kind of put him in the back foot, but they win a fight afterwards. It's going to end up about even here. Not terrible for Thunder Predator.
This is a nice steal here from Matthew that's managed to grab the Astral Imprisonment and use it potentially to try to save or set up. But it's just going to back off for now. But as we were saying before, you know, when you have a Dusa in your first game and you're able to have like all the space in the world, you're able to take stacks. It's just not as easy this time around. Although Pakaz's doing a great job despite, you know, falling. He is ahead of the Ursa just by a little bit of gold. So
yeah, not too surprising since Ursa doesn't farm that rapidly and compare, like you would never say, man, Ursa, what a great farmer. Maybe during the Battle Fury era that was true, but it certainly hasn't been for a while since the build is all Diffusal Blade now. But the mana burn that he's going to have in these engagements is going to be really powerful, certainly. Timbersaw's got to be worried about this. If he runs low on mana, all he's got to save him is a wand and a soul ring, which can work, but is scary. Heroes like Oracle have got to be worried. Mana drain on Templar Assassin is hugely problematic. And if they do win another fight as convincingly, then they're not going to do like a tri-camp invasion. They're just going to take Roche. That's going to make the follow-up fights for Thunder Predator even harder.
Jira was thinking about teleporting, but
then Oscar shows up. So now they're like, oh, well, we can get a kill. Did he show, though? I didn't see. That looked really close. Might have
canceled the
spotted
TP.
Lion.
Oh, they're going to make their way bottom, though. They smoke up. Matthew, Mago making their way. Stinger might be able to intercept them. Look at the way the Gojira is also playing. Hector continuing to hit creeps. Have to be careful. They have the Blink Dagger online now for Mago, so they could jump in. He's going to find themselves Gojira instead, so that's a quick and easy pick-off. Hector not quite anticipating this, so he is going to back off. Stinger's here, so is Whisper. They think about going right back in again. They'll pop the Illusion Rune over on Mago. Going to try to hold Stinger into place. They've got the Tumbler's Joy, though, so he's right underneath that tower. Whisper says, I don't want this. He's just going to leave, and so is the rest of Beastcoast.
Yeah, it's really difficult to defend the tower when they dive you at so many angles. You can basically infinitely tank the tower with the Timbersaw alone. And Stinger's hoping to pull the creep wave maybe, but he gets pushed back, and now not a terrible solution. He lives.
Oh, they end up losing Sea Smiles. Looks like he was trying to do something cheeky here against Pakaz. Bottom lane, that's not looking great for Stinger. Like, look at this. They're diving right into the tier 2 with all 3 heroes on the side of Thunder Predator.
They are. It's going to defend the tier 1 tower. The fact that Chris Smile died at the same time, though, is really bad. Like, TA was at, like, 80% health, so he messed up bad there, dying to him. That's going to push the TA even higher. I mean, it's like the highest net worth. He got 600 gold for that solo kill. That ain't good. Big mistake.
Matthew, following up with his own astral imprisonment.
Bottom tower is under
Who's
attack.
here? Jump forward. No, they just don't quite have the catch just yet. Although BKB getting picked up now for C-Smile should be very good against getting locked down. But the Desolator is completed now for Pakaz, and he is sitting at the top of the net worth now. Smoke play coming out from Beastcoast. Looks like they want to make a play here for this Roche,
Got a trap
perhaps?
and a Roche, though. Yeah.
They do have a
See if
trap.
there's the
Yeah, they
sentry.
see it. Look at this.
No, it's a hard decision. Do they start it? He kills
go
it
for
right
it.
away. They start hitting it, and now they got to defend against the invasion.
Gojira still smoked up. They smoke up over on the side here of Thunder Predator. Pakaz making his way over. So
What's
is
triggered?
Oscar. Stinger. Already popping the ultimate. Pushes Whisper out though. A1 going in here. That melt strike though, it does so much damage. You get the Astral off the boat coming in from C-Smiles. They're going to try to focus down, but Oscar, he's so tanky.
Lift.
Follow up. There's
Boat.
a Meteor Hammer coming in. They get the kill on A1. It's going to be Oscar who picks up the Aegis.
Dire's middle
And now Whisper was just going and hitting some creeps over here. He's got to run. That is not how they wanted that to go at all. The BKB got popped from C-Smiles as he's just trying to run away, but the duration is done. And that's another kill now for Pandamoo.
All right, now things feel really bad for Beastcoast because, I mean, they were close to killing Roche there, but the Rubik lift and throwing him into the stolen boat did a huge amount of damage. Whereas it kind of looked like Ursa might be able to grab the Aegis. No, they just lost the fight convincingly. Line was positioned in a place with the ward to break the smoke, but the reality is that Thunder Predator ran right in. Another fight.
Yeah, Hector got very aggressive there all of a sudden. And I don't think Stinger was quite ready for it. The rest of the team is still here except for Pakaz. The spear back over onto Hector.
But why? Why
I'm
did he
wondering if
need to
he's
hit
a
those
little
creeps?
tilted.
I could see that. It feels like a tilt moment for sure. I mean, they were like right there, and you might just think like, yeah, they're gonna leave, go back at their creeps, but then they just killed them again. On the bright side, Whisper is still doing his job. Did some nice damage top with the Meteor Hammer. He's gonna reset with his team, trying his best. 3-2-0 right now.
tower is under attack.
But yeah, Ursa's net worth is really hurt now, 6,300. TA has 50% more item net worth than he does.
Make a setup
And
over onto
so-
Dark Mago, but Oscar and Pandamoo are nearby. They'll follow up with boat play over onto Mago, but able to negate some of that here as he does have the Oracle ultimate on him. Gojira just trying to break some angles, trying not to get pinned over to the wall. He smiles, he's taking a lot, but the BKB comes out. Whisper, he's not looking too healthy either as Haywood jumps up. They've already lost C-Smiles, and that Melt Strike coming out from Pakaz will just blow up Whisper. Pakaz, though, the finger coming out. Oh, they don't quite have enough.
Oh, no.
The is just a little bit too short here. Hector, he can't get his hands on this TA. He is going to die. And they jump
Oh, the
forward.
blink
They
dodge.
find themselves Stinger. It's just looking real bad here for Beastcoast. That's
Yeah.
a team wipe.
We got nothing out of it. The line there thought that the kill would happen for sure, and it looked really likely, but TA was able to get away just a little bit there. And as a result, when he finally realized, I need to stun now, those who lose the kill, it was just a bit too far. So 5-0 there. Thunder Predator absolutely running away with this game.
11K net worth lead. They're up 21-7. It's not impossible for Beastcoast, but it's definitely very, very difficult. Right now, all three cores on the side of Thunder Predator, sitting at the top net worth. They are just so hungry. I had this conversation actually the other day. Oh my god. Because not even afraid of Hector. Look at me, just solo kills him. But now Stinger, he's got to run. He's got his ultimate up. He's just knows that he's probably not making it out alive. They have a Yule's on top of it. That's just a very dead bad. Things are just unraveling so quickly here. Matthew finding this opening, finds himself Gojira, goes out the Fade Bolt, and just gets blown up by Pakaz. They're running right into the base. Guys, there are tier 2s up. Hello? You're just gonna go and just murder everybody at Beast Coast in their own base while there's still tier 3s? Hello? What
It's
is
easy
happening?
for this Tricore. I mean, they got Bulwark to block 60 to 70% of damage. They've got Timbersaw, and they've got TA. These towers mean actually nothing to them when they have a hero advantage. It's working great. They hit their timing. TA has massively more farm than him. Pakaz is making great decisions about when to commit to these core kills. And Beast Coast just kind of missed their timing. That's why they went all in for the Roche. They're like, well, they're gonna know we're Roshing, but they're like, all right, screw it. Let's see if we can do it. Thunder Predator punishes it massively. They crush the next couple fights, getting extra pickoffs, and now Beast Coast is scrambling to get any kills in these engagements.
Stinger, they cut down your trees. They'll root them into place. There it is, a beautiful arena over onto 4, but they need to have the damage. They need to put it out. So Mago forced to move out. Turn this attention over onto Hector. Things are split very, very heavily right now. Draw back over onto this TA. Picaz is separated. They drop the hammer. Are they finally going to be able to take down Picaz? Yes, they are. That's going to be the Aegis taken as well. As they'll wait for the Timber Saw to come back up again. Can they kill him a second time? He's got the Yules, though. The timing on it just right. Seasma over on the side. He's pinned to the tree. They just have too much damage, too much lockdown. They'll take down Gunka. And now Stinger. He is not looking great. The shield can't protect him. 3 down on the side of Beastcoast.
Yikes. Yeah, it took Ursa basically running into the backline there, using all of his abilities just to chase them down. And he got like 2 hits in on the Oracle. It was not good. This Stolen Impale that Matthews picked up has really helped in their control against Ursa here. So yeah, they do kill some of the frontliners. They kill the TA, but the tempo advantage continues for Thunder Predator here. Re-steals Impale as well for another 3 minutes. So great play by Matthew.
So is it just going to end up being Whisper has to continue to split push here? Because I feel like, oh, it's a dead Gojira.
I thought you were going to say, is Whisper going to have to continue to carry the team as the 3 position with highest net worth? And I'm like, yes, he's the guy that's making the best decisions, it seems.
He's trying. It's difficult, though, because look at this already. Picaz hunting, blinks forward, applying that death, applying the melt strike. They just cut him down. There's no place safe for Whisper to move on this map. He smiles, you know, trying to just do something here. Blinking away immediately from Mago. Hitting him over to the side. Stinger following up, trying to use the Aquatic Shield, trying to buy a bit more time. Does have to be careful, though. He's very squishy, even though he's in a Abaddon. It just the amount of damage that they can output just makes him look so soft.
Yeah. I mean, the BKB rush on Kunkka is great for winning these early team fights. He's thinking like, oh, I'm going to BKB, team fight at Roche, we get Aegis, everything's going to be fine, but they just didn't do well enough in the fight, so it's just Thunder Predator continuing to pressure. And in the meantime, Picaz keeps getting these solo kills. Now it's going to be even worse. He's got Brigand's Blade, which basically looks like Deso's little brother or something like that. That he's like, nah, I want to bring a Bakula. That's very pretty.
Deso's little brother.
I mean, it does look like Deso. It's just like a 2-pronged.
I guess. I feel like the Deso's older brother is obviously the Stydian Desolator. Oh, just a casual neutral item on the ground.
Or for us Dota 1 players, they're the same.
That is
Then
true.
they changed it. Throwback. And Desolator 2 just didn't roll off the tongue very well, it turns out.
All right. It feels like Beastcoast just can't get any breathing room. They can't figure out how do we move around on this map without getting just blown up. And gonna get some dewarding done over here, but look at this immediately as they approach that area. The follow-up, Dark Mago finding himself Whisper, realizing that they have to get rid of this guy as fast as possible. Be able to go use that Astral Imprisonment. They threw out the boat to try to help a little bit, but Whisper is not going to be able to stay alive long enough to get through over onto Gojira. It's a nice Earth Spike coming to play over onto 2, but it's only going to prolong just a little bit here. As now Gojira running to his tower, getting chased after by Oscar. Hector is just taking too much damage. He's handled. That bear is caged and control. And look at this Matthew. He doesn't even have. He just walks up next to C Smiles, waits for Picaz and the rest of the team to show up. The BKB comes out. It's not enough. It's a double kill for Picaz. Another team wipe. And again, another situation where Thunder Predator, there is a tier 2 up, and they just go diving up past the tier 3s to get kills.
Yeah, that's how I'm feeling too, Whisper here. You did your best. You have the highest net worth, but it's,
oh my God.
It's so hard. It was so hard to win these fights against them. Like, the TA's overwhelming damage is so good against both supports on the Beastcoast side. So once they get a gold advantage like this, like any mistake you make is like 2 heroes dead. Ursa's not farming. They lost their Aegis timing. The laning stage went pretty good, but it didn't transition into Roche very well, and they didn't really win any convincing fights other than a couple ganks here and there. So, yeah, Thunder Predator absolutely crushes Beastcoast in game number 2.
I mean, that solves our question, you know, the fact that can Thunder Predator be completely undefeated? They did lose one game, right? They did lose one, I think, to No Ping, but they didn't lose a single series, and they just look absolutely fantastic. This squad together, again, we talked about them being No Ping in the past, but they did pick up, Picaz, and in my personal opinion, Picaz is one of the best position 1 players in South America. He was playing on Infamous for a little while. He got shuffled around a bit, but he's definitely hit his stride. And Beastcoast, they just, like you said, they just were kind of all over the place. They couldn't get that momentum going. But it's looking very good for the Predator, and this means that I believe also Infamous has secured themselves the 2nd place standing. Is that correct?
I believe so, right? Because they needed to get a
They
win
need to
here
win
to
this
tie
one, I
with
think.
Infamous. So yes, that is going
Yeah.
to put Beast Coast at 4-3. That'll tie them with Apu, King of Kings, and that means they have to play a tiebreaker, which is very big based on Valve's announcement earlier today that top 4 in a region get to play their regional tournament. So whoever wins that, that's like a best of 3, not just to play in the tournament, but to win $10,000. Like just being top 4 in your region now is 10K. So this was a big deal that Beast Coast lost this. They lost their guaranteed opportunity to get that money. Now they've got to compete with Apu, I believe.
Yeah, and
Or am
Apu
I
have been
confused?
looking really
No,
strong.
I'm sorry. I'm confused. They've got top 4 already. They're just
They
4
do?
and 3 now to tie with Apu. They're tied 3-4. We don't know who's 3rd and 4th.
Okay.
They might have to tiebreaker for more points or not, but good for you, Beast Coast. You've won $10,000.
You want those points, though. You want those
I
points.
do. There's a lot more
But,
points at stake in the actual matchup, which is, I believe, it's like 150. No, sorry, 250 DPC points if you win that tournament. 130 if you get second, and then you can go for up to $50,000 if you happen to win that round robin or that 4-team tournament. So
yeah,
a lot of
you want
money and
that.
points at stake. Yeah.
You want that for sure. But very exciting game number 1. Game number 2, more of a stomp, unfortunately, for the fans. But if you're a Thunder Predator fan, you're very, very happy right now. And if you're a Beast Coast fan, I believe the phrase is pee, 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 and hoping that they're going to bounce back at some point. Throwing it over to the panel, guys.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I thought that this was the part where you translate from the interviews. I had an interview there with the caster, and she said, "PPP, could you please translate?" Thank you.
Oh no, sad.
My hero. Look at you, man of so many talents. Mm-hmm.
Right. Damn.
You're not making it any better.
Wow. Damn. Can I just say, I feel like there's an interesting dynamic here. Like, we can't really go into the breakdown of that game without discussing, like, you know, Seasile dying solo to TA and then turn into that Roche fight, and then they get the Aegis, and then he, like, dies a bunch of times by 20 minutes. Like, I feel like the whole team kind of collapsed. But I think what's much more impressive than that is that, like, Thunder Predator was this team that you kind of had to be perfect against to be able to beat them, I feel like. And there's a few other regions that have teams like that, and it's really cool to see a team that like is that good here. And I can't wait to see them more when we do get international competition again. And I also love the Panda Boo saying "Hola Mama" at the end, which was just so cute, and he's just so cute, and I love him. That's all I got. Listen, in my mind, it is okay. All right.
Oh, nice. That was a good meme then. That was good. That was quality. Nice.
Exactly.
All right, nice. Good meme. Good meme. All right, nice. Yeah, yeah. Oh, confirmation.
والبنسولا اتش اف ان يوم io passavo io però lo so io pobre Héctor, weón, me dio pena cuando Paca lo mató en el abajo.
Hello, Panda.
Hola,
Hola.
No sé si
¿Qué tal, Panda? Perdona.
muy bien.
Estaba muteado, discúlpame. ¿Cómo estás? ¿Haces esto solo para que te entreviste yo cada vez o esta es tu,
Sí, sí.
tu pasión ahora? ¿Sí?
Ajá.
Yeah. Sí, hay que verlo. He answered the question. He says yes. We confirmed it. Sorry about that, guys.
¿Qué dijeron? ¿Qué
he
dijeron?
No, te he preguntado justo esto por inglés. Perdona, por eso. Panda, tell me why hola mamá at the end of the game.
Porque mi mamá siempre mira todas las partidas que yo juego.
Yo pensaba que era un meme. Lo hacías de verdad.
No, mi mamá
Oh.
todas las partidas las ve en YouTube de Kurama, así los finales. Porque ella no lo ve en Facebook o Twitch, ella lo ve al final, así la repetición.
Yeah. So the hi mom was actually a very serious thing. I'm sorry I disrespected Panda like that. His mom actually watches all his matches. He watches through the equivalent of Noob from UA, but for Spanish broadcast, and that's why he wanted to say hi to her. That's nice. Were you expecting to finish the season 7-0? Was that your goal as a team?
Sí, la era. Queríamos el 14-0, pero perdimos un juego.
He says that they wanted the 14-0, but unfortunately they lost one game. Were you expecting it though, or was it like a challenge for you guys?
Creo que ni siquiera era un reto ni nada, solamente apareció al momento. Como ya hemos ganado tantas partidas, ya vamos a intentar 14-0. Pero solo porque los memes, ¿no?
So they said they won. At first, it wasn't really even a challenge, and they weren't thinking about it. But after a while, they just won so many matches. They thought, yeah, let's just go for it. Let's go for the 14-0. And that ended up becoming their goal. Were you guys? Was Beastcoast the threat to you guys at all, or because you seem to just take this 2-0 relatively easily, and you seem to just beat them every time?
No, todos los equipos son, o sea, nos preparamos de todas maneras, de igual manera con todos los equipos. No pensamos en uno como, ellos son mucho mejor que tal, debemos prepararnos contra tal porque son mucho mejores. Todos los equipos son equipos y los enfrentamos de la misma manera.
He says that all the teams are good teams and they fight them the same way. They're always prepared. They prepare in the same fashion. So it's not really, it doesn't really matter if it's Beast Coast or whomever. They will always do the same kind of preparation. So now we actually know that we're going to have the regional leagues, those mini majors, whatever you want to call it. Is it a bit sad they don't get to play internationally? Were you expected to have some international play?
Algo triste, sí, pero igual DPC points, más plata para comprar. Está bien, mejor que nada para mí. O sea, ganar más.
Yeah. He says, yeah, I mean, it's a bit sad, but, you know, you get more money, more DPC points, you get to win more, which was what he said at the end. And yeah, he's pretty happy about that. It's better than nothing, so Panda's pretty optimistic. You guys always do so well against South American opponents. You did the same thing in DPC last season where you absolutely dominated, right? But sometimes you were to struggle to get international results. What do you think is the cause for that? Do you think it has to do with the meta that you established in South America, or more with the pressure that you feel when you go international?
No sé cómo responder esa pregunta bien. Creo que es solamente porque no llegamos a practicar con equipos de Europa y China por el ping, obviamente. Mientras que llegamos en Estados Unidos, tú puedes jugar con equipos de Europa con 90 de ping, no hay tanto problema. Pero acá si tú quisieras jugar un equipo de Europa 180 o ambos equipos jugarían en un punto medio, que es muy difícil que el otro equipo quiera acceder a eso, porque ellos siempre quieren su 0 de ping. Así que es llegar a la Major y recién practicar contra ellos, sus strats, ver si es que lo tuyo funciona contra su tipo de juego o si no te tienes que adaptar. Y a algunos equipos le llega a chocar eso.
He says that he's like, it's a hard question to answer. He says at first, and he says, well, it's just it's hard to find practice against some of the European or Chinese teams, for example. Like if you live in the United States, you live in America, especially in the East Coast, you get like 90 ping to Western Europe, not a big deal. But from South America, it's 180 ping. If the European team wants to meet somewhere in between, then it'd be more doable. But most likely they don't because they want to play with 0 ping. They're not like the South America guys who are used to 200 ping every day. He says that sometimes it's difficult because you get to an international competition, you immediately have to play against these teams. You immediately have to go and learn their strats, see how your strats do against theirs, and this adaptation has to happen in a very short period of time. And some teams like themselves sometimes struggle with this adaptation, or it's a bit difficult to be able to accomplish it. Have you guys ever considered, like say pre-major or whatever, moving or say you're going to, you know that you qualified next DPC, right? You go to a major. Have you considered moving to, say, Europe or America to bootcamp temporarily to get this practice beforehand?
Habíamos dicho que al momento que clasificamos a la Major íbamos a hacer una bootcamp. Se supone que lo íbamos a hacer como el 25, pero como no hay Major no vamos a llegar a viajar. Pero sí estaba en los planes del equipo.
And it was outside. It was like in a
Sí,
foreign
era
country.
en Europa, no sé dónde.
Okay. So he says that actually, yes, in their plans was that if they were to qualify to the major, they would be doing a boot camp outside of the country, in probably in Western Europe somewhere, or sorry, in Europe somewhere, and that would be their preparation for the major. But unfortunately, because there's no major, then there's not going to be any boot camp at all. I mean, the org must be happy. They're saving a bit of money in the boot camp and making more money online. So Panda.
Mira, te quiero dar un dato. Yo te voy a decir algo interesante ahora. Mira, mientras que estábamos hablando, mi mamá me acaba de escribir. Felicitaciones. Yo te dije que cumplas tu sueño. Estoy muy feliz por ti. ¿Sabes qué bien se siente eso?
Oh, qué bonito, Panda. As we were speaking, this is a freebie. I didn't ask him any questions. His mom just sent a message saying, "Congratulations." Espera, ¿puedo repetir el mensaje para traducirlo exactamente?
Felicidades, yo te dije que cumplas tu sueño. Estoy muy feliz por ti.
He says, congratulations. I told you to accomplish your dream. I am really happy for you. And he just said after that, he's like, you know how good that feels when your mom sends you that? That's really good. Do you have a good relationship with your family then when it comes to Dota?
Sí.
Like they've supported you in your career?
Sí.
Yeah. I know you used to play from your house, right? When you lived with them?
Claro, sí.
Yeah. Did at first was there friction when you started becoming a Dota player, or was it just, go with your dreams?
Fue cuando me salí de la universidad. Yo le pedí que quería un tiempo libre porque primero ellos me arruinaron un poco mi tiempo, luego porque me pidieron ayuda, me dije, yo estaba en la universidad, me dijeron, hey, salte un tiempo porque necesitas ayudar en la casa. Yo, ok. De ahí volví a la universidad y me dijeron, yo les dije, ok, me dieron un tiempo, ahora yo quiero pedir un tiempo.
Okay.
Les pedí un año.
And then they said yes.
Comenzó la pandemia, en la pandemia fue bien y me dijeron, tú vuelve a la universidad cuando quieras. Acá nadie te va a obligar. Y acá estamos.
Wow. So Panda's story was that in the beginning when he was going to university, which I'm assuming you're also playing Dota on the side, right? During that time?
Sí.
So he was going to university, still not fully fresh pro, and his family actually asked him to take some time out of university so he could help around in the house, like the help with the house, finances, etc., etc. And then Panda agreed. He left university temporarily, went back to university, and then he asked his family and said, well, you guys asked me to give up some of my time. Now I'm asking you if I can give it up voluntarily so I can go and pursue this career in Dota 2. And that's when pandemic started. That was back when these guys were Omega? No? Yeah, it was Omega back then. When the pandemic started, they started getting really good results, if you guys remember. Then eventually they became Noping. Their career started to flourish. And then his family just said, you know what? Go back to uni whenever you want to, as he's doing so well. And now, topping the DPC. What a success story, Panda. Congratulations. Is there anything that you'd like to say to all the English viewers that are slowly becoming your fans over time?
Gracias por todo el apoyo. Vamos a seguir jugando bien. Bueno, intentar seguir jugando bien, dar buenas partidas. Y nada, se les aprecia mucho por el apoyo.
He says, thank you so much for the support to all the English viewers. Thank you so much for the support. We're going to continue playing our best and doing the best we can. And just thank you for supporting us. We're going to continue to deliver the results you expect from us. Panda, once again, congratulations. 7-0, quite the feat in South America. And I wish you luck in the mini major, or whatever we're calling it. I'm sure you'll do equally as well, Panda.
Ojalá.
All right. Well, this guy is even more wholesome than I could ever possibly imagine. I was so wrong, guys. I'm sorry. I was cynical about this, but that man is a beam of sunshine.
So happy
dude.
when he said that.
It did. My heart.
You know what I was doing, actually? I was just typing in at Dota2_Panda into my Twitter bar, and I found Panda's Twitter that you can all follow to support this lovely lad.
Yep.
Dota2_Panda? Is that what it is?
That is it.
Wow.
And his picture is a panda.
Yep.
Right. So you don't get lost.
He
Yep.
was
You guys
following
can
me, but I
also
wasn't
follow.
following him. Sorry.
You guys can also follow the Thunder Predator Twitter if you're interested as well. They're also, they're the org that's been helping out these guys, and as you guys can see, they seem pretty happy with the org. They seem pretty satisfied. They also have a Kick-Ass Twitter. They make a lot of memes. They made a lot of memes during the major back when they had the old squad. So I do recommend you follow those guys too. Meanwhile, during the interview, I was texting my mom and be like, "Why don't you support me like Panda's mom?" Then I sent her the interview. Anyway, I'm blocked on WhatsApp now, so that's my relationship. But luckily, his wholesomeness pulled me through the day. So, what do you guys think is next for Thunder Predator? What did you guys feel about this team? I know Lyrical, you had high praise for them, but I want to kind of pick your brain about their future.
Trent, you can go first. I already said my thing.
Okay.
Well, hopefully some tournaments outside of the online regional coming up. Obviously, like it's great that we're getting the online thing, but it's still a long time when you're feeling this hot. Like they look really good. So hopefully, I mean, they use this time to obviously one, focus and prep for the online tournament, but number two, develop more strategies. Don't rest. You absolutely crushed it, no doubt. But unfortunately, you didn't get a chance to actually take all your skills that you used for this very long patch and go to a major, which really stinks because things can change a lot. We've had teams where they're like amazing, and then this patch happens, and they don't seem to adapt as well. So, I'll be very curious to see what happens, and maybe we'll have a little compare and contrast next patch when there's another season. If I just keep saying it, surely it'll happen. Because what if there wasn't a patch, guys? What if Valve doesn't do it?
That'd be really sad.
No, Weaver forever. This is the first time I've been ranking up. Okay, I'm just gonna Weaver 4 every game, guys. Join me, join the dark side. You see all these picks and you go and say, yeah, you put that face like Lyrical, and it's like, same picks all the time. But you know what the best part is about the same picks is that when a pick has been picked for like the past 10 months, it's good. It's OP. It's undoubtedly OP. So just spam it. You don't even need to think. Weaver 4, free MMR. Hear me out.
Please make it stop. I need it to end. I need to see a new map. I need to log into Twitter and into Dota just to have things be a little bit better in the world. And like I think it's a good point what you're making though about like the patch and the changes getting up, because that's something that's going to be really interesting. Particularly, Avo, you were talking about the fact that to some extent they were like hero spammers that have been like expanding that hero pool a little bit. That type of a team could run into some troubles with it. So I hope that they're gonna like the plus side is that they have like a grip of DPC points now, and on this patch they're gonna get to play this major finals. So like they're gonna be a force to be reckoned with and like a threat to get into TI off of it no matter what happens. They just need to learn like one of the couple of patches that's coming and like own on it, and they'll be fine.
Yeah, I agree. I think that there's something really interesting of watching the last tournament of a patch after a patch that's been this long, because like you said, there's a lot of perfectionism at this point in the patch, which I think is very, very fascinating. And I think you get to learn a lot about how a meta can develop beyond just a very simple beyond sometimes the meta feels very social to me. It feels like some teams come up with some ideas, they share those ideas more, and now we're getting to the point where it's so efficient that I really like seeing the finer points and what people can come up with this late into a patch.
Never forget, Leshrac wasn't actually popular until like the last third, not even third, like quarter of that famous patch, of which Leshrac was like the best hero. So, things change. People thought that was really stale, and suddenly Leshrac's like the best hero in Dota 2 with very minimal changes. So, who knows what we'll see at the online regional finals or in our tiebreakers that are still coming up here.
Yeah. And in fact, to talk about this online regional finals, thank you for the wonderful segue, Trent. We have one of the organizers, the TO from 4D Esports. Well, one of the people that work for 4D Esports is going to be talking to us a little bit to hype up what these regional finals are all about. So let's go over to him. All right, we're here. My good friend. No, it's not Shadow.
Yeah.
No, it's a common mistake. It's Suado, the popular host and Spanish caster, now turned TO extraordinaire, a good friend of mine as well. How are you doing, Suado? ¿Cómo estás?
I'm doing fine. I'm doing great. Actually, just came back from the gym. So I'm a bit of a mess. I do apologize for that. But apparently the news broke out. Yeah, I mean, I was very excited. I was expecting, we knew this was coming I don't even know, like a week or two, really. Valve emailed the DOs. They told us, "Hey guys, we need to find a solution. People really want a mayor, and we are proposing this, and we are meeting the teams, and we are trying to figure out something." So we work out with all the rest of the DOs and everybody to do these regional finals, which is pretty exciting. I think looks great, right? Like $100,000 per region and DPC points. I don't think there's any. It cannot get any better, really. So it's very exciting. in
ideally,
general,
lad.
honestly.
But yes,
So-
online, this is the best that you can muster.
Actually, we did say to Valve, we did tell Valve, and I know different TOs did say to Valve that we wanted to do the event LAN, even in regionals, because for example, Lima has this thing where all the teams are living in the same city. Hell, you could be in any gaming house within 25 minutes. We did say to Valve, can we do it LAN? And it was decided that we are not going to do it LAN because if we are just canceling the major because there's COVID preoccupations, stuff like that,
Sure.
it was much better just to keep it online, for the safety of teams and everybody involved. But yeah, LAN was considered, and we really wanted to do a LAN event because it's hype, right? Wanted to see the people playing online. It's always better.
Yeah. I know that obviously this is more of a health precaution than when you decided to do it online, which is very responsible, at least follows the same line. I want to ask you as well, how have the teams received it? I mean, you guys broke out the news, I'm assuming, to the teams, right? Or was it Valve directly?
Yeah, a bit. Don't act like you don't know. We posted it on Discord 2 days ago. Like, why you have to be like that? Yeah. So
Look,
basically,
you have
the process
to be the star.
the process was like we knew this. Like I'm going to say 1 week ago. I'm not sure. So I broke the news to Adrian, which is like the other guy managing the 4D and everything. He's like the big brainiac. He's the big god.
Top
And
tier.
I was like, okay, we need to figure this out. We didn't even tell talents or anyone at the company. Then like 2 days after everything was figured out with Valve, and we agreed on something, and we made the decision, and we told the internal people at 4D, and then a few days after, we announced it on the Discord. Teams knew some. This is interesting. Some teams knew. I don't know if Valve met with all the teams. I think Valve met with the two most prominent team of each region. Not, don't quote me on that. However, but I don't know if Valve met 4 teams per region, if they met everybody. I think some teams were surprised. I know for a fact Apo Kings didn't know. Apo Kings didn't know this was happening because we prior to the process, we needed to talk with Apo Kings and tell them, hey, we're doing an event in lieu of the major. Are you guys in Lima? Are you guys moving? What's up? So we needed to test the waters. They didn't know anything for sure. So it seems that Apo Kings didn't know. But I mean that's fine, right? Like you cannot have a meeting with 40 teams. Even with 10 teams, like you had a meeting with 10 teams and suddenly you have Suns fans just telling everybody what's happening right before time is due. But it is what it is. And you have people just leaking everything. And I'm like everybody was leaking the information, and it was like, damn, that sucks, but it is what it is, right? When you work in this industry, you expect people to just leak stuff, I guess.
Right, but tell me though how the reaction of the team was. Like, for example, King of Kings, when you told them about this, were they expecting? Was it like a hype?
Actually, I haven't. Like, I can tell you, Beastcoast's reaction. I do talk a lot with Watch, and she was mega excited. Definitely, people was very excited. I know one player from Beastcoast, and any player really. Like I don't want to quote a specific player from Beastcoast, but any player says, okay, let's play an event, and $100,000. It's a great amount of money, but they don't care about that. They care about the points. And when they learn the tournament was going to have points, and in fact, like almost the same points as the league itself, they were much more excited about the points than the money.
I know
so teams were happy.
Okay.
Yeah, you know the player. I don't like to point fingers for sure. But I mean, you know what it is, right? Like for me, players, like everybody got a bit of what they wanted, which is players got to get the points and have the tournament. TOs, we had to have action in February. Public also had the chance to watch these magnificent players play. The only thing that the two things that it couldn't happen is regional cross-regional confrontations, and also the LAN event. And actually, I didn't inquiry Valve about this, but they gave a really good reason on why bi-regional didn't work, which is
Okay.
And I don't want again to put words on their mouth, but it's very simple. If you do a bi-regional system, let's talk about North America, South America. You could argue that a region like South America, who has more strong teams, will get more benefited than North America, that maybe only have one or two. Or, for example, China and CA, which would be the other bi-regional thing. Maybe you could argue that the Chinese teams would get more points because it's not fair, right? Because there are stronger regions. That's a fact. So they actually give a really good reason, and that's something that's interesting. Like, people think Valve don't think things out, and people think that Valve, don't care. But when you deal with them, you understand that it's very complicated. Like, doing an esports like this is mega complicated. So you start appreciating the things they do, and definitely like doing an event like this in 2 weeks. It's not easy. I'll tell you that much. Like,
of course,
I can tell you all the TOs where because Valve didn't put a gun in our head. They didn't say you have to do this, right? It's not in our contract. So, like, we needed to discuss, okay, guys, are you willing to put the extra work? Because this is extra work, no matter how you say it, right? And everybody, I think, we had an internal discussion between the RTOs, but honestly, the truth is, we are very happy to make this happen, right? Because everybody wanted to have something in lieu of the mayor. So, it's something we are really happy to do, for sure.
Are Valve providing the prize pool for this?
Yeah. Valve is paying for the prize pool. Like, due to contract, I cannot disclaim everything, of course.
Sure.
But Valve is paying for the prize pool. That I think I can say. And if I can't, I will have an email from somebody very angry. But I don't care. Like, Valve is paying for the prize pool 100%.
Okay.
And it's. I mean, because to be honest, let's be honest. Like, we want to have Dota, but if I wanted to have $100,000 within 2 weeks, I cannot have that, right? So definitely Valve said, okay, we're giving you the prize pool, we're helping you doing this thing, and let's make it happen. And everybody was on board, because again, and it's not even about the money, it's about February was a time where most TOs were going to rest a bit, the staff needs to have some holidays, everybody wanted to chill, so to speak. So it's a lot of extra work having this event happen, but again, everybody's happy to help the community and to help the teams and help the situation. It was an arduous process for sure, but it's it is esports, right? If you want something easy, you should change the industry you are at.
Okay. And with those words, I feel like that's a great way to end the interview. Thank you so much for your time, Suado. We appreciate having you here. And more importantly, we appreciate you making these leagues. Otherwise, I would not have a job. So thank you so much, Suado. Much love. Un abrazo y nos vemos pronto. Cuídate.
Take care. Gracias.
Yeah, so that was actually an impromptu interview. I got a message from Suado, and he goes, "I need to chill." And I'm like, "What do you mean?" And then we just got this interview, and this happened.
Damn.
Yeah,
what a guy.
It worked out. No, it was. I mean, it's so nice to see, because like Forti is the newest TO to come into the DPC. They're a TO. I know all the people that work there personally, and they're like all the people that have worked in the Spanish team for ages. They don't understand money because they've never gotten paid, so they just think this is like a bonus to them. They're like, "Oh wow, we can live off this esports thing."
Don't
What?
understand money.
Yeah, it's a foreign concept to them. So it's really cool to see passionate individuals, and that's why he was really happy to promote this. And when you give these people opportunities, whatever they are, they just work harder to make it work, right? I know most people see TOs as like money hungry or always out trying to make the bottom line. I can't speak for everyone. Yeah,
they're so wealthy beyond belief.
Yes, it's Bill Gates, and then right below him is ESL, right? But yeah, the reality is that not only are most TOs not like that, but particularly for this one that I can speak for, they're just in it because, well, they just love Dota and they love the game like most of us. If not, they would not be a Spanish cast for Dota 2. They would probably move on to League where there's more money, but they don't care. They love Dota more than anything, and that's always the nice thing about 4D. So go support them, watch this tournament. If you guys understand even a little bit of Spanish, you want to practice it, also open the Spanish cast. Don't close this one, though, because we need the viewers, but open the Spanish cast.
Good.
Yeah. Listen to it occasionally, add some tidbits of Spanish to your vocabulary. Trent, Lyrical, this is the last official match of the DPC. We still have tiebreakers, though. Any predictions for tiebreakers? I want to get to the final ones here. I'll tell you the matches. It's Noping versus Hokori, and then Beastcoast versus Apple King of Kings.
All right. Beastcoast
Go for it, Trent.
and Hokori.
Beastcoast, Hokori.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I'm doing the exact opposite.
Noping King of Kings.
Yeah, I believe in Apple King of Kings. I think they're awesome. I'm a believer, but I think either team can win. So it'll be down to the wire, surely.
Yeah.
Sure.
All right. Well, it's very exciting. Once again, my panel's divided. Never wrong. That's the way to do it, guys. Thank you so much for your time today. Thank you so much for those of you that have been tuning in. For the tiebreakers, you will be able to find the schedule. If you just look at the Epos Twitter, we'll be posting that schedule shortly. And, of course, if you follow the channel, whenever we're online, we do nothing but Dota, so it's most likely going to be these tiebreakers. They're going to be very soon. They're going to be shortly this week. We're not the TO, so we haven't gotten the schedule yet. Sorry. We're going to post it as soon as we get it. We really appreciate your time. Thank you for joining us for this DPC. We hope you learned a little bit more about South American Dota. You learned to enjoy South American Dota with all its craziness and its ups and downs. And you realize that this region is much more competitive than people give it credit for. With teams like King of Kings showing up, with Noping honestly being destroyed after what most people thought was going to be a top-tier team, with Beastcoast not even being the best of the best in South America right now, and Thunder Predator not even getting to show what they're about at TI. So there's just a lot more things that the South American region wants to say, and you can be some of the first to join them and listen to them promptly.
Invest now.
Yes, before they win TI. Do you want to win $10,000 while sitting at home? Bet on the next South American team.
Wow.
You will not regret it. Yeah.
Dangerous.
Yeah. There we go. Anyway, that's it. Bet with your heart, of course, and with channel points. I would never promote
There you
actual
go.
betting. Yeah, they don't
There you
sponsor
go.
us. Yeah. Guys, thank you for joining us today. Thank you to the viewers. Hope you enjoyed the cast and the games. And we'll see you shortly with the tiebreakers.
Thanks,
Goodbye.
everybody.
Bye.
Bye.